Chapter 262. In the Luoxia City Lord residence, Chun Lianer had a sack over her head. She was dizzy and only woke up after much difficulty. She remembered that when she saw Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng being intimate, she left the Luoxia wetlands alone in a fit of anger. For some reason, her vision suddenly turned black, and she was knocked unconscious. She was startled and looked around. The surrounding decorations were quite exquisite. It was obvious that this was the courtyard of a wealthy family. Chun Lianer was only 12 or 13 years old after all. She didn't have a magic scepter and was alone. Her heart was beating like a drum. "You've already caught him?" A deep male voice sounded from outside. Immediately after, the door was pushed open. The Dark Prince walked in with his hands behind his back. He sized up Chun Lianer, who was curled up on the bed, and snorted. "Wicked girl, do you know who I am?" Hearing the man's cold voice, Chun Lianer couldn't help but shiver. This man's voice was filled with hostility. How could she not know that she had offended some powerful figure in the later Qin city? "Don't come over. Do you know who I am?" Chun Lianer curled up in a corner. Seeing that the other party had changed her arrogant and despotic appearance to a pitiful voice, the Dark Prince gritted his teeth in hatred. Previously, he was blinded by that little lowly's pitiful appearance. That was why he saved her from the beast's tide. Who knew that he would be tricked by her? The Dark Prince was incomparably arrogant and thought highly of himself. He viewed the humiliation that Yun Sheng gave him as a huge stain in his life. That was why he sent people to capture Yin Yun. "I know that your master is that mysterious old man, Emperor Zhao. However, you're in my hands right now. It's inconvenient for you to move around, and you don't have a magic scepter. How do you think you can ask for help?" The Dark Prince's face darkened. He walked to the bed and accurately pinched Chun Lianer's chin through the sack. Chun Lianer felt that the hand that was squeezing her chin was very forceful, as if it was going to crush her chin. "It hurts. Who exactly are you? Why are you doing this to me?" Chun Lian was in so much pain that tears came out. "Who are you? It's only been a year, and you don't even remember this prince." The Dark Crown Prince was infuriated. This damned woman had humiliated him, yet she still dared to forget about him. He pulled the sack off Chun Lianer's face. What came into view was a scarred face and a completely unfamiliar face. The Dark Prince took a closer look and then looked at Chun Lianer's panicked eyes. His expression turned even worse. It wasn't her. He couldn't tell if he was disappointed or angry. He remembered Yun Sheng's eyes. That little lowly's most attractive feature was her pair of lively black eyes. They were lively and always flashed with slyness. The girl in front of him was definitely not her. "Pa!" The Dark Crown Prince slapped Chun Lianer's face. "Damn it, I actually caught the wrong person. This Crown Prince wants to catch Yin Yun." When the soldiers heard that they caught the wrong person, they all knelt on the ground. Chun Lianer was slapped to the ground, and her face immediately swelled up. "Yin Yun? Wasn't that Yun Sheng? Why was it Yun Sheng again? Why did everyone only have Yun Sheng in their eyes? I'm not some Yin Yun. I'm her enemy. I hate her to death and want to cut her into pieces." Chun Lianer looked up and saw the Dark Crown Prince's appearance. The Dark Crown Prince was cold and tall. His face was filled with anger, but it made him seem even more noble. He was completely different from the useless Crown Prince, Yi Baiming, from before. Chun Lianer thought that this group of people had a grudge with Yun Sheng. She quickly cursed Yun Sheng, hoping to gain their good impression. Who knew that the Dark Crown Prince would become even angrier after hearing this? He grabbed Chun Lianer's long hair, causing her to cry from the pain. The Dark Crown Prince said word by word, "She's my woman. Only I can punish her if she wants to be killed." Crown Prince. Later Qin's Dark Crown Prince. Chun Lianer recognized the fierce youth in front of her. He was the later Qin's Dark Crown Prince whose name had spread across the continent in recent years. Later Qin's customs were very valiant, and they ruled the country with martial arts. However, their martial arts spirit was different from the orthodox martial arts promoted by Zhou State's Wushuan Wuji school. Back then, when the 5 countries were divided into territories, Later Qin's ancestor was the weakest. Therefore, Later Qin's territory was the most barren among the 5 countries, and had the most demon beasts. Later Qin's late king brought 1,000 plundered commoners to Later Qin. The first thing he did was to drive the 1,000 commoners into a land of tigers and wolves. Without giving them a single weapon or grain, he let the 1,000 commoners who had never practiced martial arts live in the land of tigers and wolves for 3 months. 3 months later, there were only 50 people left out of the 1,000. These 50 people were the earliest batch of Later Qin's residents. Since then, Later Qin gradually grew stronger, and the entire country practiced the tiger-wolf style of martial arts. Once an infant reached the age of 3, they would be immediately thrown into the wilderness for training. Only those who survived could enter the country's martial arts center to cultivate. Even the nobles of Later Qin were the same. The current Later Qin's king had a full harem. He had more than 500 concubines, and these concubines gave birth to nearly 100 strong princes and princesses. Later Qin's king announced on his 30th birthday that he didn't choose the eldest son of the first wife to be the crown prince. There was no restriction on gender, and only the strongest could ascend the throne. It was also because of this that the Later Qin's palace had more assassinations and fights than any of the 5 countries on the continent. The Dark Crown Prince was born in such an environment. His mother was only a lowly palace maid. One winter day, she was fancied by the drunk Later Qin's king beside a well in the palace, and got pregnant after he forced himself on her. When the Dark Crown Prince was still in his mother's womb, his mother was almost killed by the other concubines. However, after the Dark Crown Prince was born, his body was much stronger than ordinary princes. He started to shoot arrows at the age of 3 and could already lift a stone mill that weighed 200 kilograms by the age of 5. When he was 7, he broke into the harem alone and disfigured a bunch of concubines who had humiliated his mother in the past. The cruelty of his actions caused a sensation in the entire Later Qin. However, when the king of Later Qin's king found out about this, not only was he not angry, he even eliminated the public's opinion and made him the crown prince. He was made the crown prince at the age of 7 and formed the crown prince's secret unit at the age of 13. The name of the Later Qin's Dark Crown Prince had already spread far and wide on the continent. However, such a person was ruthlessly humiliated by Yuan Sheng. As the future crown prince consort of Zhou state, Chunlian unnaturally heard about the other country's royal family. She didn't expect that she would fall into the hands of the Later Qin's Dark Crown Prince. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and her body trembled uncontrollably. "I was wrong, Your Highness Crown Prince. Please don't kill me. If you send me back to Zhou State, His Highness Crown Prince will definitely be grateful to you. I'm the future Crown Prince consort." Chunlian kept begging for mercy. Even now, Chunlian was still dreaming of being the Crown Prince consort. "Zhou State's Crown Prince consort? You're that trash, Yi Balian's woman?" The Dark Crown Prince's eyes turned cold as he sized up Chunlian. Upon closer inspection, the Dark Crown Prince also noticed that Chunlian's appearance wasn't ordinary. Unfortunately, there were many small scars on her face. This Crown Prince can help you heal your face and can also send you back to Zhou State. However, from now on, you have to listen to this Crown Prince obediently. The Dark Crown Prince looked at Chunlian as a new scheme brewed in his mind. Chapter 263. A few days later, Yuan Sheng and Yi Biming returned to the Jade capital. Yi Biming escorted Yi Balian back to the palace alone. After Yuan Sheng settled down the heaven hunting troupe, she was a little worried about Yi Biming's trip to the palace. Even if Yi Biming didn't say anything, she could feel that the Crown Prince's serious injuries might implicate Yi Biming. At this moment, Ji Yu was visiting the Medicine Emperor's pavilions when Daiguoshu in Jade Essence City. The two of them were busy people who had been famous on the continent for decades. Although one of them specialized in medicine and the other was obsessed with the refinement of magic potions, they were still bosom buddies. Medicine Daiguoshu had just finished refining his pills in seclusion when Elder Si Ming came to visit. "Ji Yu, your nose is really long. My pills have just been refined and you're already here." Hearing Qi Fengfei's words, when Daiguoshu laughed loudly. "Haha, Wen Qingfeng, you old man. Since you've refined a supreme grade pill, I naturally have to come to congratulate you. A man in green walked in with Xiao Wenxiu. Wen Xingfeng and Ji, you were close to 70 years old. However, because of their maintenance, their faces were still as youthful as before. There wasn't even a wrinkle on their faces. However, compared to Ji Yu, Wen Xingfeng's black-haired Remo looked to be in his 30s. On the other hand, Ji Yu didn't look old, but his white hair made him look like an old man. The reason why Ji Yu had white hair was because of his ability to predict the future. As Elder Si Ming of the Boundless Land's Dharma Temple, Ji Yu could observe the moon and the stars. His eyes could see through the secrets of heaven. However, he couldn't go against heaven's will. He revealed too many secrets of heaven, and his hair turned white when he was young. Wen Qingfeng reminded him many times about this, but he couldn't help but go against heaven's will. That must be Wen Xiu. You're really as talented as the rumors say. Your magic cultivation has already reached the sky realm, right? Although Wen Qingfeng and Ji were good friends, both of them were giants. They only met once in 5 to 6 years. Many thanks for your praise, great national hand. After not seeing him for over a year, Xiao Wenxiu was still that flawless youth. Don't tell me that the head of the temple and the young master of the temple are here to appraise my new pill. Wen Daoshou was not a stupid person. Although his relationship with Ji Yu wasn't bad, the two of them were still ancient healers and demonic apothecaries. Haha, as expected of old medicine man, you know my thoughts the best. Today, other than to see you and settle some matters of the royal family, I also have something to ask you. Elder Si Ming ordered Xiao Wenxiu to take out a bottle of magic potion. Although De Guoshou was a doctor, he still had some knowledge about magic medicine. The bottle in Xiao Wenxiu's hand was a new type of medicine. It was bright red in color and seemed to be a high-grade magic medicine. However, there wasn't much of it left. There was only about 1/5 of it left. I'm here precisely for this bottle of medicine. The name of this bottle of medicine is called the Praise of the Moon God. I wanted to ask you if this medicine originated from your Medicine Emperor Pavilion? This bottle of Praise of the Moon God was something Qin Wentian had obtained by chance in the Dharma Temple. It turned out that after the auction in Luoxia City, Chun Luo, he returned to the Tang Yuan Kingdom with the Praise of the Moon Goddess, which he had won with 10,000 purple gold coins. Although he was eager to see his son succeed, Chun Luo, he still decided to send this bottle of magic medicine to the local temple to find an authoritative demonic apothecary to appraise it. After the appraisal, even the demonic apothecary of the temple didn't know the origin of this bottle of magic medicine. They could only rely on the analysis of the ingredients of the magic medicine to confirm that it was not poisonous to the body. After knowing that the magic medicine was not poisonous, Chun Luo, he immediately let his only son consume it. In just one night, Chun Luo, his useless son, who couldn't feel a trace of magic in his body, actually became a water and wind magic spell warrior the next day. Furthermore, after consuming the magic medicine, the Qin family's only son's body didn't have any problems. Until now, there were no side effects. Everyone in the Chun family was overjoyed. Even the temple in Tang Yuan was shocked. This kind of magic medicine was beyond the understanding of the temple's demonic apothecaries. Fortunately, the Chun family didn't use up all of this bottle of magic medicine. The temple obtained the remaining portion of the magic medicine from Chun Luo He. The strangest thing was that when the Dharma Temple tried to recreate the potion, analyze its composition, and imitate the potion, they realized that even if they used the exact same ingredients, they could not replicate the tribute of the moon goddess. Oh, there really is such a miraculous magic medicine. It seems that another genius demonic apothecary has appeared on the continent. Wanda Guoshou's tone carried a hint of ridicule. A demonic apothecary who could make Ji Yu suffer. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Old man, don't be so proud. This magic medicine isn't as simple as a magic medicine. We have also tested it. This magic medicine is also useful for martial artists. It can greatly increase the effects of martial artist meditation. That's why I came to ask you. Did the Medicine Emperor Pavilion refine this magic medicine? After the people in Tang Yuan's temple reported this situation to the temple, Jiyu also investigated this magic medicine. However, even he couldn't tell what method was used to refine this magic medicine. He carefully asked around and found out that this magic medicine came from the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's auction. It was a pity that the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce kept the identity and origin of the auctioneer's secret. Even with the temple's pressure, they only revealed the name of the small enchanting. The temple's efficiency was very high. In just a few days, they found out that the enchanting was a newly opened medical center in the Jade capital. That clinic was a nameless one. The only thing special about it was the doctor in charge of the clinic. Although it was just a small clinic, the doctor in charge of the clinic was none other than Fan Ji, a former imperial physician of Guangzhou who was a disciple of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Are you suspecting that this magic medicine was refined by Fan Ji? When the Grand Physician heard Fan Ji's name, his expression became somewhat uncomfortable. Qingfeng's state of mind was very complicated when it came to Fan Ji's disciple. On one hand, Fan Ji was the most talented disciple he had nurtured in his dozens of years of medical practice. However, this disciple also disappointed him the most. Halfway through his journey, he actually gave up on studying ancient medicine and switched to magic. Although his relationship with Ji Yu wasn't shallow, Qingfeng had never approved of magic medicine. Could it be that it wasn't him? But besides your disciple, who else on the continent can refine a magic medicine that even a temple can't refine? Ji Yu still didn't believe it. Of course not. Fan Ji only learned magic halfway. His talent in magic isn't good enough to refine a high-grade magic medicine. When Qingfeng frowned and didn't say anything. Just at this time, Qi Fangfei came in with tea. Grand Physician, the palace has sent a message. No matter what, you have to go to the palace. The Crown Prince is critically ill, and it's very likely that he won't make it through tonight. Chapter 264. What's wrong? The Crown Prince's injuries haven't healed yet? Didn't I tell them to look for the 6-leaf purple ginseng? When I went to Luoxia City to treat the city lord's mother, there was a high-quality 6-leaf purple ginseng in the city lord's residence. When Daiguoshu didn't have a good impression of the imperial family of Zhou State. However, he still secretly ordered Qi Fangfei to spread the news and tell Elder Chun that there was a purple ginseng in Luoxia City. In the end, the news was passed to the Crown Prince through Chun Lianer. When Empress Li was still alive, when Daiguoshu had a good relationship with the knowledgeable Empress Li. Unfortunately, he didn't have a way to treat the blind Crown Prince that Empress Li gave birth to. He felt guilty and distanced himself from Empress Li. Last time, Elder Chun ordered people to invite Daiguoshu to ask about the method to treat the Dharma's soul. When Daiguoshu heard that it was to treat the Dharma's soul, he was even more lazy to treat it. He only told Qi Fangfei to let the Crown Prince and the others go to Luoxia City for help. Who knew that the Crown Prince actually went to the Luoxia wetland to collect purple ginseng? News just came from the palace. The Crown Prince is critically ill and dying. The Empress is furious. She said that if Daiguoshu doesn't find a way to treat the Crown Prince's injuries, she will close down our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Qi Fangfei was also a bit anxious. Although she didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, the Crown Prince's life was already taken by her master's medicinal pill. Why did his condition worsen after he came back from Luoxia City? Even the medicinal pill I gave him can't save his life. When Daiguoshu's expression changed slightly. His medicinal pill wasn't an ordinary medicinal pill. He used hundreds of precious and even a sacred medicinal herb to refine it. It could even bring someone back to life. If the Crown Prince couldn't be saved, then even if he rushed to the palace now, it would be too late. Old man one, don't be anxious. Actually, the two of us came here today because of the disaster in the palace. It turned out that Ji had been observing the stars for the past few days and found that the Emperor's star, which represented the Great Zhou dynasty, was somewhat dim. After calculating that the royal family of Zhou State might face a calamity, he rushed over with Xiao Wenxiu in order to help the royal family of Zhou State survive this calamity. The existence of the Dharma Temple was originally meant to keep the 5 nations and one capital in check. The previous arbiters of the Dharma Temple were all above the imperial family and served the imperial family at the same time. Wen Qingfeng and Ji Yu were good friends, but he had always disagreed with his old friend's insistence. Old man Ji, don't tell me you're going to do it yourself? Have you forgotten what you said before? After Empress Li's death, you once said that you would no longer interfere in the affairs of the royal families of the various countries. When speaking of Empress Li, Yao de Guizhou was somewhat dissatisfied. Empress Li was one of the rare women he had met in his life. But back then, Ji Yu had insisted that Empress Li was a demoness who would bring disaster to the nation. Even the previous crown prince, whom Empress Li had given birth to, had been judged by Ji Yu to be a scourge. Back then, the Emperor of Zhou State had treated Empress Li coldly because of this. This had indirectly led to Empress Li's madness and the crown prince's imprisonment in the cold palace. The demon fetus brings disaster to the world. The rise of Lord Baiming is already a bad omen. Wenxiu, go to the palace and take a look. The crown prince of Zhou State's fate is not over yet. Help him this once. Ji Yu flicked his sleeves and ordered Xiao Wenxiu to enter the palace immediately. Xiao Wenxiu obeyed and left with his head lowered. You still say that the demon fetus brings disaster to the world. But in my opinion, Lord Baiming is much better than that good-for-nothing crown prince. You can't be biased against him just because you can't see the child's fate. Wen Dagua's face was full of indignation. He had personally witnessed the birth of that child. The two of them unknowingly recalled the secret news from the palace decades ago. Back then, after the Emperor of Zhou State was made the crown prince, he couldn't wait to marry his concubine, Madame Qi. Although Madame Li was furious, she took care of Madame Qi in front of others for the sake of the big picture. Madame Qi was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to Yi Balian. Half a year later, the crown princess, Madame Li, gave birth to Yi Baiming. When Yi Baiming was born, he was a child carved from jade. Even Yi Qingtian was overjoyed. But after a few days, he realized that Yi Baiming was blind. Thus, Yi Qingtian gradually neglected the mother and son pair. After another year of service, the previous emperor of Zhou State passed away. Crown Prince Yi Qingtian finally ascended to the throne of the great Zhou Emperor. Madame Li was also conferred the title of Empress. Her son, Yi Baiming, was also conferred the title of Crown Prince. Madame Qi was conferred the title of Imperial Consort. Due to Yi Baiming's size, the officials in the court had some objections to the position of Crown Prince. However, Madame Li had her way and eliminated the objections. In the end, Yi Baiming became the Crown Prince. When Crown Prince Yi Baiming was 5 years old, Empress Madame Li was discovered to be using dark magic in the palace. When the Emperor of Zhou State found out, he was furious. He banished Madame Li to the Forbidden Palace and stripped her of her position as Empress. After that day, Madame Li had a mental breakdown. She became so crazy that she couldn't even recognize Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming was then handed over to Imperial Consort Qi to raise. One day, when Imperial Consort Qi woke up, she realized that Crown Prince Yi Baiming was missing. She hurriedly sent a palace maid to search for him. However, she realized that Yi Baiming was in the palace of the deposed Empress Li. When she was found, Madame Li was already dead, and the one who killed her was Yi Baiming, who was holding a dagger. It was widely rumored in the palace that Empress Li secretly learned dark magic in order to fight for the throne. When she was pregnant with Yi Baiming, it was also because of the backlash of dark magic that Yi Baiming was born blind. Yi Baiming's body also had a portion of dark elements. He was born evil, which was why he killed his own mother. When the Emperor of Zhou State found out, he was furious. He ordered people to lock Yi Baiming in the cold palace. In the name of recuperating, he set up a large number of magic restrictions outside the cold palace. The whole story was as such. If he wasn't a demon, why would he do such a disobedient thing as killing his mother with his own hands? Ji Yu's face was filled with anger. The rightful ruler of Zhou State must be Yi Balian. In the imperial court, Yi Baiming knelt on the ground. The Emperor of Zhou State, Yi Qingtian, and Empress Qi sat in the hall. Empress Qi had been a mother for many years, but because she took good care of herself, she still looked like a beautiful woman in her early 30s. She glared angrily at Yi Baiming. She blamed all of Yi Baiming's injuries on him. Your Majesty, when the crown prince went out, Lord Bei Ming didn't report the truth even though he knew about it. Now that the crown prince is unconscious, he is most likely dead. If something happens to the crown prince this time, how do you expect Aijia to continue living? Lady Qi was as beautiful as a flower. Although she had been a mother for many years, she had taken good care of herself. Her slightly thin phoenix eyes were now filled with malice as she glared at Yi Baiming. They really looked alike. This evil son, who was declared to be a demon in the womb by the Dharma Temple, to be a country-destroying demon. This bastard who killed his mother really looked like that bitch Empress Li. Empress Qi gritted her teeth. She had been the empress for many years and could be considered a first-class existence in the imperial harem. However, it was Empress Li, that woman who still lingered after her death, who had once forced her to bow and beg, who had once made her a concubine. Seeing Yi Baiming, Empress Qi couldn't help but think of the time when she was forced to be a concubine. The crown prince was in such a state, but Yi Baiming was completely unharmed. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to skin Yi Baiming alive and torture him to death. Her son had suffered so much, she would definitely make him pay back in double. Chapter 265. In the palace, Zhou State's emperor, Yi Chengtian, was also enraged. Baiming, what exactly is going on? Zhou State's emperor, Yi Chengtian, was also very anxious when he found out that the crown prince was heavily injured and his soul was destroyed. Yi Chengtian didn't have any feelings for Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming looked very similar to the late Empress Li. However, he had been brave and battle-hungry these few years, and his cultivation had improved greatly. Yi Chengtian couldn't help but look at him in a new light. The crown prince was injured and Chun Lian's whereabouts were unknown. However, Yi Baiming was safe and sound. Zhou State's emperor couldn't help but become suspicious. He asked a few questions before Yi Baiming told him that the crown prince had hired civilian hunters to search for the purple ginseng in Luoxia City. In order to avoid implicating the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps, Yi Baiming only said that he had hired a few hunters to accompany him. He was worried about the crown prince's safety, so he followed along. What the empress was most concerned about was the crown prince's injuries. All of the imperial physicians in the palace had been summoned. Even the imperial physician from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had been invited. Zhou State's best physicians had already gathered in the palace, but they still couldn't think of a cure. Baiming King, you said that it was the crown prince's wish to go to Luoxia City. It's because of his body. However, he is the crown prince and has a noble status. How can you only let a third-rate hunting corps escort him there? Madame Qi sat beside the Zhou State's emperor. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. Yi Baiming looked at Madame Qi with extreme mockery. Just as the empress said, he is the crown prince. How can a subject like me go against his orders? Offending his superior is a crime of disobedience. Empress, don't be agitated. I have already sent people to invite the national healer. As long as he comes, the crown prince's illness will definitely be cured. Zhou State's emperor changed his dignified appearance in the imperial court and softly consoled Madame Qi. The two of them were indeed childhood sweethearts. They had been husband and wife for decades, yet they were still as loving as ever. However, when Yi Baiming saw this scene, it was incomparably ironic. This good man, who doted on Empress Qi in front of and behind others, had never shown a trace of care in front of him and his mother. Even to this day, Yi Baiming still remembered it clearly. He had once thought that his father and mother had a period of time when they were in love. According to the old palace servants who served Empress Li in the early years, due to the turmoil at the borders of Zhou State, the Emperor of Zhou State would often stay in Empress Li's palace at night to discuss state affairs with her. However, not long after Empress Li became pregnant with Yi Baiming, the head of the temple, Si Ming, entered the palace to pray for the ancestors of Zhou State. When he saw Empress Li, he said that she was pregnant with a world-destroying demon fetus. When the Emperor of Zhou State found out, he ordered Empress Li to abort the child in her womb. Empress Li was adamant. Since then, the Emperor of Zhou State became increasingly cold to Empress Li. Until Yi Baiming was born, the situation deteriorated. On the contrary, Empress Qi's eldest prince, Yi Bailian, became more and more favored. When he was 3 years old, because of a small conflict for no reason, Empress Li pushed consort Qi into the pool. The Emperor of Zhou State locked Empress Li in the Forbidden Palace. Although Yi Baiming was young, he knew that the Forbidden Palace was a place that ate people up without spitting out the bones. He hugged his father's knee and begged. The child's shrill cries did not move the Emperor of Zhou State. Yi Baiming could not see the Emperor of Zhou State's expression at that time, but he clearly remembered the Emperor of Zhou State's cold voice at that time. He kicked Yi Baiming away. The child was only 3 or 4 years old. His muscles and bones were still very weak. At that moment, Yi Baiming only felt that all the bones in his body were broken. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being the root of the disaster. You should not exist in this world. If your mother wants to protect you, she can only end up like you. So what if he was the root of the disaster? Now that he was an adult, he had killed many blood cloud beasts in a few years. No one would say that he was the root of the disaster anymore. The people accompanying the crown prince had already told the Emperor of Zhou State about what happened. After learning that this matter was related to the summoners of Penglai, Empress Qi could not do anything to Yi Baiming. Just as Empress Qi was about to cry, someone came to report, Xiao Wenxiu and Xia Siming of the Dharma Temple have come to visit. Hearing that it was someone from the Dharma Temple, Empress Qi's worry turned to joy. The Dharma Temple? The heavens are really protecting my son. It's someone from the Dharma Temple. Quickly invite him in. As if she had seen a life-saving straw, Empress Qi's expression suddenly turned bright. They did not find the elixir purple ginseng on this trip, which meant that the crown prince was probably doomed. However, if the Dharma Temple was willing to help, then it would be a different story. Legend had it that the magic of the Dharma Temple could bring the dead back to life. However, even the royal family would find it difficult to ask the Dharma Temple for help. Xiao Wenxiu was the famous young Siming of the Dharma Temple on the mainland. Not only was he talented in magic healing, but he was also quite famous in medicine. After Yi Baiming heard the name of the Dharma Temple, his expression became more serious. The Dharma Temple rarely interfered with the affairs of the mainland. This time, Xiao Wenxiu would definitely not be so simple. Xiao Wenxiu of the Dharma Temple is here to visit under the orders of my master. A voice that was as gentle as the spring breeze sounded, instantly dispersing the anxious atmosphere in the imperial palace of Zhou State. It was as if a ray of sunlight had suddenly entered a corner shrouded in yin energy. Wearing a white magic robe, Xiao Wenxiu slowly walked into the palace accompanied by 2 children from the Dharma Temple. This was the first time Yi Baiming saw Xiao Wenxiu. Actually, this was not the first time Yi Baiming had seen Xiao Wenxiu. However, he was still blind at the time and did not notice Xiao Wenxiu. Just as the rumors said, the young Siming of the Dharma Temple was a person of destiny. He was young and wise, and his aura was like that of a banished immortal. Now that he saw him today, he indeed lived up to his reputation. It was rumored that he was already a sky sorcerer in the sky realm. However, there was not the slightest trace of magic around him. He had truly reached the realm of being able to control and release magic at will. The people of the Dharma Temple did not need to bow to the Empress. Xiao Wenxiu did not kneel. He only nodded indifferently at the Empress. You must be Ji Siming's disciple. Quickly invite him in. My son can be saved. Empress Qi swept away her sadness and straightened her appearance. She immediately led Xiao Wenxiu into the inner palace. Xiao Wenxiu also noticed Yi Baiming, the North Underworld prince. There was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Zhou State's Lord Baiming. In the past year, he was a fierce general who had risen to fame in the mainland by hunting down and killing blood cloud beasts. He originally thought that this youth who grew up bathed in hatred and blood would definitely have a murderous aura. However, he could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw him today. Lord Biming was young and had a handsome appearance. Just by looking at his appearance, it was hard to imagine that this person could kill dozens of blood cloud beasts. Xiao Wenxu's gaze shifted downwards. He was most concerned about Yi Biming's size. Even his master could not heal this pair of eyes back then, even with light magic. Xiao Siming, please save my brother. Yi Biming looked up. His gray eyes met his golden eyes. When he saw those eyes, Xiao Wenxu only felt his eyebrows twitch. He suddenly had an impulse to see the fate of the man in front of him. Asterisk, asterisk, thank you for the tip, ending with 756. Fish, you spoiled me. Book Friends Group, 304625216. Turn on the hookup mode. Enter the group slogan. Any character name. Welcome everyone to join the group to support their favorite characters, asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 266. Ever since Xiao Wenxu was born, he had a special ability. He could predict the future. At first, this ability only worked on people he was familiar with and close to. However, after Xiao Wenxu turned 6, this ability became stronger and stronger. As long as he was willing, even simple eye contact could allow him to see through someone's fate. This ability might seem like an opportunity to others, but to Xiao Wenxu, it was a kind of trouble. At his young age, he had to bear the burden of other people's misfortune and death. This caused him to be trapped in nightmares day and night. In order to prevent him from mentally exhausting himself and collapsing one day, his family reluctantly sent him to the Dharma Temple to be taught by Ji Yu, the Dharma Temple's elder judge of Heaven's Eye. Under Ji Yu's guidance, Xiao Wenxu learned to control this ability. Under certain circumstances, he could only predict someone's fate and future if he was willing. The first person he found that he couldn't see through was Yi Biming. At that time, Elder Judge of Heaven brought him to the Zhou State Palace to seek luck and avoid disaster for the Zhou State's royal family. In addition to teaching others magic, the Dharma Temple also had a mission unknown to the world, which was to maintain the balance of the Boundless Continent. The coexistence of the Boundless Continent's 5 major countries and the Eastern capital had existed for many years. The Dharma Temple didn't want to break this situation. In the huge palace, Xiao Wenxu was bored to death. At that time, he saw an exceptionally delicate little boy. The little boy stood in the corner. He was blind. That was the first person Xiao Wenxu couldn't see through. Many years later, he found out that the lonely little boy was the scourge of Zhou State that his master mentioned. Xiao Wenxu also asked his master why he called him a scourge. At that time, Jiu only said that this child was the son of slaughter. The continent would be plunged into a bloody storm because of him. At that time, Xiao Wenxu didn't believe it. For some reason, he wanted to see the little boy's fate. However, when he touched the little boy's hand, he failed for the first time. He couldn't see anything. This was Xiao Wenxu's first failure. For many years after that, Xiao Wenxu couldn't understand why this happened. It was not until he met Yun Sheng that he realized that there was another person in the world whose fate he could not see through. If he were to read Dark North Lord's fate again, what would his fate be like? Xiao Wenxu couldn't help but glance at the Dark North monarch. When their eyes met, Xiao Wenxu suddenly felt as if he had seen something. A black shadow appeared behind Yi Biming. It was a suffocating black shadow. When he wanted to take a closer look, Queen Shi urged him to take back his thoughts. Xiao Siming, I'll have to trouble you to treat Imperial Brother's illness. Yi Biming didn't react much to Xiao Wenxu's scrutiny. Xiao Siming, please come this way. The Crown Prince is waiting for you. A palace maid urged. Xiao Wenxu could only look away. A gentle light descended from the sky. Crown Prince Yi Billian, who was originally pale, gradually recovered his complexion under the effect of light magic. A stream of black blood flowed out from Yi Billian's 5 orifices. He's awake. The Crown Prince is awake. The palace was instantly filled with joy. The Crown Prince's Dharma soul. His body is almost fully recovered. He will recover in a month. In terms of diet, it's best to abstain from alcohol. Xiao Wenxu left the palace. However, this time, he didn't meet Yi Biming again. In the palace, a storm was brewing, but Yunsheng didn't know anything about it. After she settled the matters of the hunting squad, she returned to the medicine hall. "Little master, I've been waiting for you." Yunsheng had just returned to Wushuan Limitless Building when she heard Zhong Yi's pitiful voice. He was a dignified, sacred beast summoner, but he had been hiding all this time. It wasn't easy for him to wait until Yunsheng was alone. Only then did he have the guts to appear. "Zhong Yi, I only asked you to teach the Dark Crown Prince a lesson, but you've caused such a big trouble." Yunsheng pretended to be dissatisfied. "Hey, little master, the crown princes of those two countries aren't good people. One of them fell to his death. Moreover, how could someone from Zhou State's royal family die just like that? Even if the Medicine Emperor Pavilion doesn't appear, the Dharma Temple will send someone." Zhong Yi understood. "What do you mean? They don't have a sage herb with more than 6 leaves, so they can't refine the 1,000 gold pill. Yi Balian won't live for long." The Crown Prince of Zhou State was taken care of by Yunsheng along the way. Yunsheng was sure that if it wasn't for her soul-healing divine needle, even if the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's great master appeared, Yi Balian wouldn't have survived. She definitely wouldn't expose her medical skills for a scumbag like the Crown Prince of Zhou State. Just because ancient medical skills aren't good doesn't mean that magic isn't good. That idiot Crown Prince of Zhou State is the successor that the Dharma Temple has high hopes for. If he dies, Yi Baiming will be the most suitable successor among the Zhou State's royal family. The Dharma Temple will definitely step in, with light magic as a treatment. Even if the Crown Prince dies, he can be saved. Zhong Yi found some tea in the medicine hall and started drinking. When he came, he also looked around. It seemed that his little master was right. She was really a pharmacist. She was actually managing the medicine hall of Wushuan Wuji School, the #1 martial arts hall in Zhou State, at such a young age. When he sneaked in, he observed the place and realized that the martial arts practitioners in the martial arts hall were all quite strong. It seemed that he had to be more careful when he moved around this area in the future. He didn't want to be caught in the gutter. The Dharma Temple will also appoint the successors of the 5 great countries. Yunsheng had always thought that the Dharma Temple taught all kinds of basic magic and developed potions. She didn't expect that the royal families of the 5 great countries were also related to the Dharma Temple. "Haha, little master, you are young, so you don't know some of the secrets of the continent." Zhong Yi explained. Only then did Yunsheng know some of the secrets of the continent. Thousands of years ago in the Boundless Continent, the masters of the 8 barren divine weapons either died or passed away. The remaining masters established the Dongwang dynasty, the Hunter Union, the Zhao State, and the Dharma Temple. The 4 masters had been friends for a long time. Although they established their own powers, they also had an 8 barren treaty. This treaty was also to prevent the demonic beasts that were once chased out of the Boundless Continent from reappearing. The Dongwang dynasty and the 3 great organizations had to establish a friendly and balanced relationship. However, the division of the Dongwang dynasty was unexpected. In the first few months after the division of the Dongwang dynasty, the people of the continent suffered, and the people had no way of making a living. The Duqian Beast Blood Cloud world also became active because of this. Finally, the 3 great organizations couldn't hold back anymore. They jointly issued a call for martial artists, sorcerers, and summoners. They forcibly stabilized the political situation of the continent that was on the verge of collapse. The 3 great organizations and the remaining powers of the Dongwang dynasty supported different rulers according to their own interests. Zhou State and later Qin were occupied by the Hunter Union. They ruled the country with martial arts. Penglai State directly became the rear power of the Zhao State. There were many summoners there, and the Dharma Temple chose the resource-rich Tangyuan State. The remaining Dongwang dynasty and the Immortal Residence became the last strongholds of the Gu Dongwang dynasty and the elves. Since that's the case, Zhou State and later Qin should be under the jurisdiction of the Hunter Union. Even if the royal family changed, it should be related to the Hunter Union. Why did the Dharma Temple interfere? Yunsheng didn't understand. She didn't expect the 3 great organizations to be behind the seemingly peaceful 5 great countries. Haha, This matter started with the Emperor of Zhou State. Zhong Yi kept her in suspense. Chapter 267. Zhou State's situation is very complicated. It's said that the current Emperor of Zhou State was just an unfavored prince back then. He relied on the power behind him to sign an agreement with the Dharma Temple. Outsiders don't know the details of this agreement, but the general idea is that the Dharma Temple will choose the future Emperor of Zhou State. Zhong Yi was a freelance summoner. He often traveled around the continent and was quite old, so he knew a lot of things that Yun Sheng didn't. Zhou State's complexity wasn't limited to this. Zhou State also had a special existence like the Medicine Emperor's Pavilion. It would be difficult for the Dharma Temple to directly control it. Yun Sheng thought about it again. It was no wonder that Zhou State, which relied on martial arts, would choose the crown prince, Yi Beiyan, as its successor. Although Yi Baiming was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, his special Dharma Soul attribute was one of the reasons why the Dharma Temple was wary of him. Instead of finding a strong successor with great potential, they were more willing to control a crown prince with poor talent and intelligence. The Dharma Temple wanted to rely on the new emperor of Zhou State to secretly control the Hunter Union's subordinate state, Zhou State. So that means Yi Beiyan won't die? This isn't all bad news. Otherwise, if he dies and the Heavenly Hunting Corps is held accountable, we won't be able to escape responsibility. Yinxing thought to herself, even if he doesn't die, the trash won't be able to gain anything. Even if this old man's fall can be repaired with light magic, his magic cultivation in this lifetime can only stop at the level of an archmagus. The elder laughed sinisterly. He took out the 6-leaf purple ginseng that he had threatened her. Little master, this subordinate knows that you must have collected a 9-leaf purple ginseng. That thing is very precious. Save it for when you need to save your life. Take a look and see if you can use this 6-leaf purple ginseng to refine a few pills for me to try. The reason why Zhong Yi signed a master-servant contract with Yun Sheng was that his lifespan was nearing its end, and he urgently needed the sage herb myriad golden pill to prolong his life. No problem. I'll start refining pills today. However, I have a request. While I'm refining pills, you have to guard me. In the future, you'll be a member of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. After this hunting mission, Yunxing finally understood the dangers of both the hunting world and the continent. The overall strength of the Sky Extermination Hunting Corps wasn't bad, but the hunters in the Sky Extermination Hunting Corps were all martial artists. Furthermore, most of them were soldiers and didn't know how to adapt. As for Yun Sheng herself, she was bound by the Little Ci Intong and Wu Profound Limitless School, so it was impossible for her to train those hunters systematically. Second Uncle's hand still needed to be treated, and the Heaven Hunting Army urgently needed an expert to assist them. Although Zhong's personality was eccentric, under the awe of a master like Emperor Zhou, he wouldn't be disloyal for the time being. The existence of him and his Class 9 Eagle Claw Bat King would instantly raise the Heaven Hunting Corps' level. Yun Sheng even considered letting Zhong Yi oversee the Sky Extermination Hunting Corps in the future. Zhong Yi didn't say anything else and agreed. Yun Sheng immediately went to find Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong already knew from the mouths of a few hunters that Yun Sheng had gone to the Qin Nation this time. When he heard the news, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Yun Sheng. This last was too undisciplined and out of control. That was the later Qin. Lass, did you eat a leopard's guts? That group of brats, Zhou Quan, didn't report it. I've already beaten them 20 times. When Yun Songlong saw Yun Sheng, he immediately pulled her in front of him. After carefully looking around, he let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the nervous expression on Second Uncle's face, Yun Sheng felt a wave of warmth. Second Uncle, you shouldn't have punished Zhou Quan and the others. This time, they did very well. I went to Later Qin to look for the 6-leaf sage ginseng. With it, your hand might be saved. After Yun Sheng finished speaking, she took out the 6-leaf sage ginseng. She planned to use the 6-leaf sage ginseng from the Luoxia City Lord's residence to practice. After all, The six-leaf sage ginseng that had undergone a lightning tribulation was too precious. It could be said that she had exchanged her life for it. If did it to look for the six-leaf sage ginseng to treat second uncle's illness. Silly child, it's fine if you don't treat second uncle's hand. If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain it to big brother? Yin Songlong had mixed feelings. Second uncle, since I'm going to start refining pills today, you should go into seclusion with me in the medicine hall. The effects of the pills are the best when they're refined. I've asked Kay to come with me. I want to use the Di Hong song to treat you together. Yin Sheng had already ordered Zhong Yi to protect her in the dark. She had also asked the deputy curator to take care of the Heaven Extermination hunting unit for the time being. Thus, the uncle and niece began their seclusion in the medicine hall. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the roof of the medicine hall, Zhong Yi was bored stiff as he looked around with his Bat King. He was in charge of keeping watch for Yin Sheng, who was refining pills. At this moment, Zhong Yi felt a faint light flickering on the roof. The light on the roof was getting stronger and stronger. Zhong Yi was initially nonchalant, but the light was so blinding that he almost couldn't open his eyes. He took a closer look and realized that it was a ray of sunlight. It was only 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and there was still quite a while before sunset. Where did this ray of sunlight come from? And what's going on? Zhong Yi was curious. Old friend, let's go down and take a look. Zhong Yi patted his summoned beast, and the Bat King flapped its wings and flew towards the medicine hall. Who knew that the Bat King would suddenly feel dizzy after taking flight? It retracted its wings and almost fell off the roof. What made the Bat King feel dizzy was a mellow fragrance that was like fine wine. The fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. Zhong Yi recalled the Bat King and carefully observed the ray of purple light. Above the roof, the ray of purple light seemed to be rushing towards the sky. The purple light was formless and incomparably bright. The ray of sunlight hovered above the medicine hall and gradually spread out in all directions. From 1 li to 3 li, it dyed the entire sky above the Wushuan limitless building purple light. Zhong Yi was shocked, but he was a summoner who ran amok in the mainland. After thinking for a while, he recalled that when the ray of purple light appeared, a dense medicinal fragrance also floated out. This must be a sign that the sage herb 10,000 gold pill is about to be refined. Little Master has indeed succeeded. Such a strange scene must be at least a sage-grade pill. Only then did Zhong Yi know that after 3 days of refining pills, Yin Sheng had finally refined the sage herb 10,000 gold pill. It was rumored that whenever a sage-grade pill appeared, the auspicious sign of the pill would appear. This ray of purple light should be a sign that the sage herb 10,000 gold pill was about to be refined. That ray of purple light soared into the sky and spread out for several li. Such a phenomenon immediately alarmed some people in the Jade Capital. It was especially so when several physicians in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion saw the ray of purple pill clouds. They all abandoned the patients and pills on hand and gathered together to discuss the ray of purple light. Asterisk, asterisk, there are still 2 more chapters to be published at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Sorry, asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 268. Inside the little C.I. Entong, Dr. Fan looked at the purple light with excitement in his heart. Yin Sheng had asked Lin Yao to bring a message over, saying that she would be refining pills in seclusion for the next few days, although the child did not say what kind of pill she was going to refine. But seeing such a large amount of purple light appear, Dr. Fan was shocked. He understood that the appearance of a saint-grade pill meant that there was at least a saint-grade pill or even an even higher divine-grade pill. Imperial physician Rong looked at the rainbow-like glow of the pills that occupied a certain part of Jade Capital and was astonished. How did a doctor who could refine saint-grade pills suddenly appear in the Jade Capital? Among the pills, the light was divided into several types. Among them, the blue light was the primary grade medicine. The light of the middle grade medicine was orange, and the high grade medicine was red. Only saint grade pills would be purple in color. Yao Rong was shocked. It was not that she could not refine Saint-grade pills, but to be able to cause such a large scale of purple light, the quality of the Saint-grade pills must be high. Perhaps only her master, Lord Wanda Guizhou, who had already retired, could refine such a Saint-grade pill. But looking at the direction of the purple light, it was clearly in the direction of Wushuan Limitless School. Earlier, when a Zhang father and son escaped to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had severely reprimanded the people of the martial arts school who came to ask for them. Because of this, Wushuan Limitless School and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion became hostile. It was said that they had already hired a new doctor. It was very likely that the purple mist was refined by that doctor. In this way, the reputation and position of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the continent would be shaken. Yao Rong was burning with anxiety. She brought a few doctors and rushed to the residence of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Yao Rong, do you really not know about the doctor in Wushuan Limitless School? Wanda Guizhou suspected that this person was most likely related to the appearance of the moon god's praise. Yao Rong hesitated for a moment. Actually, halfway through, a name appeared in Yao Rong's mind. Yun Sheng. The doctor called Yun Sheng. Seeing the strange expression on Yao Rong's face, Wanda Guizhou asked, "Do you know who that is?" Disciple does not dare to hide it. I'm only guessing, but I'm not sure. Everything can only be confirmed after going to Wushuan Limitless School to investigate. I suspect that the one who refined the Saint-grade pill is most likely the herbalist that Fan Ji brought to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to participate in the examination. Yao Rong sighed. If her guess was true, then the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would have suffered a huge loss. What? Herbalist? How is that possible? The group of people, including the great medicine master, were all astonished when they found out that the other party was just a herbal gatherer. However, she had sent people to keep an eye on the child's movements. She only heard that the little girl did not stay in the medical center, but entered the Royal Magic Academy to study magic. After that, she could not find any more information. The Guizhou, I still have some memories of that child. She went to participate in the herbalist examination. Although she was young, her knowledge of medicinal herbs made Feng Fei feel inferior. Moreover, that child's courage was surprisingly big. Chi Feng Fei indeed had some impression of that child. She told him about Yun Sheng's participation in the examination, as well as her courage to test medicine, everything. In that case, she is only a herbalist. It is not easy for a herbalist to refine a beginner-grade medicine. Wanda Guizhou was well aware of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's herbalist training system. A herbalist would not be able to come into contact with matters related to alchemy. Disciple has not continued. At that time, after she passed the herbalist examination, she also passed the physician examination at the same time. The physician's waste token was personally given by Disciple. Because of her and Fanji's cooperation, they successfully completed a craniotomy for a child who had a congested brain. It was also Yun Sheng's bold actions that made Yao Rong suspect that she could refine a pill. Craniotomy? Wanda Guizhou was once again shocked speechless. A 6- or 7-year-old child actually completed such a difficult surgery. Normal children at this age would be scared by the sight of blood. Such a genius. Why didn't you recruit her into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? The Guizhou could no longer sit still. During the period when he was in seclusion, so many things happened. Master, it's not that Disciple didn't want to recruit her, but Yao Rong smiled bitterly. That child is not an ordinary person. Disciple invited her with the identity of a physician in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but she rejected. She insisted on learning from Fan Ji, walking the path of dual cultivation of magic and ancient medicine. Magic and ancient medicine were two incompatible things. Fan Ji was expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion because of this. When Yun Sheng said those words, Yao Rong only thought that she was young and ignorant. But today it seemed that the child really relied on her own strength to walk a different path of medicine. Dual cultivation of magic and ancient medicine. If there's really such a child, even this old man would be interested to take a look. Ji Yu and Xiao Wenxu walked out from the Guizhou's residence. The master and disciple had been in the Jade Capital for quite some time. After the Crown Prince's magic soul was restored, his body still needed to be nursed back to health. Ji had also heard that there was a small enchanting in the Jade Capital. He was planning to bring Xiao Wenxiu to take a look at that medical hall, but who knew that they would encounter the matter of the purple glow. Even though pills and demonic medicine belonged to different systems, the purple glow had something in common. There's no time to lose. Let's head to Wushuan Limitless School immediately. Regardless of whether that pill was refined by that child or not, just the Saint Grade pill alone is worth this old man personally visiting. It had been 10 years since the Gui Shou left his residence. Even when his best friend, Yun Ba's second son, Yun Songlong, was injured, he didn't leave his residence. It was only when Yun residence sent Yun Songlong over that he was willing to help. Look at that direction. It's the direction of Wushuan Limitless School. As for the other party's identity, we will know once we head to Wushuan Limitless School. Yao Rong, bring someone to the martial hall. If that pill was really refined by that child, immediately bring her over to meet him. The Gua Shou's identity was honorable, so he naturally wasn't willing to personally visit a junior. Ji didn't think much of it. Since he was a member of the Law Temple, he didn't have any level consciousness of ancient medicine. Thus, he headed to Wushuan Limitless School with Xiao Wenxiu and the group from Medicine Emperor Pavilion. When that purple light appeared, it also caused the entire martial warriors of Wu Profound Limitless School to be pleasantly surprised. The fragrance of the pill was mellow, and some practitioners with shallow cultivation lost their focus and fell asleep. After Vice Hall Master Zhongli received this news, he observed outside the medical hall for a while. Second brother, looks like second brother's hand could be saved this time. Zhongli suppressed his excitement and ordered everyone in the martial hall. The new consecrator of the medicine hall, Elder Yin Yun, was in seclusion to refine pills. No one was allowed to enter the 3-li radius of the medicine hall. Those practitioners who had fainted because of the pill fragrance were also sent back to their respective residences. Everyone in the martial hall, listen to my orders. The martial hall has entered a state of emergency. All practitioners immediately gather outside the martial hall. If you find anyone who intrudes, kill them all. Zhongli understood that this glow would also attract people with ulterior motives. Before Yun Sheng completely refined the pill, he definitely wouldn't let anyone disturb her. Chapter 269. Both inside and outside the dojo were under martial law. Zhong Yi smelled the pill fragrance and did not know if the pill had been refined or not. He did not dare to barge into the medicine hall, so he could only secretly dig a small hole on top of the medicine hall and look inside. When he looked inside, he suddenly heard the melodious sound of a pipa. There were 3 people sitting in the room. A middle-aged man sat in the middle with 2 young girls sitting on both sides. One of them was the little master, and the other was the Oriole who was holding a pipa and playing the Dihong song. The sound of the pipa was like large and small pearls falling to the ground. It was very pleasant to hear. Zhong Yi listened and could not help but be fascinated. Even the Bat King, who was originally restless because of the red glow, could not help but retract its wings and listen on the roof with its master. The man and the beast unknowingly lay on the roof until sunset. At this time, in the medicine hall, the magical elements in Yun Sheng's hands were colorful and were in the process of forming the final pill. As the magical elements in Yun Sheng's hands condensed, a few pills containing the fragrance of the sage herb appeared in Yun Sheng's hands. Second uncle, take advantage of the pill's effect and eat it immediately. I will perform acupuncture for you and see if I can take the opportunity to open up the do qi in your body. Yun Sheng had been refining pills continuously for 3 days, and her mental energy was on the verge of exhaustion. Fortunately, she was considerate and let the Oriole play the Dihong song at the end of the refining process. As expected, when the pipa sound came out, Yun Sheng felt the magical elements in her body recover. Elder Zong, don't poke your head out from above. Take your sage herb 10,000 gold pill immediately. You'll have to put it to good use later. Yun Sheng gave a pill to Yun Songlong and flicked it. A purple color accurately landed in Zhong Yi's hands. Yinsheng had also heard that a Saint-grade pill could trigger a pill cloud phenomenon. It was just that she didn't expect that the pill refining this time would trigger such a shocking phenomenon. Even if she did not leave the medicine hall, she knew that the appearance of a Saint-rank pill in Wushuan Limitless Hall could no longer be hidden. At this moment, outside Wu Profound Limitless Hall, there was definitely a huge crowd. When the Zhong personality smelled the fragrance, he felt that his spiritual sense was refreshed. He was wild with joy as he also knew that this was the legendary sage herb myriad golden pill. Zhong, he didn't dare to be careless, and quickly sat down cross-legged. The moment the pill entered his mouth, the Zhong personality felt his mouth fill with saliva. The Dharma soul in his body immediately gave off a dazzling light. Zhong, he was already over 60 years old. Because he was not a martial artist, his body was already on the verge of drying up. However, as soon as the sage ginseng entered his mouth, he felt that his originally fragile meridians were being continuously washed and repaired by a powerful essence qi. His originally mottled white hair had turned from black to white. The wrinkles on his bark-like face had also miraculously disappeared. His muscles were once again infused with vitality and became elastic. The age spots quickly faded away, and even his loosened muscles and bones glowed with new strength. At the same time that the Zhong personality's body was transforming, the eagle-claw Bat King that was entrenched above the medicine hall also changed. The eagle-claw Bat King was the Zhong personality's natal beast. Its life and death and evolution were closely linked from the moment it signed a contract with the Zhong personality. The eagle-claw Bat King had followed the Zhong personality for dozens of years. Its state was also connected to the Zhong personality. Under the effect of the sage herb myriad golden pill, the Zhong personality underwent a shocking transformation. The eagle-claw Bat King also benefited a lot. Roar dash, the eagle-claw Bat King's 1 meter wide, like the wings of a glider, spread out. The bones on top of it let out a crackling sound like beans. Its claws also continued to expand. From the original eagle claw shape, it became like the sharp claws of a flood dragon. Breakthrough, the 9th level eagle claw Bat King broke through to the commander level dragon claw Bat King. Ha 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 dash. The Zhong personality faced the sky and roared. The old summoner in his 60s disappeared. In front of Yinsheng and the others stood a 30-year-old summoner powerhouse. The Zhong personality was very excited. He touched his face and looked at his limbs that were glowing with the unique roaming power of young people again. He couldn't help but laugh. Old friend, you've also broken through. You're a commander-level demon beast. The Zhong Yi, want to see what you can do to me. The Zhong Yi couldn't help but feel proud. He turned his head, his knees touched the ground, but he respectfully called out to Yunsheng, Little Master. The Zhong personality called her Little Master willingly. If it was said that he had no choice but to submit to an 8-year-old female summoner because he was intimidated by the pressure of the Summoner Emperor level expert, then he had no choice but to submit to an 8-year-old female summoner. But at this moment, he was really convinced by Yunsheng. She could make him rejuvenate and return to his peak state. She could make him a blessing in disguise and suddenly become a commander-level magical beast. These two things, if it was in the past, the Zhong personality wouldn't even dare to dream. But Yinsheng made these things come true. Master, you are not only the reincarnated parent of my Zhong personality, but also the reincarnated parent of my old man. We will only recognize you as our master in this life. Who was the Zhong personality? He was proud and arrogant. Even if it was the Zhao state, he had never been afraid. You are welcome. You helped me teach the princes of Zhou state and later Qin a lesson. I will help you refine the 1,000 gold pill. This is what we agreed on earlier. You just need to assist me like before. I still have to treat my second uncle's injury. At this moment, there must be a lot of people gathered outside the martial arts school. Help me block them and don't disturb my treatment. Yunsheng was relieved when she saw the Zhong personality's appearance. It seemed that the 1,000 gold pill that could bring the dead back to life mentioned on Elder Zhang's note was not fake. Second, Uncle Yin Songlong's broken hand might really be cured with sage ginseng. Master, don't worry. With my Zong personality here, not to mention a living person, even a mosquito won't be able to come in and disturb Master. The Zong personality laughed straightforwardly. After he regained his youthful state, he was full of energy, and his magical beast had also evolved. Right now, even if there were 10,000 soldiers outside, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid, let alone a few weaklings. After the Zong personality finished speaking, he strode out. He and the Dragonclaw Bat King quickly rushed out of the martial arts school. Outside the Wushuan Everlasting Martial School, the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the two arbiters of the Law Temple were blocked outside by a group of martial artists. The deputy director has ordered that all members of the Wushuan Everlasting Martial School be on guard. No one outside the school is allowed to enter. The martial artists outside the school were all fierce. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Wushuan Everlasting Martial School had already disliked each other because of Elder Zhang's matter. I am the Imperial Physician, Rome. These two are the arbiters of the Law Temple. Could it be that you dare to block us outside? Yao Rong and the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were filled with righteous indignation. The Wushuan Everlasting Martial School was so arrogant. The Imperial Physician and the arbiter of the Law Temple? Today, the sun really rose from the west. Why did these big shots who rarely walked around the continent all suddenly come to the Wushuan Everlasting Martial School? When the martial artists heard this, they were also shocked by the other party's background. Among these three people, any one of them was comparable to the most illustrious figure in the Zhou state. Why were they gathered in the Wushuan Everlasting Martial School? The martial artists looked at each other in dismay. A few of them immediately sent people in to report to the deputy director. Who dares to enter? You have to pass through my Zone personality first. Just as the martial artists were in danger, they suddenly saw a black shadow in the sky that enveloped them like lightning. Chapter 270. That black shadow came very quickly, and in a short while, it was above the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Zong, during this period of time, the name of Zong had spread throughout the entire Zhou state. The news of a sacred bee summoner called Zong seriously injuring the crown prince of Zhou state and insulting the crown prince of Later Qin had already spread throughout several large countries. Later Qin state even issued a wanted order to kill Zong Yi. Who would have thought that he was actually hiding in Zhou state? Later Qin's wanted order stated that Zong Yi was a sacred bee summoner. His magical beast was a rare eagle claw bat king. This person's temperament was erratic and temperamental. He was not to be trifled with. Everyone raised their heads and saw a gigantic bat king in the sky. There was a man sitting on Bat King's back. Not to mention the man, just the bat under him. Look at the Bat King's feet. Everyone's gaze fell on the Bat King's feet. Dragonclaw Bat. That's a commander-level mutated magical beast. In the direction of Wushuan Limitless School, a few warriors walked over. They were the deputy head of the school, who was dressed in martial arts attire, Yi Baiming, Cheng Bai, and Bu Jiuxiao. Looking at Zong Yi and the Bat King that had already advanced to commander level, whether it was the people from the martial arts school or the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, even the two judges of life from the temple, they couldn't help but change their expressions. It had been a long time since a commander-level magical beast had appeared in Zhou State's Jade capital. After advancing, the Dragonclaw Bat King's strength was even more astonishing. It bared its teeth and let out a buzzing sound. Wherever the sound went, the bats that lived in Jade capital all came out of their nests. At this time, there was still some time before sunset. Under the cover of the purple light, the bats that filled the sky densely covered the entire Wushuan Limitless School. It was as if dark clouds were covering it. The situation was indescribably strange. Zong Yi Baiming saw Zong Yi on the back of the Dragonclaw Bat at a glance. Although his appearance had undergone a shocking change, Zong Yi was still Zong Yi. It had only been half a month, but an old man who looked like he was in his 70s had returned to his prime. Yi Biming was certain that it was not magic. Could it be? He thought of the purple glow in the dojo and the direction the zone persona had come from. Yi Biming suddenly understood. Little wildcat. It seemed that the zone persona's rejuvenation must have something to do with Yun Sheng. Zone E. How dare you barge in a whooper-found limitless school alone? Since he didn't know his fighting strength, he thought that Zone E was here to cause trouble. Aha, I say, big guy, don't try to offend the Dragon King Temple. This old man is not here to offend your martial arts school. We're on the same side. This bunch of people from a Medicine Emperor Pavilion and Dharma Temple are making a racket outside, disturbing our little master from concocting pills. The Zong elder rolled his eyes at the group of physicians from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, as well as Gu and the rest. Little master? Battle Force was shocked. The person who could control a sacred bee summoner was actually someone from Whooper-found Limitless School? She is the guest elder of your Whooper-found Limitless School, Miracle Dr. Yin. She is my little master. Let me tell you, while this old man is in a good mood today, you should leave as far as possible. Don't hinder my master from treating her second uncle's hand. If there is a delay, none of you will be able to compensate. The Zong elder patted the head of the Dragon Claw Bat King with a sinister expression. It immediately released a sharp sound wave from its mouth. With a bang, the sound wave hit the group of people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Everyone, step back. Xiao Wenshu waved the magic scepter in his hand, and the second magic soul stone on the scepter suddenly lit up. A magic shield blocked the sound wave attack. The light magic and the sound wave collided. Both of them dissipated at the same time. The people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were shocked. The Zong elder, who was sitting on the back of the Dragon Claw Bat King, raised his eyebrows and laughed. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert in the Dharma Temple. Let's have a competition. Hold on. Yao Rong walked out, her expression somewhat agitated. Just now, you said that your master was going to treat whose hand? The son of the martial saint of Zhou State, Martial Marquis Yun Songlong. The Zong elder reported Yun Songlong's name. In the entire Zhou State, there were not many people who could catch the Zong elder's eye. The father and son of the Yun family were an exception. Back then, when Yun Songlong was guarding the southern border of Zhou State, the Zong elder happened to be traveling by the border of Zhou State. He saw the Yun family army resisting the allied forces of Later Qin and Tang Yuan with 1,000 men. Yun Ba's name as the martial saint was famous throughout the continent. However, although he admired Yun Songlong, he never thought that there would be a day when he would have to serve a descendant of the Yun family. Fate really made fools of people. The Zong elder couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is impossible. Yun Songlong's hand is already broken. Haven't he treated? The doctors from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were in disbelief. Ji Yu and Xiao Wenshu from the Dharma Temple were also astonished. The Dharma Temple was also aware of the condition of Yun Songlong's hand. It was not impossible to use light magic to regrow a broken limb. However, the relationship between the Dharma Temple and the Yun family was very ordinary. In fact, because the Dharma Temple wanted to secretly control Zhou State, they had some conflicts with the Yun family. As for the Yun family's first young master, one of the Yun family's young General Yun's hands was crippled. Countless people had seen him personally being sent to the great imperial physician. Why is it impossible? Just because you people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion can't do it doesn't mean that my little master can't. If you don't believe me, you can wait here. The Zong elder's face was full of arrogance. These reckless people actually dared to look down on his little master's medical skills. In the Zong elder's eyes, the current Yun Sheng was much more powerful than those high and mighty imperial physicians and great imperial physicians. Everyone, since Miracle Dr. Yun is treating Yun Songlong, please wait for a moment. Men, close all the entrances of the martial arts center. As long as Miracle Dr. Yun doesn't come out, no one is allowed to enter or leave the martial arts center. At this moment, Zhangli only wanted to ensure that no one disturbed Yun Songlong's treatment. In other words, he was not allowing the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Dharma Temple to enter or leave. Seeing that Zhangli was so impolite, The people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were furious. However, since Yao Rong did not say anything, they could not say anything. Moreover, in front of a group of strong and powerful martial artists, these doctors who did not even have the strength to trust a chicken dared not act rashly. When Zhongli saw that the group of doctors were angry but did not dare to say anything, he was secretly pleased. Elder Zhang's debt could finally be paid back. In the medicine hall, Yun Sheng was treating Yun Songlong's hand. Second uncle, take the purple ginseng 10,000 gold pill first. Then I'll use the 9-leaf purple ginseng to heal you. Yun Sheng had already thought about it. Regrowing a severed hand was something that defied the heavens. It was many times more difficult than regaining one's youth. Therefore, just relying on one sage herb 1,000 gold pill was far from enough. It also needed to be combined with a 9-leaf sage herb. Yun Songlong was also skeptical about the effects of the sage herb 1,000 gold pill. However, after witnessing Zhang Li's demonic beast leveling up in its new appearance, Yun Songlong could not help but feel more confident. After the sage herb 1,000 gold pill entered his stomach, Yun Songlong felt a warmth in his abdomen. In his body that had not moved for many years, the sealed Do Qi could be faintly felt. Strands of Do Qi slowly seeped out from his meridians. Soon, his entire body emitted a red glow that was similar to a soldering iron. Sweat rolled down his body like a waterfall. Blood flowed in reverse from his left hand and legs. Yun Sheng took out the water needle from the Four Seasons colored glass needles and continuously used it to cool Yun Songlong's body. At the same time, she released the Do Qi that had been accumulated in his body for a long time. Chapter 271. As early as when Yun Sheng was treating Yun Songlong for the first time, she had already discovered that the fighting energy in Yun Songlong's body was confined by a special method. This method was very tricky, and the power of Yun Sheng's soul-healing divine needle at that time was not enough to remove it. However, now that she had the assistance of the sage herb myriad gold pill and the Dihong song, the effect was different. The medicinal effect of the sage herb myriad gold pill was continuously released. The medicinal effect attacked the veins and strange muscles in Yun Songlong's body. It was as if a peerless expert was continuously attacking the restrained fighting energy in Yun Songlong's body. As he had been confined for too long, the fighting energy emitted from his body had already turned into a muddy color like black mud. Under the effect of Yun Sheng's soul-healing divine needle, the fighting energy was guided and flowed throughout his body. Yun Songlong's sweat gradually turned red like blood. Yun Sheng's face and forehead were also covered in sweat. Just now, she had also consumed a sage herb myriad gold pill. Under the effect of the sage herb myriad gold pill and the Dihong song, she had already raised the power of the jade marrow technique to the 5th level. The dark needles continuously moved around in Yun Songlong's body. Oriole, who was watching from the side, was extremely nervous, but she did not dare to stop. Yun Sheng had already instructed her that she must play the Dihong song during the entire treatment process. The sound of the pipa gradually became faster, and the needles in Yun Sheng's hand also became faster and faster. Trillium hand doubled, tripled, and finally reached 10 times the usual rate. Oriole could not see the shadow of Yun Sheng's hand clearly at all. She could only see the shadows of the needles. It's time. Yun Sheng frowned and immediately took out the 9-leaf sage herb that she had obtained from the Luoxiao wetland earlier. The 9-leaf sage herb had already shed its original appearance after going through the lightning tribulation. The sage herb, which was known as the divine herb, now looked like a newly grown white radish, white and tender. The richest spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed in its body. Yun Sheng placed the sage herb in her hand, and the fire element enveloped the sage herb. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upon contact with the fire element, the spiritual 9-leaf sage herb let out a pitiful squeak. However, Yun Sheng turned a deaf ear to it. Within the flames, the sage herb turned into an invisible spiritual ore. Yun immediately covered Yun Songlong's severed right hand with the spiritual liquid. The moment the spiritual liquid touched Yun Songlong's severed hand, Yun Songlong's expression changed. A strange feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. He felt his right hand, which had been lost for a very long time. At the fracture, he felt an itch. Following that, something similar to granulation appeared. As time passed, the granulation grew longer and larger, transforming from its initial appearance into the shape of a hand. Fleshes Songlong's muscles. It felt like a century had passed, but it also felt like an instant. Yin Songlong's right hand was finally back. Even after his right hand had completely grown back, Yin Songlong still stared at his right hand in disbelief. And Yin Songlong was so emotional that he couldn't say anything. His eyes were glistening with tears. He never thought that there would be a day when his hand would return. Second uncle, your hand is back. Not only your hand, the do qi in your body has almost recovered. Yin Sheng smiled in relief. She had already examined Yin Songlong. His condition was much better than he had imagined. The do qi in Yin Songlong's body hadn't dissipated in the past few years. Instead, he was still able to reach the state of a martial marquis. Yin Songlong couldn't help but move his hand. He punched the wall of the medicine hall. A fist mark several inches deep appeared on the wall. Haha Sheng. Yin Songlong couldn't help but be excited. He hugged Yin Sheng and laughed loudly. As he laughed, tears rolled down his cheeks. 8 years. A whole 8 years. He, Yin Songlong, still had a day when he could recover. This was all thanks to his niece, Yin Sheng. For this treatment, Yin Sheng was already exhausted. Seeing that Yin Songlong, who hadn't laughed for a long time, had recovered, she couldn't help but feel gratified. Second uncle, the do qi in your body will recover to its original state after you adjust your breathing for a while. Looking at the condition of your body right now, it's not the slightest bit inferior to a fierce general on the battlefield. At the same time that Yin Sheng was happy, she secretly thought in her heart, I wonder if the sage herb 10,000 gold pill will have any effect if it's given to her father, Yin Songhai. Sheng second uncle is no longer the fierce general of Zhou State. At least, I don't want to be a general anymore. I have also thought about it. In a while, I will go to Zhou State's emperor and officially resign from the position of general. In the future, I will be a hunter with the brothers of the Yun family army. Yin Songlong said seriously, you plan to resign from the position of general? This, I'm afraid old General Yun won't agree. The Yun family was full of martyrs and had always been the pillars of the country. She didn't expect that the first thing Yun Songlong did after recovering was to resign from his position. Sheng, you don't need to persuade me. I have already made up my mind. Haven't you always wondered how my hand was injured? The recovery of Yin Songlong's hand not only made up for the regret that had accumulated in his heart for many years, it also made a breakthrough in his mental state. In the past, he was young and frivolous. He wholeheartedly wanted to make a breakthrough in the martial realm and become a fierce general more powerful than his father. Who would have thought that a battle would shatter all of his hopes? Yin Songlong told Yin Sheng about the things that had happened to him in the past. 7 or 8 years ago, Yin Songlong was appointed as Zhou State's youngest general. He and Zhang Li were ordered to go to the southern border of Zhou State to guard the chaotic border. One day, when he was patrolling alone, he encountered a young girl outside the border city. That young girl was only 17 or 18 years old. She was abnormally beautiful. She was teased by several passing later Qin soldiers. When Yin Songlong saw this, he immediately came to her rescue. That young girl was naturally very grateful. After Yin Songlong sent her back to her residence, the two of them had many private interactions. Yin Songlong liked music, and that young girl was also very good at playing the zither. Unknowingly, the two of them fell in love with each other. Yin Songlong couldn't help but propose to that young girl. Who would have thought that when a young girl heard this, she would be terrified and uneasy? She rejected Yin Songlong's proposal on the spot. After that day, The young girl refused to see Yun Songlong again. At first, Yun Songlong didn't give up. Every evening, he would go to the young girl's door and play music. This was also a special way of communicating with the young girl for many days. Although the young girl closed her door and didn't see him, when she heard Yun Songlong's flute, she couldn't help but play in response. The two of them spent half a year like this, until one night, Yun Songlong arrived at the young girl's residence 2 hours late because he was busy with military affairs. However, he found that the young girl was already gone. Chapter 272. At that time, Yun Songlong searched the entire city like a madman, but he never found a trace of the girl. In his grief, Yun Songlong bought the house where the girl lived. Every few days, he would play the flute in front of the house, hoping that the girl would return one day. One day, when he returned to the house, he found a young man with a gloomy expression waiting for him. That man claimed to be the girl's fiancé and that he had been engaged to the girl since they were young. He told Yun Songlong not to get involved with the girl. It turned out that the girl was the daughter of a clan from the mainland's hidden city, Grand Emperor's city, Yuan Shahua. Only then did Yun Songlong realize that the identity and name the girl had told him were fake. Yuan Shahua was the eldest daughter of the Yuan clan, a large clan in Grand Emperor City. Ever since she was born, she had never left Grand Emperor City, until she was 16 years old. According to the rules of Grand Emperor City, citizens of Grand Emperor City were required to travel after reaching the age of 16 to broaden their horizons. At the same time, they were required to understand the strength of their peers on the mainland. The travel period was 1 year. During this period, the elders and guards of the clan were not allowed to accompany them. Yuan Shahua was a straightforward person. She traveled alone until she reached Zhou State's Nanming City. That day, as fate would have it, she encountered later Qin soldiers outside the city. Just as she was about to teach them a lesson, Yun Songlong, who was passing by, saved her. Yun Songlong was young and handsome. He was also very skilled. After that time, the two of them connected and got along very well. Yuan Shahua grew up in Grand Emperor City. Unknowingly, she fell in love with Yun Songlong. Until the 1-year travel period was almost up, Yuan Shahua received orders from Grand Emperor City to return to Grand Emperor City. It was only then that Yuan Shahua realized that she could no longer leave Yun Songlong's side. It was also at that time that Yun Songlong realized what was on his mind. He took the initiative to propose to Yuan Shahua. When she learned of Yun Songlong's feelings, Yuan Shahua was overjoyed. However, at the same time, she was heartbroken because she knew that as the daughter of a clan in Grand Emperor City, she had already been engaged to someone in the city. Yuan Shahua naturally knew of Grand Emperor City's methods. In order not to implicate Yun Songlong, she could only suppress the love in her heart and angrily rebuke Yun Songlong. However, Yun Songlong did not give up. He would come to look for Yuan Shahua every evening. It was only when Yuan Shahua was forced to leave Border City under the urging of her family that they finally gave up. After Yuan Shahua returned to Grand Emperor City, her longing for Yun Songlong grew stronger by the day. She would hug her zither and cry every day, and her health was getting worse and worse. This made Yuan Shahua's mother feel very strange. Unable to withstand the repeated persuasion of her family members, she finally told them what had happened. She even begged her family to cancel her engagement with the city lord's son. After hearing this news, her fiancé, the eldest son of the city lord of Grand Emperor City, Xian Wuji, was furious. He used the power of Grand Emperor City to quickly find out that the man who seduced his fiancée was the son of the martial saint of Zhou State, Yun Songlong. After Yun Songlong found out about the girl's identity, he finally understood why the girl was unwilling to accept his proposal. In the face of the overbearing son of the Grand Emperor City's city lord, Yun Songlong did not back down at all after learning the truth. He even declared that he would not give up on Yuan Shahua. However, Xian Wuji only snorted and warned Yun Songlong that he would regret it one day. At the time, Yun Songlong did not take the other party's threat to heart. At the time, Yun Songlong was still too young. He did not know that although Grand Emperor's City was a hidden place, it had the unimaginable strength of Qinghai University. After that day, the originally peaceful southern part of the great Zhou dynasty suddenly became turbulent because of the discovery of a mine. Later, Qin and Tang Yuan formed an alliance. The two countries clashed with Zhou State's army in order to compete for the precious mine resources at the border. As the general of the border guards, Yun Songlong naturally had to lead his troops into battle. In the first few battles, Zhou State's army won a complete victory. However, in the last few battles, the situation took a turn for the worse. Zhou State's army's troops, transporting supplies, were ambushed many times. Unable to deliver the supplies, the army's morale was in disarray. Not only that, but later Qin and Tang Yuan's allied army also went all the way and defeated Zhou State's army. The situation was completely different from the two countries' armies that had been defeated earlier. Zhou State's spies asked around and found out that a new strategist had joined later Qin and Tang Yuan's army. That strategist was said to be from Grand Emperor's City. Only then did Yin Songlong know that Xian Wuji had already made his move. He wanted to use this battle to defeat Yin Songlong and ruin his reputation in Zhou State's imperial court. After hearing this news, Yin Songlong did not want to fight for a long time. He studied the situation at the border with his combat forces and prepared to retreat to a city with sufficient supplies to wait for reinforcements. However, right at that moment, Yin Songlong unexpectedly received a letter. The letter was from Yuan Shahua. In the letter, she stated that she had escaped from Grand Emperor's City. She was now in a border city and hoped that Yin Songlong could go and meet her. She was determined to abandon her family and everything to marry Yin Songlong. Knowing that the person he loved was close at hand, Yin Songlong could not help but be moved. He ignored combat forces' obstruction and personally rushed to the border city. Combat forces was worried about his safety and chose 1,000 Yin family elites to secretly protect him. The border city was also the place where Yin Songlong and the girl first met. There were more than 10,000 innocent civilians in the city. However, when Yin Songlong arrived, he found that Yuan Shahua was not in the city at all. Instead, the border city had been surrounded by later Qin and Tang Yuan. The way forward was unclear and the way back was cut off. The city was in imminent danger. Only then did Yin Songlong come to his senses. He had been tricked by Xian Wuji and Yuan Shahua. He could not bear to see the innocent civilians implicated by him. He quietly evacuated the civilians in the city, causing him and the Yun family army to miss the best time to break out. When he recalled the past, Yin Songlong felt a moment of sadness. The matter of Yuan Shahua had always been a knot in his heart. Back then, combat forces had concealed the fact that Yin Songlong had secretly left the army in order to protect his reputation. However, Yin Songlong knew very well that so many of his brothers in the Yin family army had died for him. There was a rumor that someone had been playing the zither outside Southern Sea City for 3 days and 3 nights during the battle. Was it talking about Yuan Shahua? Since she wanted to use the Di Hong song to help you, why would she harm you? Second uncle, there must be something fishy about this. When Yun Sheng heard this, she could not help but interrupt Yin Songlong. Sheng you have to defend her. That letter was indeed written by her. Her handwriting is very special. At the end of the letter, there is her special personal seal. She pretended to write a letter to me and led me to the border city. What was her intention? Yin Songlong's face was already filled with sadness when he said this. Chapter 273. Yuan Shahua's betrayal had caused the deaths of almost all the brothers of the Yun family army. Even after so many years, Yin Songlong had never been able to forgive himself. If he had not trusted her too much, he would not have ended up in such a state. Therefore, Yin Songlong had been living in self-blame all these years and had always been in pain. He hated that Yuan Shahua, but at the same time, he could not forget the friendship between the two of them. It was also because of this that Yin Songlong had been unwilling to talk about marriage for many years after returning to the Jade capital. Yin Songlong had never mentioned these things to outsiders. Even battle prowess only vaguely knew that he had once had a lover in the border city. However, battle prowess and Yun Ba both vaguely knew that his lover was from the Grand Emperor city. Under the influence of the Di Hong song, Yin Songlong led less than 1,000 Yun family army soldiers and fought to the last moment without any food reserves in the city. However, just as Yun Ba was about to arrive with his army, a group of magical beasts with strength no lower than the 6th level appeared outside southern border city. Yin Songlong was even heavily injured by a 9th level magical beast. At that time, the person who injured me was the eldest son of the Grand Emperor City's city lord, Xian Wuji. I did not expect him to be a summoner. As a hidden city, the Grand Emperor City had existed on the continent for even longer than the 5 great nations. Their city had produced many talented people. The eldest son of the city lord was only in his early 20s, but relied on his powerful summoned beast to kill hundreds of Yun family army soldiers. In his anger, Yin Songlong entered the state of beast blood frenzy. However, under the siege of the experts of the Grand Emperor City, one hand was still chopped off and the other was crippled. However, for some reason, the eldest son of the city lord did not dare to kill Yin Songlong. Just as more than half of the Yin family army was dead and Yin Songlong was on the verge of death, the martial saint of Zhou State, Yin Ba, arrived. The might of a martial saint was earth-shattering. Seeing his second son Yin Songlong in such a state, Yin Ba was furious. With his own strength, he had killed 300 experts from Grand Emperor City. Even the eldest son of Grand Emperor City's city lord was severely injured in the end. His demonic beast was even torn into 2 by Yun Ba. At that time, if Marshal Saint Tian Kazi hadn't appeared later Qin and saved the eldest son of Grand Emperor City's city lord, Xin Wuji would have died at Yun Ba's hands. Only now did Yun Sheng realize that her grandfather Yun Ba was such a powerful person. Tian Kazi stepped forward and finally signed a ceasefire agreement with Zhou State. At the same time, he also guaranteed that Grand Emperor would not harm Yin Songlong again. What a great Grand Emperor city! To actually implicate so many commoners and innocent soldiers for the sake of their own selfishness. What kind of bullshit hidden city is this? Yin Sheng was extremely angry when he heard this. The matters between men and women had always been consensual. That son of Grand Emperor City's city lord was so unreasonable that he wanted to kill her second uncle. But second uncle, I keep feeling that there's something more to this. Haven't you gone to look for her? Yin Sheng heard Yin Songlong's description and knew that Yuan Shahua was definitely a sentimental person. Otherwise, why would she play the zither for 3 days and 3 nights outside the city? That's not important anymore. That Yin Songlong who loved her is already dead. What Yin Songlong couldn't let go was that when Tian Kazi left with the seriously injured son of Grand Emperor City's city lord, Yuan Shahua had arrived. She had only ordered people to send the son of Grand Emperor City's city lord into a carriage. From the beginning to the end, she hadn't even glanced at him. Since then, Yin Songlong had been disheartened and remained silent in the general's residence. In a flash, 8 years had passed. If not for Yun Sheng's appearance and curing Yin Songlong's hand, this old matter would have been buried deep in Yun Songlong's heart forever. As the uncle and nephew were talking, second brother. Zhang Li had been waiting outside the medicine hall for a long time. When he heard Yin Songlong's laughter, he couldn't help but feel excited. The moment he entered the medicine hall, he saw Yin Songlong. Zhang Li took a step forward and stared at Yin Songlong's hand. Right hand, his second brother's hand that had been broken for many years now appeared in front of him. His bones, tendons, and the dou qi in his body had all been restored. Seeing Zhang Li so excited that he couldn't even speak, Yin Songlong went forward and gave Zhang Li a bear hug. Big brother Zhang, my hand is back. This was the first real greeting between the two brothers in many years. Zhang Li's eyes couldn't help but moisten. This iron-blooded man had been waiting for this moment for 8 years. Let's not talk about this first. What's going on outside? Yin Songlong's dou qi had been restored, and he had reached the cultivation level of a young martial marquis. He had long noticed that there were many people outside. It's the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Divine Dr. Yun's refining of the Saint Grade pill caused the purple glow of the pill to attract people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Humph, those people, they couldn't heal your hand themselves, so they said that no one in the world could. What a joke. After Zhongli confirmed that Yun Songlong had recovered, he was in a good mood. He didn't care about the group of doctors buzzing around outside the dojo like flies. He looked at Yun Songlong again. After taking the sage herb 1,000 gold pill, not only had his hand regrown, he also seemed to have become 10 years younger. Right now, Yin Songlong looked like a young man in his early 20s. This made Zhang Li extremely jealous. He didn't care about his status as the dojo master and asked with a smile, "Divine Dr. Yun, the effects of your sage herb 1,000 gold pill are not bad. Do you have any more? Can you give me one?" "I'm sorry, Deputy Curator. I only have a total of 6 purple ginseng golden pills, and I still have to save them for future use. If there's a chance in the future, I'll naturally give you one." Yinxing found it funny. It seemed that not only women, but men were also very interested in things like not aging. It was a pity that her 6-leaf sage herb 1,000 gold pill was limited. The 9-leaf sage herb 1,000 gold pill was all used on Yun Songlong's arm. "Deputy Curator, the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion are making a ruckus outside. They must see Divine Dr. Yun." Yi Baiming walked in. When he saw Yun Sheng, his fox-like eyes narrowed, and he glanced at Yun Sheng with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Let me go." Yin Songlong glanced at his own niece. Seeing her pale face, he knew that Yun Sheng had overexerted herself and needed to rest. "Then I'll have to trouble second uncle." Yun Sheng was indeed a little tired. She still needed to meditate and digest the medicinal effects of the sage herb 1,000 gold pill in her body. The treatment this time, to her, had benefited a lot. The three of them walked out of Wushuan Limitless Building. When everyone saw Yin Songlong and his right arm, they were also in an uproar. Especially the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they were all dumbfounded. Even a blind person could see that Yin Songlong's arm had really been cured. Imperial Physician Yao, 2 life judges. After Yin Songlong recovered from his injuries, the aura of a fierce general on the battlefield in his early years was also completely gone. "General Yun, your arm?" The one who found it the most unbelievable was Yao Rong. Not only Yin Songlong's arm, even his condition had recovered very well. As the beloved disciple of the great national hand, Yao Rong knew that his master and Yunba had a good relationship. After Yin Songlong was crippled, he had also treated him several times. However, a heart disease still needed heart medicine. In the early years, Yin Songlong's attitude was negative, so his condition didn't improve. But this Yin Songlong in front of him, who was full of energy, what was going on? "My hand is already healed. Thank you for your concern, Imperial Physician Yao." Yin Songlong was very respectful to the great national hand. "It is indeed healed. Your hand, was it cured by the martial arts schools, doctor?" Yao Rong couldn't wait to see this doctor with such superb medical skills. "Because of my hand, she hasn't slept for an entire day." If Imperial Physician Yao and Grandmaster de Guosho really want to see her, please come back another day. Yin Songlong was very fond of his niece. For his hand, Yin Sheng had not only risked her life, but also spent a lot of energy, making him, as her uncle, feel very guilty. Just as they were talking, they heard the sound of iron hooves. Outside Wushuan Limitless Building, a group of Zhou State's Imperial Guards arrived. When Yi Baiming saw them, his fox eyes narrowed slightly. "Thank you, Jinjin, Bad Squirrel, One-Eyed Owl, Fish, and Fei Fan for your tips. I'm already alive. Thank you, everyone." Chapter 274. Wushuan Limitless Martial Hall's Deputy Director. Listen up. In the name of Zhou State's Emperor, we invite the doctors of your hall to enter the palace. A few military officials came. They looked arrogant and ignored the angry gazes of the martial artists as they prepared to barge in. "Who allowed you to barge into the martial hall?" Suddenly, a thunderous roar was heard. They saw a young general walking out of the martial arts center. When he saw who it was, the Imperial Guard commander was stunned for a moment before taking a closer look. With one look, the Imperial Guard commander shuddered violently. General Yun. He immediately got off his horse and saluted with the rest of the Imperial Guards. Yun Ba was the martial saint of Zhou State. In his early years, he had no less than 100 generals under him. Although the Yun residence had declined over the years, the name of young General Yun was still there. In his early years, Yun Songlong was also a famous general in the army. No need to be so courteous. I will explain to the emperor. Yun Songlong didn't say anything else as he led the Imperial Guards to the palace. General Yun, please wait. Yi Baiming walked forward and whispered in Yun Songlong's ear. After Yun Songlong heard this, he pondered for a moment before nodding his head gratefully. Seeing that things had come to this, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion could only give up and return first. On the other hand, the master and disciple in the temple had different expressions. Master, you suspect that person is the one who refined the moon goddess's praise? Xiao Wenxu was also very curious as to who could refine a saint-rank pill. We will know in a few days whether or not he is. But that Yun Songlong's life, Ji Yu couldn't help but frown. His life is full of ups and downs. He was supposed to die young. Even if he didn't die, he would have lived a mediocre life. But Xiao Wenxu and his disciple looked at each other. This was the first time they had misjudged the person's fate. The crowd outside the Wushuan Limitless Martial Hall also returned to the medicine hall. Master, the people outside have all left. My identity has been exposed. I'm afraid that it will bring you unnecessary trouble. Zhong, he only realized after the fact that he was in Zhou State. He had injured the crown prince of Zhou State and was afraid that it would bring unnecessary trouble to Yun Sheng. You don't have to worry about this matter. I have my own ways. However, I have something to ask you. Do you know about Grand Emperor's City? Yin Songlong had only hurriedly talked about some matters of the Grand Emperor's City just now. Yun Sheng still did not understand the matters of the continent. After listening to Yun Songlong's explanation, Yun Sheng thought that there was something suspicious about the whole thing. Although Second Uncle's hand had recovered, she didn't intend to let off those people who had harmed Second Uncle and so many innocent Yun family soldiers. Yun Sheng thought that Yun Songlong was not someone who would give up so easily. Yun Sheng thought that a large part of the reason why Yun Songlong left the Yun residence and became a hunter was because he wanted to leave the Zhou State's army. He didn't want his own matters to implicate the Zhou State or even the Yun residence. One day, as long as his strength allowed it, Yun Songlong would definitely find the people of Grand Emperor City to compete with and take revenge for the brothers of the Yun family army who had been ambushed and killed. Grand Emperor City? Master, you better not provoke a damn place like Grand Emperor City. However, why did you ask me about Grand Emperor City? Logically speaking, if you want to ask about it, you should ask your master. He is the same as the city lord of Grand Emperor City. They are both experts at the level of Emperor Zhao. I believe that they should have some interactions with each other. When Zhongyi heard this, his eyebrows twitched, and at the same time, his face was filled with confusion. An expert at the level of Emperor Zhao? Could it be that there was an expert at the level of Emperor Zhao overseeing the Grand Emperor City? My master is an otherworldly expert. Regarding these matters, he has always been unconcerned about them. Or could it be that you, a dignified sacred beast summoner, who has been roaming the continent for dozens of years, don't even know about the matters of Grand Emperor City? Yun Sheng still understood the temper of this old subordinate of hers very well. Zhong, he cared a lot about his face. Once he was provoked, he would definitely spill everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. Of course I know. Master, don't forget that I have a Bat King magical beast. With it, as long as there are bats roaming around, I will be able to obtain information. Zhong, he was indeed tricked. As if he was showing off, he told her everything he knew. Among the summoners on the continent, the Zhao state had the most. However, there are not many experts who could reach the level of Emperor Zhao. For example, among the few experts who were at the level of Emperor Zhao, the Zhao state had the most people, including the current Emperor Zhao, There were a total of 3 of them. Of course, this did not include those experts who had hidden themselves from the world. For example, Yun Sheng's master belonged to the category of unknown, peerless experts on the continent. Among the 3 known experts at the level of Emperor Zhao, one of them was the mayor of Grand Emperor City. However, unlike other summoners, the mayor of Grand Emperor City was not a magician like the other summoners. Emperor Zhao of Grand Emperor City used sound as a summoner. He used the Grand Emperor Zhao zither to summon magical beasts. It was said that he was the only person on the continent who could directly use the sound of the zither to summon god-level magical beasts. Zhong Yi thought for a moment. All right, master. Speaking of which, when you were treating the patient just now, the little girl at the side seemed to be playing the Dihong song. Zhong Yi had also been to Grand Emperor City several decades ago and was fortunate enough to listen to the Dihong song once. Although the Oriole's skills were not enough and the sound of the zither was not very beautiful, it was indeed similar to the Dihong song's rhythm. In Grand Emperor City, there were 2 noble families, the Xian family and the Yuan family. These 2 families were said to be formed by the relatives of the first mayor and his wife. And the girl whom Yin Songlong had mentioned earlier, who fell in love with him at first sight, was a member of the Yuan family. Although the Xian and Yuan families had their own clans, according to the rules of the first mayor and his wife, every generation of the Xian and Yuan families must have at least 1 man and woman to be married. The husband and wife had to practice the Dihong song together. Only then would they be able to practice the most powerful Dihong song. This rule had been passed down for many generations in Grand Emperor City. When Yun Sheng heard him say this, she guessed that Yuan Shahua was the girl who had been selected from this generation of the Yuan family to practice the Dihong song with the mayor's eldest son. You mean to use the Dihong song to summon magical beasts? Yun Sheng felt that it was inconceivable when she heard it. She was also a summoner and had always used a summoning array to summon magical beasts. Yes, the Dihong song is divided into 9 parts. It is said that those who can practice it to the highest level can use the Dihong song to summon magical beasts of the divine level. Not only that, the Dihong song has different effects on different people. For example, if a warrior uses it, he can improve his battle energy, but if a magician uses it, he can improve his magical soul. But if a summoner uses it, he can summon magical beasts of the divine level. But after the death of the first generation of the Dihong song, it was very difficult for anyone in the Grand Emperor City to practice all 9 parts of the Dihong song. After the age of 6, everyone in Grand Emperor City would be taught the first 3 parts of the Dihong song. Then, when they turned 10 years old, they would undergo the first test of the Dihong song. Only those who passed the test could learn the last few parts of the Dihong song. Yuan Shahua had once played the last few parts of the Dihong song in front of Yin Songlong. Presumably, she was also a genius of the Xian Yuan family in this area. Chapter 275. No wonder Xian Wuji, the son of the Grand Emperor City Lord, was furious when he found out that his fiancée liked someone else. He even colluded with later Qin and Tang Yuan to kill Yun Songlong. If Yun Songlong wasn't Yin Ba's son, or if Yuan Shahua hadn't played the Dihong song for 3 days and 3 nights, Yin Songlong would have died long ago. By the way, Zhong, if a person can summon a 9th level magical beast, does that mean his Dihong song cultivation is also very high? Yin Sheng was worried about the city lord's son who was seriously injured by Yun Ba, but didn't die. Although Yun Ba and later Qin's martial saint had an agreement, in the past few months, later Qin had been restless. The hidden crown prince had even brazenly tried to assassinate the Zhou state's crown prince. Now that Yin Songlong's hands had recovered, Zhou state had another martial marquis. She believed that this news would spread very quickly. He can summon a 9th level magical beast? I heard that there hasn't been a strong person who can use the Dihong song to summon a 9th level magical beast in Grand Emperor City for a long time. However, in recent years, I heard that a genius youth appeared in a branch of the Yuan family. He was only 16 years old, but he could use the Dihong song to summon an 8th-level magical beast. However, that was only a rumor. No one had actually seen it. If that youth is really 16 years old, I believe that he should have left the city to travel. He couldn't help but sigh. It was really the new generation replacing the old. He, Old Lang, was afraid that he would be beaten to death on the beach. However, Master, why are you asking about this? Yi told Yunxing everything he knew about Grand Emperor City, with a puzzled expression. I was just curious. Yi, listen, I want you to accompany me to the palace. Yunxing already had an idea. Just as Yunsheng was entering the palace, in the distant southern border of Zhou State, you said his hands have recovered? In a simple house, a woman with a veil over her face was adjusting the sound of a zither. When she heard the news from the youth, her hand froze. The woman's hand paused, and her finger was immediately cut by the sharp strings of the zither. Dark red blood flowed out. Big sister, don't be so agitated. Standing in front of the woman was a handsome young man. He wore a white robe, had thick eyebrows, and was very handsome. On his waist was a phoenix head jade flute. Is this news true? The woman's beautiful eyes sparkled. It's definitely true. The news came from mighty Marshal Marquis. He has always been our spy in Jade Capital. But since I know about this, the City Lord's mansion must know about it as well. I'm sure Xuan Wuji already knows about it, said the young man, secretly observing the woman's expression. As expected, the woman was in a daze. Sister, are you still concerned about that guy? The young man's tone was filled with anger. Third brother, what happened back then had nothing to do with Song Lang. I did it willingly. The woman wore a veil, and her eyes were calm. The woman had a pair of beautiful eyes, and her temperament was outstanding. Even if she wore a veil, it was not hard to see that she was a graceful beauty. Big sister, how can you not blame him? You were banished from Grand Emperor City and became like this. Isn't it all because of him? The young man was furious. Under the veil, the once beautiful face was already 10 years ago. The young man was only a 6-year-old child. He still remembered that his big sister, who doted on him the most, followed the custom of Grand Emperor City and traveled to the continent when she was 16 years old. Before leaving, his big sister even promised that she would definitely bring back good food and fun things. His big sister left for a year. When his big sister returned to Grand Emperor City after a year, the young man discovered that his big sister, who had always been docile, had changed. She was no longer cheerful and no longer played with him. She even had a conflict with her parents, locking herself in her room and refusing to eat or drink for several days. Later on, the young man found out that his big sister had fallen in love with an outsider when she was traveling. The Yuan clan lived in seclusion in Grand Emperor City and rarely went out. As the direct descendants of a Yuan clan, most of them practiced marriage between 3 generations within the clan. When the young man's big sister was just born, she was betrothed to the eldest son of the city lord, who was 3 years older than her. In Yuan Bupo's heart, his big sister had always been a well-behaved person. Before Yuan Bupo came of age, Yuan Shahua had always been the most talented person of her generation in Grand Emperor City. She was also the leader of this branch of the Yuan clan. The outside world knew that there were 9 chapters of the Dihong song in Grand Emperor City. However, what outsiders did not know was that the Dihong song was divided into 3 parts. The first 3 chapters were inherited by the city lord, the Xian clan, while the last 3 chapters were safeguarded by the Yuan clan. As for the last 3 chapters of the legendary Dihong song, only the most outstanding heirs of the Xian and Yuan clans would have the opportunity to enter the tomb of Emperor Xian Yuan and obtain the inheritance after they had cultivated the first 6 chapters. Xian Wuji was a summoner and Yuan Shahua was a magician. When they were born, they were designated as the heirs to enter the tomb of Emperor Xian Yuan. Yuan Shahua did not really like Xian Wuji, the son of the city lord, but the 2 of them were childhood sweethearts and had grown up together. Yuan Shahua did not reject him. If Yin Songlong had not appeared, Yuan Shahua's life would have been as planned by her clansmen. Everyone, including Yuan Bupo, thought that his big sister would return to the city to marry Xian Wuji after completing her coming-of-age journey. After all, the two branches of the Xian and Yuan clans had the habit of intermarriage for many years. However, his big sister, who had always been sensible, showed unprecedented stubbornness after she was forcibly brought back to Grand Emperor City. This made the Yuan clan's parents feel very awkward, and the city lord's residents kept pressuring them. Xian Wuji was so angry that he went to Zhou State to look for Yuan Shahua's lover, Yun Songlong. When Yuan Shahua heard this news, she ignored her clansmen's objections and insisted on leaving Grand Emperor City. Yuan Shahua's parents, who were also the current parents of the Yuan clan, had no choice but to seal Yuan Shahua's magic soul and forcibly detain her in the Yuan clan's ancestral hall. Yuan Bupo was still young at that time and was very daring and naughty. He was close to his big sister and could not hold himself back, so he secretly went to visit his big sister behind his parents' back. "Bupo, let big sister out. I must find Songlong. If he dies, I can't live either." In the pitch-black ancestral hall, his big sister's eyes were empty as if she was dead. She washed her face with tears all day long, and her originally beautiful face quickly became haggard. Yuan Bupo's heart softened, and he secretly let Yuan Shahua out. His parents, who had always doted on him, flew into a rage and gave Yuan Bupo a good beating. However, Yuan Bupo did not regret it because he saw his big sister's expression when she left Grand Emperor City. That expression was like a bird that had been imprisoned in a cage for a long time and was finally free. To outsiders, the mysterious Grand Emperor City was nothing more than a cage that imprisoned her love and freedom in the eyes of her elder sister. However, the development of the situation exceeded Yuan Bupo's expectations. The result was that the Zhou State and later Qin's two great martial sages were drawn out. Grand Emperor City suffered a setback in the face of external forces for the first time, and the three states finally stopped fighting. Xian Wuji, who was insufferably arrogant in Grand Emperor City, was seriously injured and brought back. At the same time, Yuan Shahua, who was like a zombie, was also brought back. Yuan Shahua hated Xian Wuji to the core. Yin Songlong's hands were crippled, and more than 1,000 soldiers of the Yin clan had died in vain. However, at the same time, she could not betray Grand Emperor City. When he saw Xian Wuji's injuries, Yuan Bupo realized that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons outside Grand Emperor City. Even with the help of the city lord's summoned beast, Xian Wuji was still humiliated. The city lord was furious and threatened to kill the father and son of the Yun clan. Faced with the conflict between her family and her lover, Yuan Shahua stood out resolutely. Not only did she personally refuse to marry Xian Wuji in front of the entire city, she even used a sharp sword to destroy her unparalleled beauty. Chapter 276. Yuan Bu Pa could still remember the situation back then clearly until now. The gentle elder sister pulled out the purple jade hairpin on her head. She seemed to have lost her senses as she drew hideous wounds on her face one by one. She did not allow anyone to come near her. If anyone did, she would immediately destroy their magic soul. She said each word with hatred. "Xian Wuji, you made Songlong suffer. I wish I could skin you alive. I will never play the Dihong song with you in this lifetime. As long as I, Yuan Shahua, am alive, I will never step into the tomb of Emperor Xinyuan." Her mother, who loved her eldest daughter, fainted on the spot. However, the people from the city lord's mansion were still very aggressive. Faced with such a situation, Yuan Bupo felt a surge of anger in his chest. Although he was only 8 years old, he managed to break free from his clansman's obstruction and hugged Yuan Shahua. "No one is allowed to force my elder sister. It's just the Dihong song. I, Yuan Bupo, swear that I will replace my elder sister and enter the tomb of Emperor Xinyuan. I, Yuan Bupo, will learn the 9 chapters of the Dihong." The child's words came true. With the support of the Yuan clan, Yuan Shahua left the Grand Emperor City. Since then, The naughty and lazy Yuan Bupo learned the Dihong song with determination. His talent was better than Yuan Shahua's. Coupled with his hard work, he finally comprehended the first 5 chapters of the Dihong song at the age of 13. At the age of 15, he comprehended the 6th chapter of the Dihong song and became the first genius in the Grand Emperor's city to do so. Even the people from the Xian family city governor's mansion dared not underestimate Yuan Bupo. Everyone knew that Yuan Bupo would definitely be the one to enter Emperor Xuanyuan's tomb with the Xian family's women in the near future. Yuan Bupo finally turned 16 this year. He also had the opportunity to leave the Grand Emperor's city and travel. The first thing he did when he traveled was to find his elder sister, Yuan Shahua, and meet Yun Songlong. He wanted to know what kind of man could make his elder sister so infatuated that she would betray her clan for him. After much difficulty, he finally found out that his eldest sister, who had left the Grand Emperor's city, was living in seclusion at the southern border of Zhou State. In the past, his eldest sister was beautiful and gentle. She was a genius girl that everyone in the Grand Emperor's city looked up to, and she was also the future wife of the city lord. But now, she had become a lonely woman with a cold personality who was unwilling to go out all day. Facing her younger brother's anger and indignation, Yuan Shahua appeared very calm. She adjusted the strings in her hands and played a note. "Bupo, you still don't have a sweetheart, right?" Yuan Shahua knew her younger brother very well. He had been the only son of the Yuan family since he was young. When he was only 3 years old, he had already displayed talent that surpassed anyone in the city. He was also handsome and had long been admired by the young ladies of the clan in the city. It was also because of this that he developed an arrogant and condescending personality, treating women like dirt. Other than a few sisters in his family, he didn't care about anyone else. What's so good about a woman? She's like a sparrow, chirping and chirping. Yuan Bupo snorted. "Wait until you meet your sweetheart. Then you'll know how I feel. Bupo, promise me that you won't make things difficult for Yin Songlong and don't tell him. I'm here. Between us, there's the Grand Emperor's city and thousands of lives of the Yun family army. It's impossible for us to be together in this lifetime." Yuan Shahua looked at the arrogant Yuan Bupo and shook her head helplessly and dotingly. "Sister, I'll agree to your request. However, I heard that Xian Wuji brought Xian Mimi out on a trip this time as well. Just because I won't harass Yin Songlong doesn't mean that he won't do it." Yuan Bupo didn't mean what he said. He had long planned to go to the Jade capital to take a look when he had the chance. The Xian siblings were very rude and unreasonable. He was afraid that they would take revenge on the Yun family this time. If Yin Songlong couldn't even defeat Xian Wuji, then he really didn't deserve to be with his sister. Yuan Shahua looked at her brother, who was in a daze, and thought back to when she first met Yin Songlong. She was also 16 years old. 8 years had passed. She couldn't help but touch her face. When she touched the centipede-like scars, a trace of pain flashed across her brows. "Songlong, are you all right? I'm afraid you and I won't be able to hear the zither and flute of the southern land in this lifetime." In the Zhou State Palace, Yin Songlong knelt on the ground. He raised the Zhou State general seal high above his head and said loudly, "Your subject, Yin Songlong, requests to resign from the post of general of the Zhou State Cavalry. Your Majesty, please grant me permission." Zhou State's Emperor, Yi Qingtan, couldn't help but frown. In the past few days, the Zhou State's Emperor had been extremely busy because of the Crown Prince's matter. Today, he had just left the Crown Prince's palace with Empress Qi when he heard the palace guard report that General Yin Songlong had requested an audience. Earlier, he had sent people to capture the soldier who had participated in the Crown Prince's escort, who knew that the soldier hadn't returned, and instead, Yin Songlong, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, had requested an audience. Before Yin Songlong was crippled, he was the second grade general of the cavalry of the Zhou State. After he was crippled, the Zhou State's emperor didn't strip him of his military rank in consideration of the Yun family's loyalty. He only took back his military authority. Who knew that Yin Songlong's first words would be to resign? Yin Songlong had returned to the capital in defeat 8 years ago and hadn't attended court for 8 years. After hearing this news, Yi Qingtian's expression didn't show any joy. Instead, there was a trace of astonishment. Beloved official Yun, has your hand been healed? Since that's the case, why do you want to resign from your post? You are a rare talent in the Zhou state. The Zhou state's emperor and the eunuchs all saw that Yun Songlong's hand had recovered. Even his battle chi cultivation had recovered. Reporting to your majesty, this subject's hand has indeed recovered. This subject knows that 8 years ago, during the battle in the south, this subject deserves 10,000 deaths. Your majesty remembered the contributions of the ancestors of the Yun family and didn't punish this subject. In these 8 years, this subject has never fulfilled his duties as a subject. The laws of the Zhou state state that a subject who hasn't attended court for 3 years will be removed from his post and investigated. Yin Songlong had already made up his mind. Beloved official Yun, the number of generals in the Zhou state has withered, and old General Yun is also old. You are in the prime of your life and should help the country share old General Yun's burdens. We won't allow your resignation. Yi Qingtian insisted on not agreeing to Yun Songlong's request. As expected, the Zhou state's emperor didn't agree to his resignation. The ruler and his subject were at a standstill in the court, neither willing to give way. It was easy to join the army, but difficult to resign. The number of generals in the Zhou state's court had withered, and Yun Songlong hadn't left the general's manor for many years. Thus, he didn't know much about the Zhou state's military situation. Reporting to your majesty, the vice commander of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Troop, Yin Yun, and the summoner Zhong Yi are requesting an audience. When Yi Qingtian heard Zhong Yi's name, he was enraged. Are you talking about the summoner Zhong Yi that heavily injured the crown prince? What a good Zhong Yi. He bullied my Zhou state's court and dared to cause trouble in my Zhou state's palace after injuring my son. Men, no matter what method we use, we must take down this old bastard Zhong Yi. Chapter 277. Wait, Your Highness, please don't be impulsive. That Zhong Yi isn't an enemy, so please calm down. It won't be too late for Your Highness to take action after this subject goes out to investigate and find out what's going on. Yin Songlong was also astonished when he heard that Yun Sheng and the Zhong Yi had voluntarily delivered themselves to his doorstep. He had just told Yin Sheng to immediately dispatch the Zhong Yi and leave. Why didn't she follow his instructions? Instead, she brought people to kill her way into the palace. Yin Songlong hurriedly walked out of the palace and saw Yun Sheng and the Zhong Yi waiting outside. Yun Sheng was looking around the palace. This was her first time entering the palace. Sheng, or why did you bring him here? Don't you know that the Emperor of Zhou State has already issued an order to arrest Zhong Yi? Yun Songlong saw that Yun Sheng's face was calm and didn't show the slightest bit of fear, so he shook his head helplessly. His niece was really born bold. In her eyes, the palace was probably just a slightly bigger courtyard. He also knew that his niece had always been unpredictable, but her thoughts were even more meticulous than his. For a moment, he didn't know what Yun Sheng wanted to do. Second uncle, I'm here to help you resign. If Sheng Er's guess is correct, the Emperor of Zhou State definitely didn't agree to your resignation. Don't worry, I'll bring the Zhong Yi in later and we'll definitely be able to help you resign. I can also guarantee that the 3 of us will be able to leave Zhou State's palace unharmed. Yin Sheng paid attention to her surroundings. Just as she brought the Zhong Yi in, at least a dozen unfamiliar magical elements and Duki appeared in the surroundings. There were also the auras of magical beasts. It seemed that there were quite a few experts hidden in Zhou State's palace. The Zhong Yi's face was indifferent. In his eyes, those so-called hidden palace consecrated summoners were just a bunch of kids. He didn't ask why Yun Sheng had brought him here. In his opinion, as long as his Dragon Claw Bat King was here, the Zhou State Palace was no different from a market. He could come and go as he pleased. Yin Songlong brought Yun Sheng and Zhong Yi into the palace. The Emperor of Zhou State was stunned when he saw Zhong Yi. This was the Zhong personality that was rumored to have injured the crown prince. It was said that this person was a sacred bee summoner and was around 60 years old. However, The person in front of him was at most 30 years old. Compared to him, who lived like a prince in Zhou State's imperial palace, he was only a few years older. Yun Sheng was also secretly sizing up the capital of Zhou State. The capital of Zhou State was about 40 years old. He was 70 to 80% similar to Yi Baiming. He had a rather dignified face, sharp eyebrows, and a high nose. However, his lips were as thin as blades, and his slightly shady eyes made him exude a cold aura. Just by looking at his face, the capital of Zhou State must have been a handsome man when he was young. No wonder Empress Li was so infatuated with him. However, Yinxing didn't have a good impression of him because of the rumors about the capital of Zhou State. This commoner Yin Yun kowtows in salute to your majesty. Yun Sheng bowed to the capital of Zhou State. The capital of Zhou State didn't find it strange. He just focused his gaze on Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi didn't even look at the capital of Zhou State, let alone bow to him. He wasn't a citizen of Zhou State and didn't need to bow to the capital of Zhou State. Insolent commoner, why aren't you bowing to his majesty? The eunuch at the side saw this and shouted angrily at Zhong Yi. Don't be rude. Beloved official Yun, what exactly is going on? The capital of Zhou State, Yi Chantan, was able to become the capital of Zhou State from a prince without any backing. His intelligence and strategy were much better than his ignorant and incompetent crown prince son. When he saw Zhong Yi enter, he obediently stood behind the soldier Yin Yun. Instead, he was disrespectful to the capital of Zhou State. Could it be that there was something special about this female hunter's identity? Yin Sanglong didn't know what Yin Sheng was trying to do. Your Majesty, congratulations to your Majesty. Zhou State is prosperous, and the freelance summoner Zhong Yi is willing to temporarily stay in our Zhou State and serve Zhou State, Yin Sheng said in a clear voice. Zhong Yi's face trembled, and he looked suspiciously at Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng nodded at him. A sacred bee summoner was willing to work for the great Zhou country? The capital of Zhou State was also stunned and couldn't react. What exactly was Yin Sheng's intention? Men, capture the traitor who injured the crown prince. Just when the capital of Zhou State and Yin Song didn't understand Yun Sheng's intentions, outside the palace, Empress Qi, who had received the news, rushed in with a group of imperial guards. Knowing that the summoner who injured the crown prince actually dared to come to Zhou State's palace so brazenly, Empress Qi immediately rushed over with her men. A group of guards' army soldiers immediately surrounded the Zhongwei faction. Empress Qi? Yin Sheng didn't like Empress Qi's condescending tone. She was a modern person in her bones. She had always looked down on this kind of rude and domineering woman. However, to be able to snatch the favor of Zhou State's capital from the hands of Empress Li, the former #1 beauty of Zhou State, this Empress Qi was definitely not simple. Yun Sheng looked over and saw a very graceful and elegant woman. Empress Qi was dressed in Empress attire and a phoenix coronet, but the slightly raised corner of her eyes and the mole by her mouth revealed her stubbornness. Empress Qi was the woman that Zhou State's capital had favored for more than 10 years. After the previous empress of Zhou State, Empress Li, was deposed, Empress Qi had been sitting steadily in the empress's position. With one look, Yinxing couldn't help but have doubts. This Empress Qi was beautiful, but she wasn't a great beauty that could topple the nation. Furthermore, her aura was only accumulated by the accumulation of beautiful clothes. Could it be that Zhou State's capital's eyes were clouded by cow dung? Yin Sheng felt that Empress Qi was very similar to Yi Balian. As expected, like mother, like son, she belonged to the category of defective goods. Zhong Yi lifted his eyelids and sneered. With just the two of you, a summoning array immediately floated below him. The Lord-level magical beast, Dragon-Clawed Bat King, flew out from the array. The Dragon-Clawed Bat King had a shocking demonic beast aura and a bat body that was several meters long. The moment it appeared, it flapped its wings. In the palace, it was as if a strong wind had passed through the palace. In an instant, the curtains flew and all kinds of decorations rolled on the ground. The Imperial Guard at the side were so frightened that they retreated. No one dared to go up and attack Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi, stop. Don't offend Tianyan. Didn't you already promise me that even if you don't serve Zhou State, you're still willing to temporarily stay in the Heavenly Hunting Corps and serve me and Commander Yin? Yin Sheng reminded from the side. A thought flashed through Yun Songlong's mind. He remembered what Yi Baiming had said to him before he left the dojo. He hurriedly said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, this subject resigned from the position of general because I wish to join forces with Master Zhong Yi as a civilian hunter and head to Zhou State's border to search for the purple gold mine." The purple gold mine at the southern border of Zhou State. This sentence was like spring thunder. It made Zhou State's capital, who was originally confused, and Empress Qi, who was swaying left and right from being blown away by the wind, immediately sober up a bit. Thank you, Shuiren, Qingyang, and Wei Ming for your rewards. Zhou's bird and night fox's Sundara attitude. This king wants to snatch the little wild cat and the throne. Chapter 278. There were very few people who knew about the purple gold mine at the border of the great Zhou Empire. Even Yin Songlong had almost forgotten about it. Yin Songlong didn't know how Yi Baiming knew about it. Back then, later Qin and Tang Yuan had formed an alliance to invade Zhou State because of that mine. Due to their defeat, the mine hadn't been excavated and the exact location of the mine was still unknown. Empress, don't meddle. We know what to do about the Crown Prince. Have everyone leave. Who did you say you were, and what is your relationship with Master Zhong? The Emperor of Zhou State was a sly old fox. The Crown Prince's injuries had already been healed by the people of the temple. Compared to a priceless mine, the imperial family's personal grudges could be put aside for the time being. When Empress Qi saw this, she didn't dare to say anything. However, she also didn't dare to disobey the Emperor of Zhou State. She could only glare fiercely at Master Zhong and Yun Sheng, who had popped out of nowhere, before angrily leaving with a group of armored soldiers. Reporting to your Majesty, this commoner is the Vice Commander of the Heavenly Hunting Corps, Yin Yun. The Heavenly Hunting Corps is a hunting corps formed from the remnants of the Yun clan army. The reason General Yin wants to resign is also because of the hunting corps. Yin Sheng unhurriedly showed her hunter badge and great magus badge. Yin Yun's words are exactly what this subject is thinking. Your Majesty should remember that 8 years ago, due to the collusion of later Qin and Tang Yuan, our Zhou State army was defeated at the border of Nanming City and lost an important purple gold mine. When the armistice was signed, the 3 countries were not allowed to excavate the purple gold mine according to the agreement. Yin Songlong saw this and continued. Purple gold was a very precious ore. It was the main material used to refine the everlasting purple gold coin. In addition, it could be used to refine all kinds of high-level weapons and magic tools. The amount of purple gold on the continent was very limited. Back then, in the area of Zhou State's Nanming City, they had accidentally discovered a purple gold mine. That was why the Zhou State's emperor had ordered Yin Songlong to lead a group of Zhou State troops to set up camp nearby. Who would have thought that later Qin and Tang Yuan spies would find out about it? We have also heard about the purple gold mine. However, the purple gold mine is located at the border of the 3 countries and is not easy to mine. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes, the original armistice agreement stipulated that none of the 3 countries could exploit it. The Emperor of Zhou State's expression softened slightly. To the Zhou State, the benefits that a good purple gold mine could bring were not to be underestimated. As long as a bit of purple gold was fused into the weapons, the combat ability of the army would greatly increase. That being said, according to the residents at the border, later Qin and Tang Yuan kept to the agreement on the surface, but in reality, they were doing one thing in the open and another in the dark. In the past few years, Tang Yuan and later Qin spies have frequently entered and exited the border area. I am afraid that they're also investigating the whereabouts of the purple gold mine. Yin Songlong's face was full of worry. The three countries' agreement stipulated that the mine could not be exploited, but if Yin Songlong investigated as a hunter, it would be much easier to do things. Your Majesty kept your promise, but later Qin and Tang Yuan might have broken the agreement. They allowed a non-official hunting squad to exploit the mine. This way, our Zhou state would not be able to directly send troops to suppress them. I also considered this point, which is why I changed the Yun family army to a hunting squad. I also requested to resign from my position as general and secretly head to the southern border. Yin Songlong was also a smart person. When Yi Baiming reminded him, he immediately had a countermeasure in his heart. Yin Songlong immediately knelt down and said that he was willing to head to the southern border as a hunting squad to wash away his previous humiliation and take back the ownership of the purple gold mine. The Yin family army has only been reorganized recently, and there aren't many people. Can they really compare to a hunting squad that has undergone training? The Emperor of Zhou State still had some doubts about Yin Songlong's words. The inability to exploit the purple gold mine had always been a sore point in his heart. However, he didn't expect that later Qin and Tang Yuan would use the hunting squad to secretly investigate the purple gold mine. Using the identity of a civilian to seize the purple gold mine was indeed a good plan. Your Majesty can rest assured on this point. With Zhong Yi and his magical beast, as long as the other side doesn't have a sacred beast summoner or a magus of sky rank or above, we will definitely be able to take back the purple gold mine. Yin Sheng winked at Zhong Yi again. The latter very sensibly echoed Yin Sheng's words. Cough, cough. I originally didn't want to get involved in these trivial matters, but I promised Vice Commander Yan's master, Emperor Zhao, that I would definitely assist her. She also has a good relationship with Yin Songlong, so I will do Yin Songlong a favor this time and help you take back the purple gold mine. However, I have a condition. After we take back the purple gold mine, I want 50% of your income. When Zhong Yi said this, the Emperor of Zhou State was even more shocked. The way he looked at Yin Sheng immediately changed. That pretty female magus who looked no more than 10 years old actually had a master of Emperor Zhao's level. If these words came out of anyone else's mouth, the Emperor of Zhou State wouldn't believe it. However, these words came out of Zhong Yi's mouth, so the power was different. Who was Zhong Yi? He himself was a sacred beast summoner, and he even had a commander-level summoned beast. If he wanted to, he could be a person who could be bestowed with the title of king and minister in any country. However, he was willing to follow a silly little girl. And this little girl was merely the vice commander of a newly formed hunting squad. Yet, he was so respectful to Yin Sheng. He was more than 100 times more respectful to her than he was to the Emperor of Zhou State. In that case, it could only be because that female magus had a master of Emperor Zhao's level. Although the Emperor of Zhou State was a warrior and had the support of the Dharma Temple, he knew how terrifying Emperor Zhao was. Regardless of whether that female magus's master belonged to the Zhao state, just the fact that he was Emperor Zhao recognized by Zhong Yi was already very impressive. And Emperor Zhao meant that he had a powerful magical beast army behind him. In addition to Yun Ba, who was in the martial saint general's mansion, the Yun family had the support of a martial saint and Emperor Zhao. What a terrifying Yun family. The Emperor of Zhou State's heart was already beating like a drum. If he didn't allow Yin Songlong to resign today, the Yun family and that powerful Emperor Zhao would definitely be dissatisfied. If he allowed Yin Songlong to resign, he still had a chance to take back the rights to the purple gold mine. However, in the future, he would lose control of the Yun family. If the hunting squad that the Yun family reorganized grew stronger, it would no longer be under the jurisdiction of the Zhou State military. The Emperor of Zhou State weighed the pros and cons. However, he was still the Emperor of Zhou State. Although he had doubts in his heart, he quickly came to a conclusion. How dare you? All the mines in Zhou State belong to me. You're just a poor commoner who injured the crown prince. I didn't kill you because you're a talent. I didn't think that you would dare to ask for so much. The Emperor of Zhou State's expression changed, but he rejected Zhong Yi's request. Chapter 279. Yin Songlong couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on Zhong Yi's behalf. He knew very well that the person behind Zhong Yi's back was his niece, Yin Sheng. Sheng actually dared to bargain with the Zhou state's emperor and fight over the purple gold mine's dividends. This girl is really bold. If Yin Ba knew about this, he would definitely spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Back then, Yin Songlong had also participated in the exploration of the purple gold mine. He remembered that the purple gold mine had already been discovered. It was said that it produced purple gold of high grade and above. The mine was very long and rich. 50% of the purple gold mine was enough to buy a few Yujin capitals. Zhong Yi seemed to have already expected the Zhou state's emperor to be angry. He calmly let the dragon-clawed bat king fly around the palace. Do you think that you can find that purple gold mine without my help? Even if you find it, it will inevitably be leaked. When the time comes, do you have the confidence to fight against Later Qin and Tang Yuan? Zhong Yi didn't care about the Zhou state's emperor at all. In his opinion, someone who could raise a useless son like Yi Beiyan was just a good-for-nothing. Moreover, the Zhou state's emperor only rebuked him angrily and didn't call for guards. It could be seen that there was still room for negotiation. The Zhou state's emperor's face turned green and red at this question. If he sent an army, he would definitely tear up the ceasefire agreement between the three states and give Later Qin and Tang Yuan an excuse. However, if he found an additional hunting squad, it might not be comparable to the Yun family's heavenly hunting squad. At least with Yin Songlong, the hunting squad was equivalent to the Zhou state's army. If he didn't have Zhong Yi, he wouldn't be able to invite those old monsters guarding the imperial palace. Even if that purple gold mine was dug up, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The Zhou state's emperor felt helpless, but he wasn't willing to let Zhong Yi take away 50% of the purple gold mine for free. 40-60. 50-50. If you continue to bargain, this great master will leave immediately. Zhong Yi's face was calm. He was sure that the Zhou state's emperor couldn't do anything to him. Just like that, after half an hour of stalemate, Yin Songlong successfully resigned. Yun Sheng also successfully obtained 50% of the purple gold mine in Zhou state. Sheng, do you really plan to let the brothers of the heavenly hunting squad go to the southern border? Yin Songlong was still a bit worried. The situation was complicated. If they went there rashly, there would be a large number of casualties. Yin Songlong's father's TTS father's father Estes. What she needed was an elite hunting team. After Yin Songlong and Yun Sheng left, the Zhou state's emperor muttered to himself for a moment. He immediately summoned the Zhou state's Weiwu Marquis into the palace. This humble subject greets your majesty. I heard that Yin Songlong's hands have recovered. The Weiwu Marquis hadn't seen Yin Songlong yet, but the news of Yin Songlong's recovery had already spread throughout the Zhou state's palace. Wu Wei, didn't you promise me earlier that as long as I didn't make a move, the people of Grand Emperor City would definitely think of a way to cripple Yin Songlong's hands? It would be difficult for him to recover his fighting aura. The Zhou state's emperor's face was gloomy. No one knew that the Zhou state's emperor, who cared for the Martial Saint General's estate very much in the imperial court, was actually a cold-hearted emperor who was constantly worried that the Martial Saint General's estate would betray him. 10 years ago, the Martial Saint General's estate's Yun Ba's name shook the world. Among his children, his eldest son, Yin Songhai, had already broken through to become a sky magician at a young age. He became the leader of the magicians in the Zhou state. His son, Yin Songlong, also had outstanding military achievements. He had already broken through to the Martial Saint realm in his early 20s. At that time, whether it was inside or outside the Zhou state, it was highly praised that the Martial Saint General's estate would definitely produce another Martial Saint expert in the next 10 years. On the other hand, the Zhou state's Yun residence, which had 2 Martial Saints, was even more famous than the Zhou state's emperor. At that time, the Zhou state's emperor had just ascended the throne. In the imperial court, facing the increasingly powerful Yun residence, he was apprehensive. At the same time, he also had thoughts of suppressing the general's estate. However, everyone in the Yun residence had been loyal since the founding of the state. Many people had even lost their lives on the battlefield for the Zhou state's imperial court. The Zhou state's emperor could not find any excuse to make things difficult for the martial Saint General's estate. It was also the will of the heavens. At that time, the eldest son of the Yun residence, Yun Songhai, betrayed his family because of a female summoner wanted by the Zhao state. He was pursued by the Zhao state. The eldest son, Yun Songhai, took his wife and escaped from Yujing. Yin Ba was also furious and did not have the heart to go on an expedition. At that time, a rare purple gold mine was discovered in the southern border of the Zhou state. The Zhou state's emperor ordered the second son of the Yun family, Yun Songlong, to secretly investigate the purple gold mine under the pretext of patrolling the border. Although he was sent out, the Zhou state's emperor's spies followed Yun Songlong closely. Yun Songlong's every move was reported to the Zhou state's emperor's imperial study the next day. Yun Songlong met Yuan Shahua, the daughter of the Grand Emperor city's aristocratic family, who had coincidentally left the city to travel. After the Zhou state's emperor learned of Yuan Shahua's identity, he did not warn Yun Songlong in time. A year later, Yuan Shahua and Yun Songlong's love was deeply rooted. The two were in a stalemate. The Zhou state's emperor was secretly delighted. He knew that according to the rules of the Grand Emperor city, Yun Songlong would not have a good ending. As long as Yun Songlong died, one of the two sons of the martial Saint General's estate disappeared and the other died. The old Yun Ba was left behind, would not be able to threaten the Zhou state. On the other hand, he also followed the arrangements of the Dharma Temple and established a magic academy in the Zhou state to cultivate talents. The coexistence of warriors and magicians made him feel that his position as emperor was becoming more and more secure. Just as the Zhou state's emperor expected, Yuan Shahua's return to the Grand Emperor city caused a huge uproar. The Grand Emperor city's envoy directly signed a secret agreement with the Zhou state's emperor through the Marquis of Jian. Since the Grand Emperor city besieged the southern border of the Zhou state, as long as the Zhou state's emperor did not send reinforcements, the Grand Emperor city would send a generous reward. The Zhou state's emperor gladly accepted the reward. However, he did not expect Yun Songlong to be so tenacious. With only 1,000 soldiers of the Yun family, he was able to resist the Grand Emperor city's sneak attack. Yun Ba relied on his powerful cultivation to force the experts of the Grand Emperor city to retreat from the Zhou state's border. However, what made the Zhou state's emperor angry was that the location of the purple gold mine was unknown. The Grand Emperor city is only SOSO. Back then, I agreed to let the Grand Emperor city deal with Yun Songlong because of the Emperor Zhao of the Grand Emperor city. I did not expect that the power behind Yun Songlong is not weak either. The Zhou state's emperor was displeased. What he meant was that he was no longer willing to cooperate with the Grand Emperor city. When the Marquis of Jian saw that the Zhou state's emperor had suddenly changed his mind, he could only secretly spread the news that Yun Songlong was going to the southern border. Chapter 280. The white marble floor tiles glowed with a gentle luster. Inside the dazzling palace, there were painted beams and cornices. A few beautiful phoenixes and wands perched on precious wood to comb their feathers. Inside the palace of the Grand Emperor city's city lord, a thin man in a dark golden summoner's robe gripped a letter with a gloomy expression. The man's complexion was yellow and his eyes were sunken. At a glance, one could tell that he was someone who indulged in sensual pleasures. Although his appearance could be considered decent, there was always a sinister aura around him. This person was the only son of the Grand Emperor city's city lord, Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji was a summoner and was also the fiancé of Yuan Shahua in name. Ever since he was injured by Yun Ba, although he had been treated by a famous doctor in Grand Emperor city, his physique was much worse than before. In addition, his fiancé's annulment of the engagement had caused him to lose face in Grand Emperor city. He had always hated Yun Songlong to the core and had always been thinking of ways to leave Grand Emperor City to seek revenge on the Yun father and son. Grand Emperor City was a famous city in the Boundless Continent. The descendants of the Xianyuan tribe had lived here for generations. Xian Wuji was a summoner and was also the fiancé of Yuan Shahua in name. Ever since he was injured by Yun Ba, although he had been treated by a famous doctor in Grand Emperor City, his physique was much worse than before. In addition, his fiancé's annulment of the engagement had caused him to lose face in Grand Emperor City. Even though he was now married and had children, he still hadn't forgotten the humiliation he had suffered back then. He had always hated Yun Songlong to the core and had always been thinking of ways to leave Grand Emperor City to seek revenge on the Yun father and son. Back then, he had tried his best to kill Yun Songlong, but his Dharma soul had been shattered by Yun Ba's palm. Although he was cured with Dihong City's medicinal pills, his cultivation remained stagnant because of this. Even his Dihong's cultivation did not improve. In Grand Emperor City, the status of a person was determined by the cultivation of Dihong Song. Yuan Shahua's rejection of the marriage had caused him to lose the opportunity to enter the tomb of the Xianyuan emperor. This also meant that he might lose the position of city lord in the future. He originally thought that Yun Songlong would have to endure 1,000 times more pain than him. Who knew that the letter from a jade capital today would tell him that Yun Songlong's hand and Do Chi had recovered. In a few days, Yun Songlong would rush to the southern border of Zhou State. The southern border of Zhou State? Humph! Isn't that where that little bitch, Yuan Shahua, lives in seclusion? As long as he was around, Yuan Shahua and Yun Songlong could forget about being together. Xian Wuji felt as if there were needles on his back. He paced back and forth in the residence. Although he wanted nothing more than to tear Yun Songlong to pieces, he was also worried. Back then, he had been pressured by the Yuan clan and promised them that he wouldn't touch the people of the Yun clan. Moreover, he had city affairs to attend to now, so he had no reason to leave Grand Emperor City without permission. Xian Wuji's face darkened as he crumpled the letter into a ball. As he was thinking, a strong fragrance of pollen wafted over. A young girl ran in from outside the courtyard. The young girl was dainty and beautiful. Her skin was as white as the snow of the northern kingdom. She wore a small yellow jacket, and her radiance made the flowers around her lose their color instantly. As soon as the young girl entered the door, the leather whip in her hand swung and lashed out at the phoenix swan standing on the branch. The phoenix swan was startled and immediately flew up, shaking off a few multicolored feathers. When Xian Wuji saw the young girl, the gloominess on his face dissipated. He walked up to her dotingly. "Mimi, who provoked you again?" The young girl was the youngest daughter of Grand Emperor City's mayor, Xian Mimi. She was also Xian Wuji's half-sister. Who else could it be? It's Yuan Bupo, that damn brat. Xian Mimi's face was filled with anger as she bit her cherry red lips. Speaking of which, it was a sin. Xian Mimi was Xian Wuji's sister, and the person she liked was Yuan Bupo. Back then, due to Yun Songlong's appearance, Yuan Shahua, who had always been docile, insisted on breaking off the engagement with Xian Wuji. Although Grand Emperor City's mayor did not say anything, he had already decided to let Yuan Bupo marry Xian Mimi after he reached adulthood. Both of them were about the same age. What was even rarer was that Xian Mimi's talent was not inferior to her brother, Xian Wuji. Xian Mimi was dainty and beautiful. She was considered a delicate flower in Grand Emperor City. Since young, she was deeply loved by the mayor and her brother. She was also known to be unruly in the city. However, she was dead set on Yuan Bupo and stuck to him since young. However, because of his eldest sister's marriage, Yuan Bupo avoided relationships between men and women. When he found out that his family wanted to pair him up with Xian Mimi, he ran away without even informing them when he went out on his trip this time. When Xian Mimi found out, Yuan Bupo had already gone to Zhou State. When she found out, she was even more furious. Xian Wuji was quite fond of his younger sister. When he saw Xian Mimi's expression, he suddenly had an idea. "Mimi, how about this? You know that father loves you the most. Why don't you plead with father to let me escort you out of the city? Don't worry, as long as I go out with you, I will definitely help you find Yuan Bupo. Xian Wuji was also very worried. His younger sister was too simple-minded. If they left Grand Emperor's city, the guards would not be able to do anything to her. Big brother, don't try to fool me. You clearly want to use me to sneak out of the city. Why do you still hate that young guy? Xian Mimi was not stupid. She glanced at her brother. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As long as you plead with father, I will promise you that after leaving Grand Emperor's city, I will find you a suitable guqin. You have already cultivated the Di Hong song to the 5th movement. It's time for you to have a good guqin. Xian Wuji was very fond of his younger sister. Xian Mimi's eyes lit up when she heard that. Xian Wuji was in charge of purchasing all kinds of things in Grand Emperor City. He had dabbled in all kinds of rare treasures and precious artifacts. A guqin that caught his eye would definitely be very precious. It would definitely be very beneficial for Xian Mimi's future cultivation. She immediately went to plead with the city lord of Grand Emperor City. A few days later, Xian Wuji and his sister left Grand Emperor City together. On one side, Yunsheng's Heavenly Expedition Hunting Corps was thriving. On the other side, in the Crown Prince's residence in Zhou State, it was a different scene. What? You said that father did not pursue the responsibility of that damned summoner. The sound of a vase crashing to the ground was heard. Yi Balian was so angry that he smashed everything that could be smashed. Empress Qi consoled him from the side. Balian, don't be angry. Your imperial father also has his own difficulties. Lian, you have worked hard these few days. Go back first. A few days ago, Chun Lian was sent back to Jade Capital. According to her, she had been separated from everyone in Later Qin and had only returned to Jade Capital after a few twists and turns. Her face had also been treated by a famous doctor along the way. After Empress Qi learned of this, she calmly advised Chun Lian, and ordered her to serve in the Crown Prince's residence. Chun Lian, saw Empress Qi's appearance and knew that she was using this as an excuse to send her away. She left with a meek smile on her face. Chapter 281. Chun Lian pretended to walk out of the room, but in reality, she didn't go far. Her body flashed, and she hid in the bushes outside the Crown Prince's room. After Chun Lian returned from Latter Qin this time, some changes happened to her body. Not only did her appearance become more charming than before, but her cultivation also seemed to have increased a lot. However, these changes were not noticed by Empress Qi, the Crown Prince, and the people in the Grand Secretary's residence. Chun Lian had just left when she heard an uproar in the room. Yi Balian grabbed the jade pillow and threw it out. Mother, didn't you promise me that you would punish that summoner and those soldiers severely? You call this punishment? I heard that they are all fine. Only I am suffering here, eating those disgusting demonic medicines. My Dharma soul won't die, Yi Balian scolded. Balian, don't be agitated. Your father has his own reasons for doing this. Empress Qi kept persuading her son. Empress Qi was still worried about Chun Lian and didn't want to say more. Empress Qi told the Crown Prince about the purple gold mine. The purple gold mine was a state secret. Although Chun Lian was the future Crown Princess, Empress Qi was still wary of her. Has Imperial Father gone mad? Yi Balian was even angrier when he heard that he had to give 50% of the purple gold mine to the summoner who had caused him to lose all his face. In Yi Balian's opinion, the throne of Zhou State would be his in the future. Those people actually dared to covet the purple gold mine, which was equivalent to taking over his property. How could your father not know that this is only a temporary measure? Your father has already thought of a countermeasure. Empress Qi and her son were still whispering in the room. After Chun Lian heard the general idea, she heard footsteps in the distance. She looked carefully and found that the person was Yi Biming. After not seeing him for a few days, Yi Biming was still as handsome as before. Thinking of the Crown Prince's cowardice and uselessness, Chun Lian saw Yi Biming in a new light. Lord Biming, take care. Lianer has something important to discuss with you. Chun Lien flashed into a nearby bush. After Empress Qi entered, she dismissed everyone. The surroundings were still rather quiet. It's you? Yi Baiming didn't want to have too much contact with Chun Lien. There were eyes everywhere in the Crown Prince Palace. He was here today to check on Crown Prince Yi Balian's condition. Seeing Chun Liener's secretive expression, Yi Baiming thought for a moment and walked over. He casually cast a magic array at the side. Even if others came close, they would not be able to hear their conversation. Baiming, are you still angry at me? Chun Liener had a pitiful look on her face as she slowly approached Yi Baiming. Lady Chun, please be careful. You are the future crown princess. If you're asking about our childhood friendship, I can only say that it is all in the past. Yi Baiming frowned and quietly moved away, putting some distance between him and Chun Liener. I don't believe you. We've studied and practiced martial arts together since we were young. You also said that you won't marry anyone else but me. Chun Lien put on a pitiful expression. Her shoulders trembled, making her look very lovable. Marry no one but you? Then I dare to ask, are you marrying no one but me? Yi Baiming looked at Chun Liener with extreme mockery. Yi Baiming thought to himself that he was really blind back then. How could he be so sad for a girl like this? They were both women. The more time he spent with Chun Liener, the more he hated her. Little Wildcat was different. Her every smile and frown made him miss her. Thinking of Little Wildcat, Yi Baiming's gray eyes were filled with gentleness. Chun Liener's face turned green. Yi Baiming's words were mocking her for being a loose woman. Back then, after he had been deposed, she had impatiently seduced the crown prince. You also know that I did not do it willingly. My grandfather, Chun Liener, did not give up, and she stuttered. You are saying that when you broke off the engagement, it was because of Chun Liener? Yi Baiming smiled mockingly. The surroundings were filled with flowers. The two were a perfect match. When they stood together, they really complemented each other. Chun Liener looked at Yi Baiming with an infatuated expression. She did not know why she had fallen in love with this man that she had once abandoned as if she had been possessed. That's right. You also know that my grandfather has always wanted me to marry into the imperial palace. Chun Liener's pretentiousness was extremely fake in Yi Baiming's eyes. Chun Liener's choice is very correct. The crown prince is a good match for you. Yi Baiming was about to leave. Seeing that he had no intention of staying, Chun Liener's expression changed. She did not care about etiquette or shame and hugged Yi Baiming. Why? I clearly heard that when you were in the cold palace, you had no appetite for food or drink because of me. Why has everything changed now? Is it because of her? That lowly girl called Yun Sheng. Chun Liener was very unwilling to accept this. And the one she had lost to was that lowly Yun Sheng. In terms of appearance and family background, she was not inferior to that lowly girl. I will say it again. You and I, back then, when you abandoned our engagement and went to the crown prince, we no longer had anything to do with each other. Yi Baiming was about to leave. Chun Liener felt her body being forcefully pushed away. Yi Baiming looked at her with eyes as cold as knives. There was only disgust and disdain in his eyes. It was completely different from the gentleness he had when he looked at Yun Sheng. Chun Liener felt as if she was in an ice cellar. Miss Chun, I advise you to know your place. Don't even think about using any tricks on Yun Sheng. If she is harmed, you will not be able to pay the price. Yi Baiming was not willing to talk to Chun Liener anymore. He waved his sleeves and was about to leave. Wait, Yi Baiming, are you really going to be so ruthless? Chun Liener was angry. As the #1 beauty of Jade Capital, she did not hesitate to put down her status and beg Yi Baiming. However, he rejected her without any mercy. With a tearing sound, Chun Liener tore open her chest and revealed her undergarments. Her skin was snow white, and her chest was faintly visible. Chun Liener gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Baiming with hatred and love. She walked closer step by step. Yi Baiming, if you dare to leave, I will shout. Guess what will happen to you when the crown prince and Empress Qi see you humiliate me? She walked to Yi Baiming's side and laid her soft body in front of him, her voice coquettish. Yi Baiming's thick brows furrowed. With his hearing, he could already hear the sound of footsteps not far away. If someone saw Chan Lianer like this, they would definitely misunderstand. His current identity was very sensitive, and it would probably cause a huge commotion. A smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and his slender fingers raised Chan Lianer's delicate chin. Thank you for you Luo's tip and everyone's support. Chapter 282. The seductive voice echoed in Chan Lianer's ears like a string song. Lianer, do you really want to kill me? The man's thick breath brushed past Chan Lianer's face, causing her face to unknowingly turn red. Yi Baiming's eyes were deep, as if he would swallow her if he looked at her any longer. Chan Lianer felt her entire body go soft, unable to say a single extra word. No, Baiming, it's just... Chan Lianer's words suddenly stopped, her beautiful eyes instantly widening. That pair of cold hands clenched tighter and tighter. She could hear her bones groaning in pain. Chan Lianer couldn't speak. Only fear remained in her beautiful eyes. You can try shouting, and see how many people you can find. Yi Baiming's fingertips were long and cold. He had a pair of beautiful hands, but at this time, when his fingers brushed past her face, Chan Lianer felt a sense of fear that she had never felt before. Her chin felt intense pain. His chin had been crushed. Chan Lianer was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. She didn't think that Yi Baiming would treat her so mercilessly. She suddenly remembered a sentence. One day, when the crown prince was drunk, he once hugged her and said, Lianer, do you know why Imperial Father wants to dethrone Yi Baiming? Chan Lianer remembered that she had only asked in a sweet voice. Isn't it because the Emperor of Zhou State loves Crown Prince? At that time, the Crown Prince had laughed and kissed her face. That's only one of the reasons. Yi Baiming is an animal that would even kill his own mother. How could the Zhou State let an animal inherit the throne? At that time, Chan Lianer thought that the Crown Prince was slandering Yi Baiming. But today, she realized that Yi Baiming was truly cold-blooded and heartless, just like an animal. He did not love her, nor did he hate her. The way he looked at her was as if he was looking at a dead object. If she made the slightest move, she was certain that Yi Baiming would snap her neck in the next moment. You can't treat me like this. If you're willing to take me as your wife, I can ask Grandpa to support you. Chan Lianer tried to use Zhou State to tempt Yi Baiming. Do you think I care about the throne of Zhou State? Yi Baiming chuckled softly like a feather. Yi Baiming loosened his grip and dispelled the magic array. Remember, she's my bottom line. Yi Baiming's tall figure disappeared into the flowers. Chan Lianer collapsed to the ground. At that moment, she felt like she was going to die. Yi Baiming's words were still ringing in her ears. She was his bottom line. Yun Sheng. It was that Yun Sheng. It was the one who said that beasts were inhumane. Even beasts would have people they wanted to protect. Yun Sheng was the person he wanted to protect. Yun Sheng, you took him away. I won't let you go. The Dark Prince wants to catch Yun Sheng. As long as I send her to the Dark Prince, she will definitely not have a good ending. Chan Lianer struggled to get up, enduring the pain, and muttered unconsciously. Achoo! Yun Sheng felt a chill run down her spine. Yun Sheng rubbed her nose. Did you encounter any problems with the operation of the medical center? Yun Sheng was the pharmacist and doctor of both Wushuan Limitless School and Little C.I. Anton. During this period of time, just washing the marrow and bones of the martial artists of the inner and outer martial halls was enough for her to be busy. Did you encounter any problems with the operation of the medical center? Yun Sheng was the pharmacist and doctor of both Wushuan Limitless School and Little C.I. Anton. During this period of time, just washing the marrow and bones of the martial artists of the inner and outer martial halls was enough for her to be busy. After taking a deep breath, she came to the Little C.I. Anton to check the operation situation. The situation is not optimistic. We don't have enough people to refine pills. Lin Yaoer was embarrassed. The medicinal effects of the various medicinal pills refined by Yun Sheng were undoubtedly very good. Dr. Fan was also an expert in alchemy. However, the alchemy ability of the two people was really limited. In addition, the pills of the little enchanting and Daoi Mountain were also provided by this side. As a result, it was really difficult to rely on Yun Sheng and Dr. Fan to supply pills. Lin Yaoer had just joined the Magic Academy not long ago. Although she was very hardworking, her ability to control magic was not enough for her to use her magic power to refine pills. Since you don't have enough people, just recruit people. I have already given you a sum of money in advance to repair the medical center and hire a new batch of herb gatherers and herbmen. Yinsheng was puzzled. In the Jade Capital, the number of herb gatherers should not be small. We have already issued an announcement in the major villages and residential areas. We have also gone to the office to see. Even if our salary is 50% higher than others, no one is willing to come to the little enchanting. Lin Yaoer was distressed. The office was an organization similar to an employment agency on the Endless Continent. The people in the office told Lin Yaoer that because the initial popularity of a medical center was not enough, it was normal for them not to be able to recruit herb gatherers and herbmen. Take the little enchanting, for example. Although the effect of the pills was good and the price was fair, it had not been established in the Jade Capital for long. At present, the people who came to the little enchanting were either the old customers of the little Huichun Medical Center or some hunters. But even so, the medical center still needed to recruit some herbmen to help them on a daily basis. In the early years, Dr. Fan was a lone traveler. He didn't like to hire any herbmen or doctors. In fact, Yinsheng was the first herbman he hired. But without a big reputation, the little enchanting had a headache in recruiting people. Not to mention, according to Yinsheng's expectation, it would become a well-known medical center that could compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The more famous the medical center, such as the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, as long as the news of employment was announced, a large number of people would go to it. However, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion itself did not recruit herbmen. They all started from herb gatherers and were trained layer by layer until they became herbmen, doctors, and even higher-level doctors. In that case, I have to think of a way to expand the popularity of the little enchanting. Yinsheng frowned and thought for a moment. Yinsheng, why don't we have a free medical consultation? Dr. Fan, who had been listening from the side, came up with an idea. It turned out that when Dr. Fan was still in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the early years, he was also sent to various parts of the country to manage some of the newly opened medical centers of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Even if the newly opened medical centers were crowned with the name of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, when they entered a new place, they would inevitably encounter the awkward situation of not having a good reputation. Under such circumstances, Dr. Fan thought of a method, and that was the free medical consultation. The so-called free medical consultation was to see patients for free, diagnose illnesses, and distribute medicine. For the poor, entering a medical center was a very extravagant thing. But when there was a free medical consultation, some common people who usually couldn't afford to see patients and even the common people of the neighboring cities would rush over. Chapter 283. For the poor, entering a medical hall was a luxury. Even for a place like the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, which had branches all over the continent, they would also conduct a free consultation every few months. As time passed, they became one of the most prominent figures in the world of ancient medicine. Although the free consultation required the consumption of some medicinal herbs in the doctor's time, it was easy to form a good reputation among the common people. The quality of the medicinal pills sold by a medical hall was the proof of the medical hall's strength. On the other hand, the diagnosis ability of the doctor was also a very important factor. The reason why the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Zhou State had a transcendent position in the world of ancient medicine in Zhou State was mainly because of the existence of Wendaguoshu. In these few years, although Wendaguoshu rarely made a house call, whenever they encountered a difficult disease, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would go to Wendaguoshu first. For a doctor, there is nothing more praiseworthy than medical reputation and medical ethics. And what the little CI Antong lacked the most right now was reputation. If they had a good reputation, there would naturally be patients and corresponding physicians coming to them. Yin Sheng had plenty of money in her hands. Allocating a portion of it for the free consultation was more than enough. Then let's do the free consultation. Dr. Fan, tell me, how should we conduct the free consultation? Yin Sheng also felt that the free consultation was a good idea. Speaking of the free consultation, Dr. Fan began to talk nonstop. In the past, he would also conduct some small-scale free consultation. However, due to the limitations of the Rejuvenation Hall scale and funds, he was unable to conduct a large-scale free consultation. According to his experience in the past years, Dr. Fan quickly determined the time, place, and content of the free consultation. Taking the Medicine Emperor Pavilion as an example, the free consultation would be held once every 3 months. The whole process of the free consultation was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the application of medicine. The doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would prepare all kinds of medicinal pills and medicinal herbs in advance. The prices of these medicines were mostly not expensive. They were mainly used to treat the daily illnesses of the residents and some injuries of the hunters. For example, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would mostly send medicine experts to be in charge of applying medicine outside the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The other important part of the free consultation was to provide medical treatment. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion would send doctors and even scatter doctors to provide medical treatment on the day of the free consultation. They would treat the patients who usually couldn't be treated or who suffered from sudden injuries. Dr. Fan's original intention was for him to treat the patient. After all, he was an imperial doctor. He had more experience in treating patients in his early years. Yin Sheng and Lin Yao applied the medicine. However, Yin Sheng put forward a different opinion. She thought that the clinic was understaffed, so she simply worked together to see patients and distribute medicine. Moreover, this was the first time the little CI Antong held a free clinic. It was not famous enough, so there would not be many people coming to see the doctor. She thought that there was no harm in prolonging the time of the volunteer medical consultation. 3 days would be appropriate. Moreover, she also did not agree with Dr. Fan coming forward to provide medical consultation. Are you worried that I might have a conflict with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Dr. Fan instantly saw through Yin Sheng's misgivings. Yin Sheng, I've already left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. I don't care what the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion think of me. Dr. Fan, do you care what the imperial physicians think of you? And when Dagua's hand? Yin Sheng could see that Dr. Fan still had deep feelings for imperial physician Yao. If it was not a last resort, she did not wish for Dr. Fan to have a conflict with imperial physician Yao. Don't worry, this is not my battle alone. When the time comes, I will pull in Goofing and Oriole, as well as Yao. With the help of a few people, we should have enough manpower. Yin Sheng's thoughtfulness made Dr. Fan feel very touched. The matter of the little CI Antong holding a free clinic was quickly decided. The few of them discussed for another day. On the second day, Dr. Fan helped them to choose the location and the medicinal herbs and pills needed for the free clinic. After confirming the matter of the free clinic, Lin Yao went out to announce the free clinic. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the unscrupulous Dr. Qi Tian, who had just returned from Daoi Mountain Guard City, handed the announcement to Cheng Si-hai. Previously in Daoi Mountain Guard City, because of Yin Sheng's appearance, not only did Qi Tian not possess Lin Yao he even offended a big guest like Jiao Baiwan. This caused Daoi Mountain's Medicine Emperor Pavilion to lose nearly 30% of its guests in the first half of the year. During this time, he escorted a batch of medicinal herbs to Jade Capital's Medicine Emperor Pavilion and happened to find that Lin Yao had also arrived in Jade Capital. What was even more hateful was that she and an unknown female magician had opened a little CI Antong in the local area. Qi Tian himself was a disciple of Cheng Si-hai in his early years. After he learned this news, he hurriedly told Cheng Si-hai about the matter. When Cheng Si-hai heard that it was Yin Sheng's trick, he became even more angry with the little CI Antong. One must know that Daoi Mountain's Medicine Emperor Pavilion was a piece of fat meat for him to make money. In the past, when Chi Tian made money by himself, he would leave 20% of the profits to him. This year, because of Yun Sheng's interference, his gray income also decreased by a lot. Master, what do you think we should do? Chi Tian wished that he could ruin Yun Sheng and Lin Yao's reputation. What do you mean, what to do? Even if their medicinal pills are not bad, do you think it's so easy to give medical treatment? I reckon that Fanji will not come forward to give medical treatment this time. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to provoking Fanji. As long as Fanji doesn't come forward, what can a female magician do? Cheng Sihai thought that even if Yun Sheng was good at refining pills, it was impossible for her medical skills to be that good. After all, how could a 10-year-old girl be good at refining pills and an expert in giving medical treatment at the same time? Wouldn't that be defying the heavens? Master, don't underestimate that female magician. Disciple had also underestimated her previously, which was why I fell in her trap. I have inquired about it. Lin Yao's sickly father's illness was cured by that female magician. That illness, Disciple can't do anything about it. After being bitten by a snake, Chi Tian was very vigilant against Yun Sheng. Really, when Cheng Sihai heard this, he was also a little worried. If little C.I. Intong really succeeded in holding this free medical treatment, it would slowly become famous in the Jade Capital. At that time, wouldn't Fan Ji also be able to make a comeback? Thinking about how Yao Rong refused to accept his goodwill all these years, Cheng Sihai couldn't help but be cautious about this free medical treatment. We must not let little C.I. Intong make a comeback. It's also time to let them see the prowess of Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Chi Tian, go and make the arrangements. On the same day, Medicine Emperor Pavilion will also hold a free medical treatment. As for the location, pick a place near the C.I. Intang's free medical treatment. This time, I will personally give medical treatment. Remember, the news of the free medical treatment must not be known to the people of Little C.I. Intong. I want them to know what is called showing one's slight skill in front of an expert and asking for humiliation. When Cheng Sihai thought about how Little C.I. Intang's free medical treatment was completely deserted, his face couldn't help but raise a sinister smile. Chapter 284. A few days later, the free clinic of Little C.I. Intong was held as scheduled. As soon as the sun rose, Yun Sheng and several other people arrived at the place where the free clinic was held. From the transportation of medicinal herbs to the arrangement of tables and chairs, they were busy all the way until late in the morning when the free clinic really began. The people of Little C.I. Intong who were expecting a large wave of local residents to come to see a doctor waited until noon, but they didn't see a single patient. This made the group of people very puzzled. Even Goofing, who has always been very patient, couldn't help but be puzzled. What's going on here? How come we don't even see a single person? Lin Yao was also a little anxious. She clearly posted the notice of the free clinic to the busiest restaurants, markets, and residential areas in the city. I'll go look around. Goofing volunteered and ran out to look around. After a while, the little fatty ran back with sweat all over his forehead. He ran while gasping for breath. I know. I finally know why no one came to see a doctor. Imperial Medicine Pavilion. Imperial Medicine Pavilion people are doing a free clinic in front of us. Imperial Medicine Pavilion is also doing a free clinic? As soon as Yun Sheng heard this, she immediately stood up. Imperial Medicine Pavilion only does a free clinic once every 3 months. She also inquired about it. The last free clinic was only a month ago, so why would they do a free clinic again? Needless to say, Imperial Medicine Pavilion must have learned about the news of Little C.I. Intang's free clinic. In order to suppress Little C.I. Intang, they made such a move. Imperial Medicine Pavilion, whose reputation were much higher, was undoubtedly a magnet. As long as Imperial Medicine Pavilion was doing a free clinic, Little C.I. Intang wouldn't be able to recruit any patients. Even if they had to pay for other people's medicine, they would still choose Imperial Medicine Pavilion. What should we do? Should we do a free clinic another day? Lin Yao looked at the medicinal herbs on the stall with heartache, and the people who were sweating profusely under the sun. It's useless to do it another day. The other party is clearly going against us. Needless to say, if we do a free clinic, they will also do the same. Imperial Medicine Pavilion is a big business. At most, they will just waste some manpower and material resources. We're just an unknown medical hall, yet the Medicine Emperor Pavilion is willing to go against us. How ironic. Yin Sheng pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. You guys take care of the shop first. Goofing, take me to the front to have a look. Yun Sheng and Goofing left the shop and turned into a street. Very soon, Yun Sheng saw the clinic set up by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He was really cunning. Yun Sheng looked around. It was obvious that Medicine Emperor Pavilion had bribed the authorities in Jade Capital. Their free clinic was located at the intersection of 3 of the busiest streets in Jade Capital. Carriages and horses came and went, and there was a surging tide of people. The flow of people was completely blocked by them. It was different from the temporary white canvas shop set up in Little Xiantong. On the shop set up by Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there was a huge signboard of Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Over 10 herb-gatherers, herb-men, and 5 to 6 physicians were busy. One of the seats had the most people. With a glance, Yun Sheng saw Chang Sihai, who was sitting at the back. There was also Qi Tian, who looked familiar. It was actually this pair of physicians who had the least medical ethics. Yun Sheng could roughly guess that the free clinic set up by Medicine Emperor Pavilion this time was related to Chang Sihai. Looking at the queue of Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it was over 100 meters long. Just Chang Sihai's seat alone had a queue that was over 60 to 70 meters long. Furthermore, the queue is still growing. Chang Sihai was a scattered physician. Even though his medical ethics weren't good, he was indeed taught by Wendagua. Imperial Physician Yao and Physician Fan, who were from the same sect as him, were both famous imperial physicians in Zhozhou State. Needless to say, his medical skills weren't bad. Furthermore, he was a scattered physician, and his position in the medical world was second only to the imperial physicians. Such a physician, even if he participated in the free clinic on weekdays, at most, he would only receive about 10 people. Today, in order to attack Little Xiantong, Chang Sihai worked hard and personally received them. Those who heard that there was a scattered physician in the free clinic also gathered around one by one. No one would go to the deserted corner of Little Xiantong. One by one, don't crowd. Great Physician Cheng is very busy. Several medicine men shouted from the side to maintain order. Cheng Sihai also saw Yun Sheng and Goofing standing at the other end of the street. He showed a proud smile. If they fought with him, not only would Little Xiantong not be able to attract customers, but they would also have to pay for the medicine. Let's go. Yun Sheng looked at them for a while. She couldn't think of any way for a while, so she simply returned to the free clinic first. When Yun Sheng turned around and left, in an inconspicuous restaurant above the street, an old man and a housekeeper were looking down through the guardrail. The scene of Yun Sheng and Little Xiantong being ostracized by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion also fell into the eyes of the old man. That last doesn't know the difference between life and death. Her hair isn't even fully grown yet, and she dares to challenge the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Does she really think that just because she's able to concoct a saint-tier pill, she's already a top-notch physician in the world? The old man had a grayish-white beard and a pair of tiger-like eyes. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, the aura of a veteran from the battlefield that came from his bones was as sharp as a sword. The old housekeeper, Uncle Yun, who was serving on the side, hurriedly poured a glass of wine for the old man and muttered in his heart. Little Miss didn't say that she was a first-class physician. He didn't know who it was. That day, when he heard that Little Miss had refined a sacred-level pill in the Wushuan Everlasting Palace, he was as happy as a monkey and jumped up and down in the general's mansion. He was so happy that he was drunk. For a moment, he forgot his feelings and kept shouting, "Worthy of being the descendant of my martial saint general's mansion. A sacred-level pill. Haha. Compared to Enrich, you are much more powerful." Old Man Shun, Old Man Lin, Which of your family's descendants can compare to this old man? 8 years old. What was when Ruochu doing when she was 8 years old? I'm afraid she could only refine a beginner-grade pill for fun. Uncle Yun, who was listening at the side, felt helpless and amused. Wasn't when Ruochu the grandmaster of the country? Sigh. I say, old master, can you stop saying things that don't mean? These words, the old housekeeper only thought in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. This gray, bearded old man and the old housekeeper who was pouring wine were none other than the Marshal Saint General Yun Ba and his old housekeeper, Uncle Yun. Although the old general seemed to be reprimanding the little miss, his sharp gaze would occasionally drift over to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's clinic. The old butler had a rough idea of what was going on. Old general, don't blame the little miss. She is still young and doesn't consider things thoroughly. Ever since Yun Ba found out that Yun Sheng was his biological granddaughter, although he didn't say anything, he used all sorts of excuses to collect information related to Little Mississippi. From where Little Miss was born when she was 6 years old, to when she came to the Jade Capital, entered the Imperial Magic Academy, and transferred to the Wushuan Everlasting Palace, the old general couldn't wait to investigate everything. Of course, Uncle Yi knew about these things. The old general definitely wouldn't admit it. Chapter 285. Half a month ago, when news of Yin Songlong's recovery reached the general's estate, Yun Ba was overjoyed. The old steward even revealed a rare smile when he saw him. After the first young master left and the second young master got into trouble, the old general rarely smiled. But then, an even more shocking piece of news came. The second young master had actually resigned from his position. He had handed over his military power without informing the old general of the situation. Moreover, it was said that after resigning, the second young master went to the Hunters Guild to register as a hunter. The second young master even reorganized the Yun family troops into a hunting troop called the Sky Felling Troop. This incident caused quite a commotion in the residence of Yun. The third miss, Yin Sangxue, scolded him with knives and sticks. This must have been because the little miss, Yun Sheng, was playing tricks. Yun Songlong must have been bewitched by Yun Sheng, which was why he did something similar to becoming an outlaw. Because she had heard that Yun Sheng was in close contact with a few hunters. In her opinion, being a hunter was a despicable profession. Her second brother didn't want to be a general and became a hunter. This was an insult to the Yun family's reputation. When the old general found out, he couldn't help but grumble. But the next day, the old general still sneaked into the Yun family troops encampment. When Yun Ba arrived, his face was full of anger. His appearance worried the old steward. If he bumped into the second young master, he would directly beat him up. When they were young, the first young master and second young master had been beaten by the old master. Because the old steward was worried, he followed the old master all the way to the Yun family troops encampment. Yun Ba's cultivation was quite high, and the old steward's skills weren't weak either. The two of them sneaked into the Yun family troops encampment without anyone noticing. They originally thought that they would see the Yun family troops in a state of disunity. After all, they were also aware of the Yun family troop situation. However, to their great surprise, not only did they not see bandit-like hunting troops as they had expected, they only saw hunting troops dressed in bright armor. Looking at their cultivation, they were even stronger than the Yun family troops in their early years. Any random member of the Yun family army was a martial master. There were even a few people who were martial saints. They trained spontaneously in the morning, at noon, and at night. No one dared to slack off. This made the old butler think that what he saw was not some reorganized hunting corps, but the army of a Yun family that fought like the wind and had strict military discipline when the major general was at his prime. After checking for a day, Old Master quietly returned to the Yun residence. From then on, Master never mentioned anything about the Yun army again, nor did he mention anything about the young general leaving home. But not long after, there was news of the appearance of a Saint-grade medicinal pill, multicolored light, in the Jade Capital. Old Master also quickly found out that Second Miss was the one who refined the Saint Grade pill. Especially when he found out that Little Miss had refined a Saint Grade pill, old General Mood didn't say anything. But that night, when he was drinking at dinner, he drank 3 more bowls of wine than usual. As a steward who had grown up with the master since he was young, the old steward knew best. This proved that the master was in a good mood. It could be seen that the master truly cared about this granddaughter of his. The old steward also had a good impression of Little Mississippi. Not to mention other things, Little Miss was young and lonely outside. But not only did she not learn bad things, she even learned medical skills and magic. Only this kind of Little Miss was worthy of the title of the successor of the general's residence. But the old master was stubborn. He hoped that the young miss could return to the family, but he refused to open his mouth. Just like this time, when he found out that Little Miss was going to provide free medical treatment, he was worried and secretly ran to the restaurant to wait for an entire morning. The old steward carefully glanced at his master. At this moment, the wine cup in his hand had stopped moving. "Master, we can't go on like this. Why don't we find a few soldiers?" The old steward said as he carefully observed Yun Ba's expression. What he meant was that he wanted to find some guards and soldiers from the residence of Yun to be Yun Sheng's support. "Humph, you mean to find patients for her? It's fine if you don't have the ability, but you still want the Yun residents to help?" "No way." Yun Ba drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and stood up. With his head held high, he glared at the old steward and left the restaurant. The old steward held the wine cup in the air and shook his head. When Yun Sheng and Gufeng returned to the little CI in Tang's clinic, their expressions weren't very good. There was still no one in front of the little CI in Tang's clinic. Lin Yao, and the rest were also silent. No one said anything and only fiddled with the medicinal herbs in their hands. "Wait a little longer. Our clinic has a total of 3 days. I don't believe that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion will also provide free medical treatment for 3 days." Dr. Fan also said, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's free medical treatment usually only lasted for 1 day. Even if all the residents of the Jade Capital went to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today, some of the patients who didn't receive the news of the free medical consultation or who came late due to the distance might not be able to make it in time for the free medical consultation. Yinsheng wasn't in a hurry. She ordered the few people to continue with their work. Another hour passed. An old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen walking in front of the little CI in Tang's clinic. Gufeng's eyes were sharp. He immediately went forward and asked politely, "Elder, do you want to see a doctor? We are the doctors of the little CI Antong. Today, you are coincidentally meeting the most famous doctor in our clinic. We will give you a free medical treatment and also give you a free prescription. This opportunity can't be missed." The old man wearing the bamboo hat stopped. The bamboo hat's eaves were very low, so the old man's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Cough, cough. The old man deliberately coughed a few times and walked over. He sat down casually. Through the low bamboo eaves, he looked Yin Sheng up and down. Yin Sheng felt a probing gaze. At the same time, she also felt a bit of disbelief from the bamboo hat. Not knowing why, Yin Sheng felt an indescribable sense of familiarity from the old man's aura. "Little girl, you can also be called a doctor? Look at the doctor of the Imperial Medicine Pavilion in front of you. That is a real doctor." The old man opened his mouth and was full of sarcasm. This made the few people at the side frown and look at Gufeng with resentment. What kind of person did this brat bring over? Gufeng also had an awkward expression. How could he know that this old man was so picky? "Elder, medical skills and age have nothing to do with each other. You should know that Xiao Wenxiu and Xia Ximing from the temple are also not that old. However, when he was at my age, he was already famous for his magical treatment." Yinsheng didn't get angry. She just smiled and didn't care about the old man's provocation. "Humph, what big tone. You actually dare to compare yourself with the genius of the temple." However, the tone of his words was much more polite. So this little girl also knows what it means to respect the old and love the young. Why did she always bicker with this old man in the general's mansion? Under the bamboo hat, Yin Ba's expression kept changing. Asterisk, asterisk, thank you, Big Blue, beyond redemption. and Uluwadi for their tips. Asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 286. The sneaky old man wearing a bamboo hat was Yunba. Just now in the restaurant, he stubbornly refused the old steward Uncle Yun's proposal and slipped out of the restaurant. After buying a bamboo hat and concealing his tyrannical battle chi, he unhurriedly went to the front of the little CI in Tang's clinic. When one's cultivation reached the martial saint realm like Yunba, they had already reached the realm of returning to their original state. He could easily restrain his aura and make himself look no different from an ordinary person. In order to not let Yunsheng recognize him, Yunba specially covered his bamboo hat and even used the bone shrinking technique to make some changes to his figure. Now that he was walking on the street, even if the old steward saw him at first glance, he might not be able to recognize him. Just as he expected, someone in the clinic called out to him, and a little fatty even helped him to the front of the clinic like an old man. Since that's the case, then help this old man take a look and see if this old man is sick or not. Yunba stretched out his hand in front of Yunsheng. In his heart, he muttered, "Little girl, don't fool this old man. Although this old man has reached this age, my body is still very strong." A year ago in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Imperial physician Yao also said that this old man's body is not worse than an ordinary middle-aged man. Yunsheng naturally couldn't hear the words in Yunba's heart. It was not easy for a guest to come, so Yunsheng also wanted to properly receive him. Today's clinic could be considered a good start. Who would have thought that when the old man's hand was placed in front of her, Yunsheng's delicate brows couldn't help but knit together. This pair of hands? When Yunsheng saw the old man's hands, they didn't look like the hands of an old man. Although the old man's figure looked a bit stooped, his hands looked like the hands of a martial artist. There were many calluses on his palms, and the muscles on his arms were very strong. When she took his pulse, she immediately heard the sound of a strong pulse. Moreover, Yunsheng could faintly feel that there was an endless amount of internal energy in the old man's body. This inner strength was even deeper than the inner strength he felt when he was treating his second uncle, Yun Songlong. An old man with a higher cultivation than second uncle Yun Songlong, Yunsheng seemed to have suddenly understood something. After a long time, Yunsheng released her hand. The old man seemed to have become impatient. "Did you see anything wrong with it? Your health is good, but you have some problems. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Go back and ask someone to decoct it. Take it every morning and night." Yunsheng smiled and was about to write a prescription. Wait, Yunba originally wanted to give Yunsheng a good start to her free medical consultation, so he pretended to be a patient. Who would have thought that he would actually prescribe medicine for her? How could he, Yunba, have any problems with his health? Even now, he could still eat 3 big bowls of rice, drink a jar of wine, and drink 5 to 6 caddies of beef. Compared to the young men in Zhou State's army, his body was as strong as a calf. This reckless little girl, a Mongolian doctor, she must have done it on purpose. She actually said that there was something wrong with his health. Yunba was so agitated that he snatched the brush from Yunsheng's hand. The moment he snatched it, the bamboo brush was immediately crushed by him. When Gufeng, Huang Ke, and the others saw this, they all became alert and surrounded Yunba. "Little girl, don't try to fool people. To tell you the truth, this old man's health is very good. Even the imperial physicians of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion said that I'm very healthy. Yet you said that you want to prescribe medicine. It's wrong of you to try to fool people like this." Yunba was an upright person. He originally had some prejudice against Yunsheng. Although the other party was his granddaughter, he couldn't let her use the name of a doctor to fool people outside. "Old man, the imperial physician said that you're not sick because your body is stronger than ordinary people. If they didn't pay attention, they naturally wouldn't be able to see the hidden dangers in your body. Don't be in such a rush. I'll ask you a few questions first. If my questions aren't correct, you can say that I'm a quack and that I'm trying to fool you. But if my questions are correct, you should obediently return and take your medicine according to my prescription." Yunsheng had already confirmed that this bamboo hat old man was undoubtedly Yunba. Yunba was the only one in the entire Yujing city who had a firecracker personality that could be ignited at the slightest provocation. Yunba saw that Yunsheng's expression was calm and unhurried, so he also became doubtful. All right, tell me, if what you say is wrong, don't blame me for smashing the reputation of your medical center. Yunba sat back down. At this moment, Gufeng and the rest who were watching from the side could also see that this old man who wore a bamboo hat and looked no different from an ordinary old man wasn't an ordinary person. In that instant just now, the tone he used to question Yunsheng was clearly the tone of someone in a superior position. This person's identity was probably not simple. Perhaps he was even invited by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to cause trouble. At this moment, Gufeng was filled with regret. He wanted nothing more than a chop off his own hand. Why was he so stupid to have pulled this malefic star over? Let me ask you, do you often feel a faint pain at the 2 fingers on your right abdomen? Do you also have edema around your leg every time summer and autumn intersects? Yunsheng didn't seem to notice the worries of her companions as she casually glanced at the old man. Thump! Yunba's gray beard trembled. He really did have the symptoms that the little girl had mentioned. But how did she know? Could it be that she had recognized his identity? Or was it Song Lang who told her? No, other than the old butler and his daughter, Yun Songxue, who knew about his symptoms, even Song Lang didn't know. Moreover, she had only taken his pulse just now. How could she know about his symptoms? Yunba fell silent. That's right. Old brother of mine. Every once in a while, he would have the symptoms that the little doctor mentioned. Little doctor, tell me, what kind of illness is this? Yunba almost vomited blood when he heard this. Wasn't this the old butler, Uncle Yun, who dared to interrupt him without his permission? It turned out that after Yunba had left him behind, Uncle Yun couldn't find his master anywhere. He was also worried about the little Mrs. Free Clinic, so he started to wander around. He happened to see a suspicious-looking old man in front of the little Mrs. Clinic. Just as Uncle Yun was suspecting the old man's identity, Yunba crushed the writing brush in Yunsheng's hand. Only then did Uncle Yun recognize his master's identity. Uncle Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master, oh master, can you stop saying things you don't mean? Why are you here? I don't have any illness. I just feel uncomfortable occasionally. Yunba's old face under his bamboo hat was extremely red, as if he had drunk 10 caddies of white wine. Both of you, stop arguing. This old man's illness is called alcoholic liver. Yunsheng glanced at Uncle Yun and saw him blinking at her. She sighed helplessly in her heart. Chapter 287. Due to the need for disinfection during medical treatment, Yunsheng's beast language ring was always stocked with wine. In this era, there was no pure alcohol, so Yunsheng had always used strong liquor to replace alcohol. After coming to the Jade Capital, she searched for a long time before finally finding the Four Seas Winery's burning knife. It was the strongest liquor she could find at the moment, and the alcohol content in the modern era was at least over 60%. Alcoholic liver? What's that? I've only heard of pork liver and beef liver. How can there be an alcoholic liver? Little girl, don't try to fool me. When Yunba Zhan he heard this, the beard under his bamboo hat trembled. It's caused by excessive drinking. How's your usual alcohol tolerance? Yunsheng pretended not to see Yunba Zhan's angry expression. She and this old general must have been incompatible in their previous lives, quarreling every time they met. That's right. Little divine physician, you're right. He drinks an entire jar of liquor for a meal, and it's the burning knife wine from the Four Seas Winery in the Jade Capital. Steward Yun became even more anxious and exposed Yunba Zhan's past without a second word. A jar of Four Seas Winery's burning knife wine? A jar of liquor was at least 10 caddies, and Yunba Zhan actually drank 10 caddies of strong liquor with over 60% alcohol content for a meal. If it was in the past, Yunsheng would definitely point at Yunba Zhan's nose and scold him. But this old man in front of her was definitely not someone she could point at and scold. Even though she knew that he was Yun Ba Zhanhe in disguise, Yin Songlong had already warned her about his temper. He was a person who would not give up his face. The older he got, the more his temper grew, and even though his cultivation didn't increase much, he became more and more unreasonable. However, Yun Ba Zhanhe still refused to accept his age. Relying on his cultivation, he patted his chest every day and said that his meals were more delicious and his body was more healthy. If any doctor in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were to say that there was something wrong with his body, they would definitely be scolded badly. Only the Medicine Emperor could barely take a look at his body because of Wendagua's hand. This old man isn't sick. You're a Mongolian doctor trying to sell dog meat with a sheep's head. What alcoholic liver and pig liver? Yin Ba was unconvinced. Yin Sheng finally understood. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, even if one was a martial sage, if one wanted to be unreasonable, they would still be unreasonable. I'm not sick. It's not up to you to decide. I'm a doctor. If you say that you're not sick, then why don't you take a shot from me? If you can still stand after this shot, then I'll immediately close the volunteer clinic and quit Yujing's medical industry. Yin Sheng was also getting excited. At this moment, the two of them were like two red-eyed calves. Their necks were red, and neither of them wanted to admit defeat. At this moment, Yun Ba's arrogance had been suppressed. Uncle Yun, who was watching from the side, was panicking. What exactly was Master doing? He was clearly here to support Little Miss, but how did it turn into a mess? In Yun Ba's heart, he was also grumbling bitterly. If his granddaughter really closed the free clinic because of this, wouldn't he be harming her? If worst comes to worst, I'll just have to suffer a little and admit defeat. Yin Ba coughed. One shot. You think you can make me unable to stand with one shot? Even when Dawo wouldn't dare to have such confidence. I'll give you a handicap of 3 shots. If you make me unable to stand after 3 shots, then I'll admit defeat. Yin Ba thought to himself, but when he looked around, his old eyes suddenly swayed, and he almost fainted. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known that in just a moment, the originally deserted clinic was actually surrounded by quite a number of people. Yun Ba was used to shouting in the Yun residence. His voice was like a broken gong, and every shout was accurate. Just now, he was arguing with all his might. His loud voice attracted quite a number of people from all directions. Now, it was really hard to stop halfway. Yun Sheng, on the other hand, was very calm. She had seen such a scene before. In the modern era, she had participated in a free clinic organized by the Red Cross Society. At that time, there were many more onlookers. Yun Sheng took out her 4 Seasons colored glass needles. Her needles were only as thick as a cow's hair, and they were red, yellow, blue, and green. They were very beautiful. When Yun Ba saw this, he became even more dissatisfied. You're using such small needles to diagnose my illness? I think these needles won't even be able to break my skin. Yun Ba's cultivation wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Although he had restrained his battle aura, once he reached the martial sage realm, he could control his battle aura as he wished. Once he encountered an external attack, the battle aura within his body would automatically flow over the surface of his body. This was the so-called invulnerability of swords and spears. Yin Ba pondered. These beautiful needles would probably break the moment they pierced his skin. When Yun Sheng said that she could determine the root of his illness with just 1 needle, Yun Ba didn't believe it at all. Don't underestimate my needles. The last person who underestimated my needles learned a great lesson. Yun Sheng recalled Yves Biming and the Dark Crown Prince. Whoever dared to mock Yun Sheng's needles would all obediently lie down. Yun Ba snorted. Yun Sheng began to apply her needles. Once an expert started, the truth would be revealed. It was only then that Yun Ba realized that Yun Sheng's needles and the way she used them were different from others. Her needles were very fast. Even with Yun Ba's eyesight, he could only see Yun Sheng's hand shake before a needle pierced 2 fingers above his right abdomen. When the needle pierced through, Yun Ba's skin was immediately covered in a dense layer of goosebumps. Any cultivator would know that those weren't goosebumps, but a layer of battle aura formed by battle aura. Ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to pierce through this layer of battle aura. Yunba snorted with satisfaction, but the meaning behind his words was that she didn't know what was good for her. She was just a sorcerer. Did she really think that those fancy spells could compare to real battle techniques? Yunba thought to himself that it was time for this little girl to suffer some setbacks. In Yunba's opinion, although this granddaughter of his was quite talented, she was still a little arrogant. She dared to challenge the Medicine Emperor Pavilion after only learning medicine for a short period of time. She didn't have much respect for her grandfather either. It would be beneficial to temper her. Thinking of this, Yunba exerted a little force. With the vigorous battle aura of a martial saint, the Four Seasons glass needle in Yunsheng's hand seemed to have collided with a wall. It actually bent into a 90-degree arc. It looked as if the needle would break in the next moment. Just as Yunba was feeling pleased with himself, he inwardly exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, he felt a strange, soft, invisible force coming from the Four Seasons color glass needle. The third level of the soul, healing divine needle. A dark light flashed in Yunsheng's eyes. In an instant, several hidden needles rushed into Yunba's right abdomen. One of them accurately hit Yunba's liver. Chapter 288. Uncle Yin watched from aside. Separated by Yunba's tall back, he only knew that the old master was currently competing with the little miss. He suddenly felt the old master's shoulders tremble slightly. Immediately after, Yunba actually took a small step back. Old master, Uncle Yin was shocked. If Uncle Yin hadn't been standing so close to the old master, this step would have been almost negligible. Even the onlookers at the side did not notice that step. But this step caused Uncle Yun's expression to change. He was forced to take a step back by Yunsheng's needle. That was Yunba, the Grand Martial Saint of Zhou State. Even when he faced off against the Martial Saint of later Qin, Tian Keizi, who was also a Martial Saint, and the two fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights, the old master had never been forced to take even half a step back. But now, the little miss had actually used a needle as light as an embroidery needle to force the old master to take a step back. Uncle Yin stood at the side, looking at his old master with an almost uneasy expression. Damn it, it hurts too much. If he wasn't wearing a bamboo hat, Yunba would have really embarrassed himself. He grimaced in pain as the sweat on his forehead dripped down. His lips trembled and his tongue seemed to be tied into a knot, unable to move nimbly. Yunba was in so much pain that his liver felt like it was burning. Yunsheng's needle was very strange. Its strength had penetrated directly into his body. Old, are you all right? Uncle Yun's voice brought Yunba back to his senses. All right, my ass. Yunba cursed in his heart. At the same time, he was also suspicious. Could it be that there was really something wrong with his body? This needle actually caused his hidden illness to flare up? Yunba, who had been shouting loudly a while ago, didn't have any of his temper now. After holding in for a long time, he finally squeezed out 2 words. Prescribe medicine. Medicine? Uncle Yin was also shocked. The old master was really sick. Uncle Yin immediately ran in front of Yunsheng. Little godly doctor, you just said that our old. What illness did he have? Is there any medicine for it? Yunsheng didn't even raise her eyebrows as she said indifferently. Fortunately, we discovered it early. Go and grab some medicine that can clear the liver and relieve internal heat. You're not allowed to drink within 3 months. You can't get angry. Eat a light diet. In the future, you need to drink less and drink more. Not drinking? Don't get angry? And a light diet? For a master who was addicted to alcohol, who roared like a lion from Hudong every 2 to 3 days, and who had to have fish and meat for every meal, how could he live? Uncle Yun's face stiffened as he looked at his master. Unfortunately, old master's face was covered by the bamboo hat, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. Do it. Yunba was still convulsing from the pain in his liver. He knew that if he didn't do as he was told, his little granddaughter would never be able to relieve the heart-wrenching pain in his liver. That's a good patient. Yun Sheng smiled and gently pulled out the Four Seasons glass needle. The pain was immediately relieved. Yun Ba sucked in a mouthful of cold air and was about to look for Yun Sheng to settle the account. After Uncle Yun took a few sets of medicine, he respectfully thanked Yun Sheng. At this time, someone suddenly pointed at Uncle Yun and shouted, "Hey, isn't that the old housekeeper of the Marshal St. General's mansion? He actually came to this shop for free medical treatment." Everyone's eyes fell on the old man wearing the bamboo hat who ordered Uncle Yun to take care of him. It can't be, right? Could it be that this suspicious old man was the Marshal St. General? But wasn't the Marshal St. General an old friend of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's when Daiguoshu? Moreover, a character like the Marshal St. General, if he was really sick, he must be treated by an imperial physician. He actually came to visit the little C.I. Intong? That's right. The Marshal St. General must have some shameful illness. He was too embarrassed to look for Wen Daiguoshu, so he came to this small clinic to see a doctor. Could it be that the little C.I. Intong could really see the illness that even the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't see? The imagination of the masses really had no lower limit. Even the old housekeeper of the Marshal St. General's mansion had to listen to the order to get medicine. Then this person was... Yun Ba almost vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. He didn't dare to stay on Yun Sheng's bed any longer and immediately ran away as if he was running for his life. Uncle Yun also awkwardly took the medicine and chased after his master. Wow, Yun Sheng, that old man just now couldn't be. Gu Feng's gossipy soul was burning as he asked from the side. Could it be that the old man really has some terminal illness? Gu Feng had seen Yun Sheng use acupuncture before. Yun Sheng's acupuncture technique had never been seen before in the continent, but her acupuncture technique was very mysterious. It's not a big problem. He is a martial artist, so his body's foundation is good. But if he continues, it will damage his body. Those are all ordinary medicines used to detoxify the poison. As for that needle, it's because I pierced his liver acupoint. Yun Sheng was well-versed in both Chinese and Western medicine. The liver is one of the main organs of the human body. The liver acupoint is a saying in Chinese medicine. That place is actually the place with the most blood vessels and nerves in the liver. When Yun Sheng used the needle with magic, the liver would be in severe pain. But it didn't cause any damage to the human body. Moreover, Yun Ba's liver wasn't good, so Yun Sheng's needle was successful. Yun Ba's interference this time had brought about an unexpected effect. Perhaps it was because the old housekeeper of the Marshal St. General's mansion and mysterious person suspected to be the Marshal St. General also came to the little C.I. Intong for treatment. Perhaps it was because the queue of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was too long. One after another, people began to move to the little C.I. Intang's free clinic. Yun Sheng also received several patients one after another. From afternoon to evening, Yun Sheng had received a total of more than 20 guests. However, other than Yun Ba, who was the first to arrive, most of the guests only had the most common cold, which did not reflect Yun Sheng's medical skills at all. When the sun was about to set, there was no one in front of the little C.I. Intang's shop. Gu Feng and the others also began to clean up the stall. In front of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion shop, there were still dozens of patients waiting to see the doctor. Chung Sihai impatiently looked at the volunteer medical team in front of him. This time, if it wasn't to attack the little C.I. Intong, he really wouldn't be willing to accept such a volunteer medical treatment. The volunteer medical treatment was a thankless task. It was just to gain a good reputation. After a day, Chung Sihai was already tired. He wasn't a martial artist, nor was he a magician. His physical strength had long been exhausted. Qi Qian, I'll leave the rest of the people to you. Chung Sihai glanced at the queue, yawned, and was about to get up. At this time, a patient rushed out from the back of the queue. Dr. Chung, I came to see you for treatment. Please help me. The person who spoke was a man of about 30 years old, accompanied by a peasant woman. Both of them had big hands and feet. Their clothes were rough. At first glance, one could see that they came from a poor family. Standing in the crowd for most of the afternoon, The husband and wife's lips were dry. They were sweating profusely and had an anxious look on their face. They were afraid that Chung Si-hai would really leave, so they blocked Chung Si-hai's way. Chung Si-hai was somewhat unhappy, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had to take back his steps. Chapter 289. This patient had heard of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's free medical consultation and that a famous doctor like Chung Si-hai would be attending the consultation. Hence, he spared no effort to rush over from a village several miles away. Due to the long journey, he and his wife only managed to queue up in the afternoon. After the couple rushed over, they didn't even have time to drink a mouthful of water as they waited in the queue for Chung Si-hai to treat their illness. Who would have thought that when it was finally their turn, Chung Si-hai would stand up and leave? The patient couple had no choice but to snatch him out of the queue. Chi Tian is also a famous doctor in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. His medical skills were personally taught by this doctor. You could just look for him. Chung Si-hai looked at the two with disgust. Just looking at the farmer's hands that were covered in dirt, Chung Si-hai was unwilling to treat his illness. These poor men from the village liked to pester endlessly. Wasn't it just some minor ailments like headache and fever? Was there a need for this doctor to personally treat them? Chung Si-hai's face was filled with reluctance. After sending Chi Tian away, he wanted to leave. No, Dr. Chung, my illness has already been treated by the doctors in the village. They also couldn't do anything about it. They said to look for a doctor in the city. The man cried and begged. The farmer woman at the side also begged. The two of them were just short of kneeling on the ground and begging Chung Si-hai. Lord Doctor, my husband has had this illness for more than half a year. In the past, it would only act up once every month. Now, it would act up once every 2 or 3 days. The husband and wife were anxious. They surrounded Chung Si-hai and refused to leave. Get out of the way. You poor Sai. I'm afraid of you. Speak, what's wrong with you? Chung Si-hai saw the people from Little Si and Ong, including Yun Sheng, walking over from the other end of the street. In order to show off his medical skills, he couldn't help but change his mind. Many thanks, doctor. My child's father, your ears can be saved. The farmer woman was extremely excited. The man also hurriedly spoke about his illness. Let's take a look at the side first. Yun Sheng glanced at the man and saw that his complexion was normal. His limbs were also very healthy and his complexion was good. He didn't seem to be sick. She also wanted to see how Chung Si-hai treated his illness. Doctor, I don't know what illness I'm suffering from. Half a year ago, I would often feel pain in my ears. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but later on, every time the pain flared up, he couldn't hear anything. Recently, my ears have been hurting from time to time. It feels like someone is poking needles into my brain. There's such a strange disease. Hearing the farmer's words, Chung Si-hai checked the farmer's ears. He pressed the farmer's ear with his hand and looked around to check the farmer's pulse. After a careful examination, he didn't find anything strange. There's nothing wrong with your body. Your liver, spleen, and lungs are also very healthy. You don't look like you're sick. Don't come here blindly. Chung Si-hai was very confident in his medical skills. After he diagnosed the farmer, he found that there was nothing wrong with him. He then asked about the farmer's daily diet and found nothing wrong. Even Yun Sheng, who was listening from the side, didn't think there was anything wrong with the farmer. He also didn't have any bad habits, and it was impossible for him to be like Yun Ba, who was addicted to alcohol and had a hidden illness. Seeing that the sun was gradually setting, Chung Si-hai still couldn't find anything wrong with the farmer. I don't think you're sick. It's getting late, and the free clinic has ended. You should wait for your illness to flare up another day before you come back for treatment. Chung Si-hai directly sent the farmer back. Lord Doctor, it wasn't easy for us to come to the city. My child's father's illness can't be delayed any longer. Hearing that Chung Si-hai didn't have a solution, the farmer's wife became anxious. Then what do you want to do? As the saying goes, prescribe the right medicine for the illness. Your husband's illness doesn't have any symptoms at all. How are you going to treat him? Chung Si-hai was getting impatient from being pestered, So he simply ordered his subordinates to chase this troublesome couple away. The couple was alone and weak. How could they compare to the many people in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? The Medicine Emperor Pavilion's free clinic ended just like that. Let's go back first. Huang Ke asked Yun Sheng. Although Cheng Sihai's method was rude and unreasonable, it wasn't completely unreasonable. Some illnesses could only be diagnosed when they flare up. Seeing that the free clinic had ended, the couple could only leave in disappointment. Halfway through, they suddenly heard the farmer's mournful cry. Everyone turned around and saw that the farmer who was still fine a moment ago had already collapsed onto the ground. He hugged his head and rolled around on the ground in pain. "It's flaring up again. Lord Doctor, it's flaring up again. Please take a look at him. We'll repay your kindness, even if we have to do anything for you." The farmer's wife beside him was so frightened that her face turned pale. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to Cheng Sihai. "Hold him down. Let me take a look." Cheng Sihai walked forward. The farmer's illness came suddenly. He was still fine a moment ago, but now he was curled up in pain with beads of sweat rolling down his face. Even if they weren't doctors, they could tell that the farmer was indeed sick. Who would have thought that the farmer would struggle so fiercely? The ordinary doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion didn't have much strength. It took 4 to 5 of them to forcefully hold the farmer down. Cheng Sihai took a look at the farmer's mouth, nose, tongue, and pulse. What surprised him was that other than the splitting headache, the farmer's other body parts were normal. There were no signs of illness at all. Strange, this is really strange. There's no illness in his body, nor are there any signs of poisoning. Why would he have such a headache for no reason? Cheng Sihai thought to himself. But at this moment, he couldn't just leave in a huff. Everyone saw that the farmer's illness had flared up in front of him. It wouldn't be right for him to say that he wasn't sick. If he were to bring the farmer back to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it would mean that he didn't have the ability to treat him. If so, who would be willing to seek treatment from him in the future? Time passed by slowly. Cheng Sihai was also unable to back down. He even started to blame the couple in his heart. If they hadn't appeared, how would he have encountered such a troublesome situation? "Lord Doctor, what illness does my husband have?" The farmer's wife had placed all her hopes on Cheng Sihai. Seeing that the latter wasn't willing to speak, the farmer's wife thought that the farmer had contracted some fatal illness. She was so frightened that her legs went soft, and she couldn't even stand up. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at Cheng Sihai again. "Let me try inserting a few needles into him." Cheng Sihai had no choice but to order his medicine boy to bring over some gold needles. He wanted to help the farmer stop the pain first. Cheng Sihai pondered. The only thing he could do now was to make the farmer calm down. There were so many people around. If he couldn't calm down after inserting a few needles, wouldn't he lose a lot of face? He secretly gave Chi Tian a look, telling the latter to apply some muscle-weakening powder on the needles when he took them out. Chi Tian understood and hurriedly went to get the gold needles. Asterisk, asterisk, thank you for you Luo, Yu, and Squirrel for their rewards. Asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 290. As soon as the gold needles were delivered, Cheng Sihai was about to perform the acupuncture. When Yun Sheng saw Chi Tian and Cheng Sihai secretly exchanging glances with each other, a glint flashed across her eyes. The magic scepter under her sleeves shook slightly, and a tiny thorn pierced towards the farmer from the ground. At this moment, the farmer had already lost consciousness due to the pain. At this moment, he suddenly felt a piercing pain coming from his lower body, as if someone had poked him with a needle. He cried out in pain and broke free from the few weak medicine men at the side. He bumped into Cheng Sihai, who was bending over to perform the acupuncture. Cheng Sihai's luck was bad. When the farmer bumped into him, the needle that he was about to perform the acupuncture ended up on his own face. Although the anesthetic produced by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't be compared to Yun Sheng's unique Devil's Snare Lotus anesthetic, the effect wasn't too far off. The gold needle pierced into the acupuncture point on his face, and Cheng Sihai instantly felt a numbing sensation on his face. Half of his face was paralyzed. That half of his face didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if his facial paralysis was acting up. He squeaked and pointed at his own face, unable to say anything. When the medicine men and doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion saw this, they were shocked and rushed forward to check on him. In an instant, the scene became even more lively. The medicine men from Medicine Emperor Pavilion frantically checked on Chung Si-hai's condition. That farmer was still hugging his head with both hands and rolling on the ground in pain. "Doctor," that farmer woman also panicked. She didn't expect that even the medicine men from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion couldn't do anything about her husband's illness. "Yin Sheng, what kind of illness do you think that person has?" Gufeng pulled Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng was still sizing up that farmer. "He doesn't seem to be sick." Yun Sheng waved the magic scepter in her hand. In a stream of water, elemental magic immediately surged out and turned into a rope, binding the farmer who was rolling on the ground. "You guys, what are you doing?" Seeing a light blue rope that looked like a rope but didn't actually look like a rope, that farmer woman hurriedly went forward to reason with Yun Sheng. "It's you guys again. This is a patient of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. What does it have to do with your little C.I. Intong?" After Chi Tian and the doctors settled Chung Si-hai down, they turned around and saw that Yun Sheng and the others were also present. "What a joke. You guys have no way to cure this patient from the start, and you still dare to say that there's a patient in the Medicine Sovereign's Pavilion? You guys better go and see your master. If we didn't save him in time, I'm afraid his facial paralysis wouldn't have recovered in a short time." Yun Sheng smiled coldly. She was not surprised by Chung Si-hai's shameless behavior. "That's right. Just now, anyone could see that your master couldn't save anyone. Now, he's even disabled himself. Lin Yao, or wasn't someone to be trifled with, so she added fuel to the fire." Chi Tian was forced into a corner, and he hurriedly asked his master Chung Si-hai for help. The latter's eyes were also filled with anger. He whimpered a few times at Chi Tian, looking very comical. After receiving his master's instructions, Chi Tian also gained some confidence. He looked at Yun Sheng and the others provocatively. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat a female magician. "Who says that our Medicine Emperor Pavilion can't cure him? I'll perform acupuncture now and show you how to cure him." Chi Tian's master was Chung Si-hai, so his acupuncture technique could be considered decent. Just now, the farmer was pressed down by several people, but he was still struggling endlessly. It was very difficult to perform acupuncture. But now, the farmer was tied up by Yun Sheng with water binding, so it was more convenient to perform acupuncture. Chi Tian took out his silver needles and went to the farmer. According to Chung Si-hai's instructions, he inserted 2 needles into the farmer's ear. It was fine if he didn't insert the needles. After the needles were inserted, the farmer who had originally calmed down started roaring like a madman. Some blood actually seeped out of his ear, and the pain became even more intense. Chi Tian was shocked. What was going on? He had done everything according to his master's instructions. Why did the patient's condition worsen instead? "Get out of the way." Yun Sheng looked and frowned. She walked forward and pushed the eyesore Chi Tian away. "How did this happen?" Chi Tian looked at Chung Si-hai as if he was asking for help. The expressionless Chung Si-hai also didn't know what to do at this moment. He originally thought that the farmer had a headache and that it was a migraine. If it was a migraine, a few needles would most likely be able to stop the pain. Even if it wasn't effective, the farmer's ear wouldn't bleed. He doesn't have a migraine. When you inserted the needles into his ear, his vital energy and blood rushed to his ear. Naturally, he would bleed. Yin Sheng calmed down and checked the farmer's pulse and heartbeat. Then, she opened his eyelids. The farmer's wife was already scared silly. When she saw Yun Sheng calmly checking on her husband, she looked as if she had seen her savior and kept begging at the side. "This little doctor, you can treat my husband's illness? I beg you, you must save him. Our family of 5 depends on him to survive. I beg you. Sister-in-law, don't panic. Tell me first, did uncle have any old illness in his early years that was treated recently?" Yun Sheng helped the farmer's wife up and asked with a pleasant expression. She was born in Banana Leaf Village. The farmer's wife in front of her reminded her of her village neighbors. Therefore, her words were very polite. The doctors that the farmer's wife had seen were all like Chung Si-hai. They had arrogant faces. Even during the free clinic, they didn't speak nicely to her. She looked at Yun Sheng's eyes that were like the night sky. Yun Sheng's kind words made her flustered heart gradually calm down. Old illness? Yes, my husband had tinnitus in his early years. However, it was just a small problem. About a year ago, the Jade Capital held a free clinic. I remember that it was also a free clinic held by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. At that time, there was a famous doctor who treated my husband's tinnitus problem. After inserting a few needles, he didn't have that problem anymore. The farmer's wife recalled. Tinnitus wasn't a big problem, and the farmer's wife didn't put it to heart. If Yun Sheng didn't ask, the farmer's wife wouldn't have recalled it. I'm afraid that there was a problem with the needles at that time. Try to recall, which doctor was the one who inserted the needles for Uncle? Yun Sheng guided the farmer's wife patiently. She had also heard Chung Si-hai asking about the farmer's diet and previous medical history. However, she didn't discover anything. Now that she asked, she was sure that there was a problem with that free clinic. It was a doctor with the surname Wang. The farmer's wife tried her best to recall. Venomous slander. Don't think that we don't know what you guys are thinking. You guys are trying to slander our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. When Chi Tian and the other pharmacists and doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion heard that, they were furious. That damned little C.I. Entong. They actually suspected that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's treatment caused the farmer's illness. Whether it's venomous slander or not, I will know after I ask clearly. If you guys didn't do it, I will naturally apologize to you guys. After Yun Sheng asked clearly, she carefully checked the farmer's ears. Shenong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the farmer's ears for a moment. Sister-in-law, think again. When that doctor with the surname Wang inserted the needles, what kind of needles did he use? The farmer's wife thought for a moment. She was just a farmer's wife and didn't know anything about medical skills. As for what kind of needles, she naturally didn't remember. I also don't remember much. However, it's definitely not the needles used by those two doctors. The farmer's wife replied Yun Sheng with certainty. Chapter 291. The moment the farmer woman said that, the faces of the few people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion changed. Especially the few medicine men, their faces turned pale. Earlier on, Chi Tian and Chung Si-hai had performed acupuncture one after another. Within the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, according to the rank of the doctor, the amount of needles that could be used was also different. Yun Sheng had already heard about this from Dr. Fan when she went to take the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion earlier on. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, one could only start from the rank of doctor, and the needles used were silver needles. After that, it would be gold needles like Chung Si-hai's. After that, the royal doctors would use the precious purple gold needles. Therefore, needles were a symbol of status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Although the farmer woman didn't recognize needles, she was certain that Dr. Wang, who performed acupuncture on her husband that day, didn't use silver or gold needles. The changes in the expressions of the few medicine men were all seen by Yun Sheng. This medicine man, can you take out the practice needles that you usually use, and let me take a look at them? Yun Sheng stared at one of the medicine men. That medicine man bit his lips. His eyes were flustered as he looked at Chi Tian and Chung Si-hai. Needles are the most precious medical tools for a doctor. I can't just casually lend them to others. He rejected right away. However, Yun Sheng smiled indifferently. With a wave of her hand, she suddenly grabbed the waist of that medicine man. By the time the medicine man reacted, the needle bag that he had hidden on his waist had already been snatched away. Men, this person actually dares to openly snatch something from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Take her down. When Chi Tian saw this, he immediately ordered a few people by the side to go up and snatch back the needle bag. However, how could such a motley crew be a match for Yun Sheng? Yun Sheng's body swayed and she nimbly dodged. With a shake of her hand, A row of practice needles appeared in front of everyone. She asked the farmer woman, "Sister-in-law, take a closer look. When Dr. Wang performed acupuncture on Uncle previously, did he use this kind of needle?" The woman leaned forward to take a look and said with certainty, "It's this kind of needle." Then the truth has already been revealed. To think that the Grand Medicine Emperor Pavilion didn't even have a single physician during the volunteer medical consultation. Instead, they had herbmen who didn't even have the qualifications to impersonate physicians to perform acupuncture. Herbmen didn't have the qualifications to practice medicine. This was something that even the commoners knew. The row of iron needles in Yun Sheng's hands were custom-made by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. They were meant to be used as practice dummies. Everyone in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion knew about this. For most of the Boundless Continent's doctors, it was a long and arduous process from the herb-gathering boys' identification, gathering, and dispensing of herbs to the herbalists. With the exception of a few exceptionally talented doctors, most people started picking herbs at the age of 6. They would only become herbalists at the age of 15 or 16. After becoming a herbalist, one would need to go through 5 to 6 years of painstaking cultivation, practice medicine with a physician, and obtain the physician's recommendation before one could participate in the physician qualification examination. Of course, people like Yun Sheng, who had a solid foundation in medicine in her previous life and obtained the special recognition of the imperial physician because of her craniotomy, were an exception. The imperial physician had the qualifications to directly promote doctors. However, others weren't so lucky. That so-called physician Wang of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was actually an experienced herbalist. A year ago, during a volunteer medical consultation, because the arranged physician was lazy and slacking, that herbalist surnamed Wang recklessly performed acupuncture on a farmer who came to the volunteer medical consultation. At that time, there were also a few herbalists from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion present. However, everyone thought that it was just a few needles and wasn't of much importance. No one would associate those needles with the strange illness of the farmer in front of them. Yun Sheng's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the surrounding crowd to explode. The panic of the few herbalists fell into the eyes of the crowd. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion, as the role model of all medical practitioners, actually allowed a herbalist who didn't have the qualifications to perform acupuncture. This was truly a huge scandal in the ancient medical world. Facing the farmer who was bleeding from his ear and the farmer woman who was wiping her tears by the side, no one from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion dared to stand out. Cheng Sihai wanted to jump out and accuse Yun Sheng of slander, but he was currently tormented by the muscle-softening powder. His face was still paralyzed, and he couldn't say a single word. Qi Tian's face was scarlet red as he glared fiercely at the herbalist whose needle bag was snatched away. "These are all fabricated by you alone. Besides, no one can guarantee that this farmer woman is speaking the truth." The Medicine Emperor Pavilion conducts volunteer medical consultation 4 times a year, and we have never heard of anyone contracting a strange illness because of acupuncture. Who can guarantee that this farmer woman and farmer didn't take your money to frame our Medicine Emperor Pavilion? He was also very cunning. In any case, that herbalist with the surname Wang wasn't present, and that farmer woman couldn't really do anything to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. As long as he refused to admit it, who would believe the words of little C.I. Entong and his group? Unrepentant. Yun Sheng was also infuriated by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's careless style. It was undeniable that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's medical skills were definitely top-notch. They also represented the pinnacle of the ancient medical skills in the continent. However, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had been operating for hundreds of years and had already become a huge medical giant. Their internal management was too lax. It was precisely because of Qi Tian, Cheng Sihai, and that herbalist that they spoiled a pot of porridge. As a medical practitioner, Yun Sheng couldn't stand medical practitioners who treated human lives like weeds. She knitted her brows and looked at the farmer again. Qi Tian's acupuncture earlier caused the farmer's blood to rush to his head. It was impossible to directly perform acupuncture. "Sister-in-law, Please wait for a moment. Yinsheng didn't perform acupuncture. She only let Gufeng and the rest take care of that farmer first. She turned around and walked toward the street behind her. When the spectators by the side saw that an unknown physician actually dared to challenge the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, they also had the mentality of watching a good show and stayed behind to watch the show. Even Cheng Sihai stayed behind. He wanted to see what method Yinsheng would use to save that farmer. At least on the surface, that farmer didn't seem to have any problems. The location of the free clinic was originally the most prosperous street in the Jade capital. After Yinsheng left, she returned in less than 15 minutes. There was a pitch-black stone in her hand. This kind of stone was unfamiliar to the majority of the commoners and medical practitioners. However, Gufeng recognized that stone with a glance. There was a blacksmith shop next to his house, and there were similar stones piled up in the corner of the shop. On the Boundless Continent, other than some specialized large clans, ordinary villages didn't have specialized metal smelting grounds. If blacksmiths wanted to use pig iron, they would directly purchase pig iron ores and smelt them. In order to differentiate between ordinary iron ores and other metal ores, blacksmiths would throw a few pieces of testing iron ores in the shop. The testing iron ores could absorb iron ores, and its function was similar to the magnets of the modern era. Yinsheng was born in Banana Leaf Village and had interacted with the blacksmiths in the village since she was young. She was very clear about the usage of testing iron ores. Chapter 292. Yinsheng, isn't that the iron testing stone? What are you going to do with the iron testing stone? Gufeng also felt strange. When Yinsheng was treating a patient, why didn't she use her godly needle skills or magic? Instead, she brought a stone over. Just watch. Yinsheng confidently walked to the side of the farmer. The farmer had been struggling for a long time and was also restrained by Yinsheng's water element magic. At this moment, he was already exhausted. Yinsheng took the iron testing stone and walked to the side of the farmer. She strangely brought the iron testing stone to the farmer's right ear and slowly moved it a few times. Her strange actions caused the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to snort in disdain. Do you think that you are performing on the streets? Using a broken stone to treat a patient's illness? Qi Tian criticized from the side, looking at Yinsheng with disdain. Even though the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had lost a lot of face today, as long as Yinsheng couldn't find the illness, it was equivalent to saying empty words. However, Yinsheng continued to act as if she didn't care. Itchy, the farmer, who was originally in so much pain that he couldn't speak, moved his lips and said vaguely, "Uncle, what did you say just now?" When Yinsheng heard this, her entire face lit up. It seemed that her guess was correct. The farmer only felt that his ear was itching. It was as if there were a few ants in his ear that were trying their best to crawl out. Yinsheng kept moving the iron testing stone in her hand. Slowly, the farmer's ear revealed a little bit of a metallic luster. Chi! After a slight sound, there were a few more things on the originally smooth black iron testing stone. Everyone took a closer look. That is, this time, it was Qi Tian who was speechless. On the black iron testing stone, there were a few metal needles the size of leather scraps. These broken needles were very small, and there was a layer of white liquid on their surface. That was obviously the pus produced after the farmer's ear was inflamed. Presumably, the King Medicine Man was careless when he inserted the needles. When he was treating the farmer's tinnitus, his hands were not strong enough, and a small part of the iron needles he used as practice needles broke in the farmer's ear. Medicine Man, Wang, did not take the broken practice needles to heart, nor did he inform the doctor who brought him what had happened afterwards. The ignorant farmer thought that his tinnitus had been cured and happily returned to the village. Who would have thought that the broken iron needle would cause inflammation in the farmer's ears under special circumstances? As time passed, the inflammation needles also affected the ear nerves. The infected ear nerves directly pressed on the farmer's brain nerves, which caused the farmer's headache to break out more and more frequently. The farmer had also found a doctor in the countryside to treat his illness. He had even found a doctor like Chung Si-hai. However, these ancient doctors only relied on the patient's pulse, diet, and past illness. It was impossible for them to associate it with nerves or inflammation. Yun Sheng had just used the Shinnong Eye to take a look at the farmer's ear. Although her Shinnong Eye was only at the second level and had not reached the level where she could see the human body, she was certain that the farmer's ear was inflamed. The farmer's inflammation was not that serious. In modern society, a simple ear surgery would suffice. However, in ancient times, it was a tricky matter. If the broken needles were left in his ear, as time passed, the nerve endings in his ear would rot, and it was very likely that he would become deaf or even oppressed his visual nerves. Yun Sheng naturally had no way of explaining these things to these stubborn doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. After thinking for a while, she thought of the iron needles and the iron testing stone she saw in the blacksmith shop in her early years. The current situation made it impossible for her to directly perform the ear surgery. However, as long as the broken needles were made of iron, she could use the iron testing stone to extract the broken needles. Hence, Yun Sheng's actions that made everyone unable to figure out her intentions came about. As soon as the broken needles were extracted, the farmer stopped shouting. The farmer's wife by the side also turned from worry to joy as she kept thanking Yun Sheng. She didn't even need to use a needle and only use a stone to find the cause of the illness. This medical skill was simply too mystical. The onlooker's impression of little C.I. Intong immediately changed. The eyes of the crowd were bright. Just now, Yun Sheng's politeness towards the farmer's wife and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's vile attitude, they had all seen it with their own eyes. Those people who came to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion earlier were also muttering in their hearts. Next time, they should just look for little C.I. Intong. Look at the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the best medical hall on the continent. They actually let an unqualified medicine man use a needle to treat the illness. Such an irresponsible attitude was simply disregarding human life. The people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion looked at each other. Even the broken needles were found. Moreover, with a single look, they could tell that the broken needles were specially made by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they had no choice. After a while, the medicinal effect on Chung Si-hai's face also slowed down. However, his complexion became even worse. He knew that today's free medical consultation could be considered as a failure. Not only was it a failure, it even smeared the name of the Jade Capital and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. How was he going to explain to Yao Rong and Wen Dagui when he returned? Chung Si-hai glared at Yun Sheng fiercely. Then, he brought the group of doctors and medicine men and left under the mocking gaze of the onlookers. Little divine doctor, thank you so much. The farmer couple thanked Yun Sheng profusely. Yun Sheng also asked Lin Yao to give him a few bags of anti-inflammatory herbs. After watching the farmer couple leave, Yun Sheng's face revealed a smile that hadn't been seen for a long time. She knew that today's free medical consultation had achieved unexpected results. Gufeng and the rest were also excited. They all understood that this time, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had fallen. Tomorrow, they definitely wouldn't have the face to come again. The name of little C.I. Intong would soon spread in the Jade Capital. Tomorrow, we will continue the free medical consultation. Yun Sheng decided to book a table at the best restaurant in the city tonight and have a good meal. After the people of little C.I. Intong left happily, two people walked out from the corner of the street. Those two people quietly stood at the corner of the street for a long time. When Yun Sheng saved the farmer, they were already standing there. However, no one in the surroundings noticed them. Seeming, we have been watching these people for a whole day. Are you sure that woman is the one who refined the praise of the moon god? The one who spoke was a handsome male magician. The age of the magician wasn't old. He was wearing a magician's robe, and his whole body was filled with a strong magic power. If one looked carefully, one would notice that under his robe, there was a symbol of the temple embroidered on it. It's her. Xiao Wenxiu stood out from the corner of the street and looked at Yun Sheng's back. His eyes flashed with a strange expression. Chapter 293. As Yin Sheng was busy with her treatment, she didn't notice the abnormality at the corner of the street. Xiao Wenxiu had only suspected it before, but now he was 100% sure that the young doctor who could refine the sacred grade pill was the mysterious doctor who refined the high-grade magic medicine, the moon goddess's praise. A doctor who cultivated magic and was also proficient in ancient medicine. When the girl patiently asked about the peasant woman's condition, her expression was so concerned that it made people unconsciously forget about their illness. It was like a bright sun suddenly appearing on a cloudy day. In that instant, the air seemed to be refreshed. A strange light flashed in Xiao Wenxiu's eyes. The worry that shrouded the peasant woman actually faded a lot in an instant. Apart from Xiao Wenxiu, no one else could sense that scene. Who exactly was she? Xiao Wenxiu carefully sized up the girl. At that time, the corners of the girl's mouth were raised, and a pair of beautiful dimples appeared vividly on her face. That was a girl with a strong spiritual aura. She wasn't old, but her black eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Xiao Wenxiu's heart skipped a beat, as if he remembered something. It was her, the sorcerer girl he met beside Jade Boat Village. He didn't expect her to have grown up in 2 years. Her appearance had become even more exquisite. Those black, jade-like eyes and her smile were something Xiao Wenxiu couldn't forget. While Xiao Wenxiu was thinking, the male sorcerer Yu Ji interrupted his thoughts. But Si Ming, she really is a doctor. You saw it just now. She didn't use any medical skills at all. Yu Ji was one of the male sorcerers who had accompanied Xiao Wenxiu in his early years and met Yin Sheng by chance. However, he didn't recognize Yin Sheng at first glance. Yu Ji, return to Yujing Temple first. I won't be at the temple for a while. Keep an eye on the movements of the imperial family of Zhou State. Xiao Wenxiu retracted his gaze. When he realized that the other party was very likely the girl he met earlier, Xiao Wenxiu's heart, which had never been stirred by anyone before, became slightly unsettled. Xiao Wenxiu had a cold personality. His eyes, which could see the future of people, were attracted to someone for the first time. And that person was the girl he met in Jade Boat Village. Unexpectedly, when he met her again, the two of them were standing on opposite sides of an extremely awkward situation. Elder Si Ming had already returned to the main temple. Before he left, he only warned himself that once he identified the magician who concocted the new magic potion, he had to act immediately. Regardless of whether it was the mage temple or the mage elite camp, their desire for geniuses was obvious. On the continent, those who could be called geniuses had mostly been snatched away by various organizations. The Dharma Temple only had 2 ways to deal with newly discovered geniuses. They could either recruit them or kill them if they didn't succeed. Xiao Wenxiu didn't want to use the second method. Therefore, he chose to sneak into the little CI Antong. If possible, he still wanted to recruit Yun Sheng into the temple. Si Ming, are you planning to? Solitary Yu looked at Si Ming strangely. He realized that something was wrong with Si Ming today. Qin Sheng, this is an order. Xiao Wenxiu didn't give Qin Sheng any superfluous explanation. His words were short, but Qin Sheng could sense a trace of coldness from them. This subordinate obeys. Solitary Yu's heart trembled slightly. He didn't have the slightest intention of disobeying this young Si Ming who had been famous since he was a child. Even to the younger generation of magicians in the temple, Xia Si Ming was much more terrifying than Elder Si Ming. Solitary Yu once heard that when young Si Ming was only a 10-year-old child, there was once a traitor of the temple who tried to steal the holy relic of the temple. Young Si Ming didn't even blink. He just raised his magic scepter. After a dazzling flash of light, the traitor was blasted into dust. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, he took his life. This young Si Ming, who was rumored to be able to save the lives of everyone in the world, didn't even move an eyebrow when he killed someone. After Solitary Yu finished speaking, he immediately disappeared into the corner of the street. Xiao Wenxiu stood at the corner of the street for a while. The sun set and the moon rose. The hazy moonlight shone on his beautiful, jade-like face. He said softly, Yin Sheng, I hope you aren't my enemy. Inside the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, The first-rate luminous pearls illuminated the hall. In the hall that was filled with the fragrance of pills, everyone's face was solemn. On the ground, a trembling medicine man knelt. In front of him was an open needle bag. Inside it was a row of practice iron needles that shone with a cold light. One of the needles was broken about 2 inches compared to the other practice iron needles. But it was precisely these 2 missing needles that caused the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to experience the greatest humiliation ever since the establishment of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the hundreds of years since its establishment. Ever since Chang Sihai brought back the humiliated medicine men and medicine men from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion with a stiff face, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion closed its doors and stopped operating. Even when Dao Shou was invited over, Qi Fangfei stood beside when Dao Shou. Yao Rong also stood by the side. No one dared to speak. There were more than 300 people in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the Jade capital. This included the imperial physicians, the medicine men, and the medicine men. Everyone stood by the side. No one dared to make sound. Everyone knows about what happened today. When Dao Shou used an inquiring tone. However, there was no longer the usual smile on his face. It was a great humiliation. It was truly a great humiliation. When they found out that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion actually slapped themselves in the face during the free clinic, it was revealed that the medicine men replaced the doctors to perform acupuncture on the patients. Moreover, the acupuncture was improper, causing strange symptoms. After tonight, everyone in the Jade capital would know about this news. And the one who caused this result was the newly emerged little Si Anton. Master, this matter is strange. Cheng Sihai's chin was still numb. Just as he was about to speak, he was fiercely glared at by Wen Dao Shou. Although Wen Guoshou looked younger than Cheng Sihai by more than 10 years due to the effects of medicinal pills, his dignity as a leader was completely exposed at this moment. Cheng Sihai was so frightened that he quickly swallowed the latter half of his words. Master, this disciple will immediately deal with this matter. The most important thing now is to deal with the medicine man who made the mistake and send someone to pacify the patient. Yao Rong was an imperial physician. She was used to seeing all kinds of fights in the palace. Facing this kind of sudden situation, she was still very calm. On this point, she was much calmer than Chang Sihai. This also made Wen Dao Shou feel a little relieved. Medicine Man Wang, do you know your crime? When Dao Shou looked at the medicine man who was kneeling on the ground with an ashen face. As an old medicine man with 5 years of experience, he actually left a broken needle in the patient's body because of his unstable control of the needle. This was already a mistake that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion could not tolerate. I know my crime. Medicine Man Wang was paralyzed on the ground. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was the most authoritative medical hall in the continent. Its threshold was very high. Once one entered the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, it was equivalent to having a lifetime of protection. But if one made a mistake in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, everything would be over. In the future, he would never be able to mix in the ancient medical world again. Asterisk thanks to you Luo, Hua Dai, and Yuan Wan for their awards. Asterisk that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.